Lin Feng sat in a wide leather executive chair. Before him stood a heavy redwood desk and a peculiarly shaped club crest trophy. Just yesterday from being a seasoned corporate drudge in 2025 and a hardcore football manager player, he had traveled back to 2018. He had become the owner and head coach of Hartlepool United Football Club in England's League Two, a 24-year-old Chinese youth also named Lin Feng. The original Lin Feng's father had been a successful businessman and an ardent football fan. The club he acquired had bled money through mismanagement, and he eventually died of a sudden illness, leaving behind a colossal mess. Because he had been so poor in his previous life, Lin Feng had deliberately obtained an FA coaching license and acted as head coach himself. With a loud bang, the office door was flung open. A middle-aged man with an anxious expression rushed inside, not even noticing how pale Lin Feng's face was as his voice quivered. "Boss, it's terrible. Disastrous news." From memory, Lin Feng recognized him as the club's assistant coach, old John Smith. "John, calm down and speak slowly." Lin Feng forced himself to stay composed. "Calm down. My God, I can't calm down." Old John waved the papers in his hand. "Royal Commercial Bank has sent us a final ultimatum. If we cannot pay the quarterly interest on our last loan, £150,000, by next Friday, they will petition the court for compulsory liquidation and seize the club for auction." Lin Feng's heart sank violently. An opening hand dealt in financial crisis. John spoke at breakneck speed. "And there's more. Our captain Brian Morris, whose contract is about to expire, has just informed us through his agent that he has already agreed personal terms with Crew Alexandra. They're demanding that we let him leave on a free transfer in the winter window. He's the only reliable pillar in our back line. Counting the goalkeeper, we have only 14 usable players in the first team. Several are already in talks with other clubs, and 3 more are lying in the treatment room. The kids in the youth team are nowhere near ready. We'll barely be able to fill out the matchday squad for the league game this weekend. Our head scout resigned last month. No one is doing the job now. The kit sponsor says if we get relegated, they will terminate the contract early. The showers at the training ground have broken down again. One bad piece of news after another made Lin Feng frown uncontrollably. Debt, key players defecting, a shortage of manpower, crumbling facilities. This was hell within hell for an opening scenario. Even starting with faceless gray players and Football Manager would be better than this. Just as Lin Feng was sinking into despair and his vision darkened, a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Detecting the host's intense will to survive and professional football management environment. FM Football Manager system successfully bound. This system will provide you with a realistic Football Manager experience. The internal database is synchronized with the current world, aiding your rise from the abyss to become a godfather of world football. The novice gift pack has been issued. Please check 1. Player search function, permanent spend points to search for any player's detailed attributes, current ability CA, potential ability PA, and system evaluation. 2. I for hidden gems, passive skill allows direct perception of a player's CA and PA, ensuring no hidden prodigy slips through the cracks. 3. Emergency club startup funds 500 has been automatically injected into the club account, fully compliant in origin. Lin Feng froze, then a surge of wild joy flooded his chest. A golden cheat. Online novels had not lied to him. It was truly the standard kit for a transmigrator. And it was the FM system he knew best. In an instant, the world before his eyes transformed. When he looked at the frantic old John, a translucent data panel floated beside the man. Name John Smith, position assistant coach, coaching ability CA 58, PA 62, evaluation a loyal but limited club stalwart, adept at handling dressing room relationships, lacking tactical knowledge and weak in matchday command. Suitable for a youth coach or club ambassador role. By game logic, both current ability CA and potential ability PA capped at 200. Of course, in the game, aside from Messi, he had never seen anyone with a potential of 200. Even Cristiano Ronaldo only reached 196. Players with an ability of over 190 were rare. Only the likes of Messi and Ronaldo sat at that level. Generally, anyone above 150 could start in one of the big 5 European leagues. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Good grief, a 58 ability assistant coach. No wonder the team was. John. Lin Feng took a deep breath, cutting off old John, who was still rambling about the shower problem. The newly acquired £500,000 lent him a sliver of confidence. I'll handle the issue of the bank interest. For now, take me to the training ground. I want to see our players. Old John froze as if surprised by the young owner's sudden composure. Hesitantly, he said, "Boss, the atmosphere at the training ground, it might not be very good. The players all know about the club's predicament. It's fine. Let's go." Lin Feng rose to his feet. Right now, he urgently needed to confirm one thing: what his players were worth in the eyes of the system. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Lin Feng felt his heart turn half to ice. The turf quality was dreadful, though a few staff members were listlessly patching it up. On the pitch, the players, scrimmaging in groups, ran languidly, misplacing passes again and again. In their eyes, he could barely see any hunger for victory. And the data panels hovering above their heads only deepened his despair. Name David Smith, position central midfielder, CMCA, 65 PA, 78 evaluation, a typical League 2 rotation player, passing acceptable defensive work rate, average highly inconsistent form. Name Sam Jones, position striker, SDCA, 61 PA, 72 evaluation, currently the team's leading scorer, 8 goals in League 2 last season, finishing 9, composure 9, pace 10, jumping 7. No standout strengths. His ceiling is his present level. Name Mark Brown, position center back, CBCA, 58 PA, 70 evaluation, turns as slowly as an aircraft carrier, mental attributes, decent, suitable for a League 2 relegation battler. With a single sweep of his gaze, Lin Feng saw that most players' CA hovered between 50 and 70, and almost none of their PA surpassed 80. It meant that the vast majority of them would spend their entire careers at the level of a League 2 survival side, and many were barely up to that standard. Was this £500,000 meant only to pay wages for this bunch of dead weight and accompany the club into a slow death? A tremendous sense of powerlessness crashed over him again. Just then his gaze was drawn to a corner at the very edge of the training ground. There, a slightly built, yellow-skinned, black-haired young player was quietly juggling the ball alone. He seemed utterly out of place among his lax teammates. An Asian, a player from the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he focused his mind on the boy. In a flash, a dazzling data panel burst into view, nearly blinding him. Name Li Wei, position attacking midfielder, EMC winger, Amlam, age 17 CA, 49, extremely low, severely lacking in physical strength, currently unable to withstand League 2 intensity, PA 185, world-class superstar potential. Key attributes out of 20, technique 11, dribbling 10, agility 11, flair 18, fatal weaknesses, strength 6, stamina 5, bravery 3, determination 7, system evaluation, possesses unparalleled football talent and feel for the game, with outstanding imagination, but delayed physical development, extremely frail and lacking confidence. Requires patient guidance, meticulous physical conditioning, and abundant match experience to unlock his terrifying potential. Lin Feng's heart stopped for a beat, then began pounding wildly. A potential ability of 185. As a seasoned football manager player, he understood all too well what that number truly signified. In the game, such potential might not reach the historic heights of Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo, yet it was already approaching the level of De Bruyne's innate genius. This was absolutely the kind of future superstar who could decide matches single-handedly and even contend for the Ballon d'Or. How could a talent of this magnitude appear in the youth team of a bottom-ranked League 2 club, and a current ability of only 49? His physical attributes were utterly dismal. Lin Feng suddenly grabbed old John's arm, his voice shaking with agitation. "John, that kid, that boy from Longhua, what's going on with him?" Old John was startled, followed Lin Feng's gaze, then said in sudden realization, "Oh, you mean Li? His name is Li Wei. He came from some football cooperation program in Longhua. Apparently, he is the child of a friend of your late father sent here 3 months ago to train with the youth team." His tone carried a trace of disdain. "The lad's skills are a bit flashy, but his physical condition is terrible. One collision and he goes flying. The youth coaches all say he cannot adapt to the English style of football. His training contract expires at the end of next month. Most likely he'll be sent back then. A friend's child, his father's friend's child." That connection perfectly explained why a Longhua teenager had ended up here. Lin Feng's breathing grew heavy. Next month the contract expires. Sent back. What kind of international joke was this? This was a player of future Ballon d'Or caliber, enough to drive every European giant club mad with desire. Lin Feng issued a direct order to old John. Promote him to the reserve team first and find a way to prepare a contract for him. "Oh, all right, boss." John responded by instinct, then was utterly stunned. He gaped, staring at Lin Feng as if looking at a madman. "Boss, you're not joking, are you? He can't even last 5 minutes in a youth match. Give him a professional contract." "This, Mr. John Smith." For the first time, Lin Feng addressed him by his full name. "Do exactly as I say. This is an order." Old John was cowed by the unmistakable resolve in Lin Feng's tone. Though his mind was full of doubts, and he suspected the young owner might have snapped under pressure in the end, after all, this man was the one who paid the salaries. "Very well, boss, I'll take care of it right away." Old John swallowed hard, then hurriedly left the training ground to seek out the club's part-time legal advisor. Lin Feng took a deep breath, steadied his excitement, and walked toward the boy who was still keeping solitary company with the ball in a corner of the field. As he drew closer, Lin Feng could feel how frail Li Wei was. The jersey hung loosely on his body, his arms thin, as though a single twist might snap them. Yet there was a kind of magic at his feet. The ball seemed glued to his boots, skipping lightly in time with his rhythm, and from time to time, he would perform an imaginative flourish of skill. "Li Wei," Lin Feng called out in Chinese. The boy flinched in surprise, his feet faltered, and the ball bounced away. He lifted his head, and upon seeing Lin Feng, nervousness and a hint of fear appeared on his face. He instinctively straightened, then stammered in heavily accented English, "Be boss. I am sorry. It's all right, relax." Lin Feng smiled, switching to fluent Chinese. "My name is Lin Feng, the new owner of the... We're compatriots. From now on you can speak Chinese with me." Hearing his native language, the tension in Li Wei's eyes eased noticeably, though he still seemed restrained. "Hello, boss," he said. "My name is Li Wei. I saw you juggling just now. Your technique is excellent." Lin Feng tried to keep his tone as gentle and harmless as possible. "You've been here for a few months now. Are you getting used to things?" Li Wei's gaze dimmed slightly. He lowered his head and spoke in a very small voice. "It's okay. It's just that the matches are so intense. I can't keep up." Almost unconsciously, he rubbed his calf, still mottled with bruises left from being knocked down in the last youth training match. Lin Feng understood at once. With physical attributes like his, facing the brute force of the lower tiers of English football truly was a disaster. "That's not your failing, Li Wei," Lin Feng said, looking at him earnestly. "Your talent doesn't lie in physical confrontation. Believe me, I can see it. From today onward you'll train with the first team. The club will design the most scientific nutrition and fitness program for you, and the best conditioning coaches will help you become stronger. You only need to focus on honing your technique and preserving your love for football and your imagination. Leave everything else to me." Li Wei snapped his head up, his eyes filled with disbelief. The first team. A personalized program. The best coaches. He had never heard words like these before. The youth coaches only complained that he was too soft, and his teammates often mocked him. "Really, boss?" His voice trembled. "Of course it's real." Lin Feng patted his frail shoulder. "Are you ready to face the challenge? The road ahead will be difficult, but as long as you believe me and believe in yourself, your future will be far greater than this place." Looking into Lin Feng's sincere, confident eyes, a warm current surged through Li Wei's heart. He nodded heavily, his eyes growing slightly moist. I'm ready. Thank you, boss. I'll work as hard as I can." After comforting Li Wei, Lin Feng immediately returned to his office to tackle the mess awaiting him. First, he instructed the finance director to allocate £1,500 from the £500 injected by the system to pay the bank interest, temporarily easing the imminent threat of liquidation. Once this was done, Lin Feng allowed himself a small breath of relief, though at least he had bought some time. Early the next morning, leaning back in his chair out of habit, he turned on his computer to check the club's official email and social media accounts. Yet the first thing that popped up was the sports front page headline of the local news, the Reddington Evening News, pouring over him like a bucket of cold water. The bolded title read, "A desperate move. Reddington United's Chinese owner grants a lengthy contract to a long-favored protege." The article dripped with sarcasm. With the club mired in financial crisis and rooted to the bottom of the league, the new owner, Mr. Lin Feng, appears not to have focused his efforts on solving the real problems. Instead, he has unexpectedly offered a 3-year professional contract to a Longwa player from the youth team, Li Wei, who has yet to make a single appearance. According to internal sources, this player's physical attributes are abysmal. He cannot even withstand the intensity of youth matches. His presence at Reddington stems from an episode of Eastern Personal Connections involving the late Mr. Lin Dan. "We understand the new owner's pressure, but squandering a precious contract and wage budget on an obvious, favored protege is undeniably a desperate and irresponsible act. This compels us to question Mr. Lin Feng's judgment and managerial competence. Reddington United's future seems even darker than the league table suggests." Lin Feng read the entire piece with an expressionless face, then casually opened the comments beneath the club's official Twitter account. A 3-year contract. And supposedly a decent sum for some Longwood kid nobody wants. Is our owner a clown? That's it, the club is finished. He's squandering the last of his father's inheritance. This is why I never trust foreign owners. They don't understand football at all. Refund my tickets. I don't want to watch a team full of favored proteges anymore. Li Wei. Who? Has anyone even seen him play? Oh, sorry, I forgot. He can't even stay on his feet in training. The vicious comments surged like a tide. Lin Feng shook his head with a faint laugh and closed the page. To him, the media's doubts and the fans' anger were laughably short-sighted. He had no desire to respond. What he needed now was time and patience to carve this piece of raw jade into a true masterpiece. Main task: issued survival and relegation. Task requirement: ensure that the reading team finishes the 2017-2018 English Football League 2 season above the relegation zone, 23rd and 24th place. Task rewards: 1. System points, 1,000 points. 2. Club facility: basic medical center, slightly reduces player injury risk and accelerates recovery from minor injuries. 3. Skill unlock: basic negotiation skills, slightly increases the success rate of contract negotiations with players' agents. Side task: the rise of a genius. Task requirement: ensure Li Wei has at least 10 appearances in official matches for the first team before the end of the season. Task rewards: 500 system points. A dedicated training plan for Li Wei. The basic medical center is crucial for a low-level league prone to injuries. Negotiation skills will also play a significant role in future contract renewals and signings. Moreover, Li Wei's dedicated training plan is exactly what Lin Feng needs right now. Survival is the primary goal, while nurturing Li Wei is the core of long-term investment. Lin Feng gazed firmly at the system panel. The media's ridicule, the fans' doubts, the current predicament, these are all just temporary. He picked up the internal phone and dialed old John again. John, has Li Wei's contract been finalized? Also help me contact the best fitness trainer and nutritionist. Money is not an issue. I want to see a tailored enhancement plan for Li Wei within 3 days. On the other end, old John seemed to still be digesting the boss' crazy order and replied after a while. The contract is in process, boss. But the fitness and nutrition experts. This requires an additional budget. He'll handle the budget. Just do it, Lin Feng said. After hanging up, Lin Feng walked to the window, gazing at the somewhat dilapidated training ground below, lost in thought. 3 days passed in a blur. During these 3 days, Lin Feng almost lived at the club. He utilized the player's scouting feature provided by the system to thoroughly analyze data from the first-team youth team and even the staff. The results were disheartening. Apart from Li Wei, there was hardly a second player in the entire club whose PA exceeded 120. The combat effectiveness was even more appalling. The highest CA was that captain and center-back Morris, who was demanding to leave with a CA of 75. This further solidified Lin Feng's determination to build the future team around Li Wei. He personally oversaw Li Wei's fitness test and approved the hellish muscle-building plan devised by the hired fitness trainer and nutritionist. Watching Li Wei grimace as he lifted weights that seemed incredibly heavy for him in the gym, Lin Feng felt both heartache and anticipation. At the same time, he also convened the first official coaching meeting after his appointment. In the cramped conference room, smoke lingered in the air. Apart from old John, there was also chief youth training coach Mike Green and a part-time defensive coach, former club legend Paul Harrison. Lin Feng got straight to the point, projecting a player report derived from his system analysis onto the wall. Gentlemen, the match against AFC Wimbledon this weekend is crucial. This is a key battle for us to escape the bottom position. Lin Feng's voice was calm. Based on my observations and analyses over the past few days, I have some adjustments to suggest regarding the starting lineup and tactics. He pointed to the data of a midfielder named Tom Davis. Although Davis' technique is rough, his work rate and defensive enthusiasm are the best among our midfielders. I suggest starting him in place of George Williams. We need interception capabilities in the midfield. Youth coach Green frowned. Boss Williams is technically better and can hold onto the ball. Davis is just a workhorse. Having him on the field will exacerbate our midfield disconnect. We don't need flair right now. We need grit and relentless running. Lin Feng's tone was flat, yet undeniable. In League 2, attitude is sometimes more important than skill. He couldn't explain his ability to perceive hidden attributes and could only use observation and analysis as an excuse. Old John chimed in. The boss makes a valid point. Wimbledon has a strong midfield presence, and starting Davis may enhance our protection. Lin Feng then pointed to the data of forward Jones. Jonas' strength is not in holding the ball with his back to the goal, but in finding space. We shouldn't always loft high balls to him from the back. The two wings, especially Jimmy Wu on the left, should attempt more breakthroughs and deliver low crosses or reverse triangles. Defensive coach Harrison scoffed, mumbling through his pipe. That kid Jimmy can only run into walls. His crossing quality is horrendous. It's more straightforward and direct to play long balls. Precisely because his crossing is poor, he needs to practice more, not avoid it. Lin Feng looked at Harrison. Paul, your training sessions need to include specialized crossing drills. I want to see changes. Harrison scoffed, but said nothing further. However, his disdain was evident. But Lin Feng didn't mind, as he alone knew that he could see through everyone's capabilities. With this ability, he understood the players better than anyone else on the field, even better than the players understood themselves. Throughout the meeting, the coaching staff appeared obedient on the surface, but their eye contact revealed doubt and disdain. They believed this young boss from the Dragon Nation didn't understand football at all, merely directing based on feelings, and was perhaps paving the way for his fellow countryman Li Wei. Finally, Lin Feng mentioned the most crucial and controversial decision. Additionally, put Li Wei's name on the matchday roster. The conference room fell silent instantly. Coach Green stood up directly. Boss, this absolutely cannot happen. Li Wei's physique can't even adapt to the youth team's confrontations. Putting him on the roster, that's insane. It will make the whole team look foolish and our opponents will mock us. The media will depict us as a circus. Old John also looked troubled. Boss, should you reconsider? Li Wei is indeed training hard, but the timing is not yet right. What if he gets injured if he plays? He's only entering the roster. That doesn't mean he will definitely play. Lin Feng scanned everyone. I need him to experience the atmosphere of a match, This is part of the plan. This matter is already decided. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The coaches exchanged glances, but ultimately lowered their heads in silence, though the oppressive air and dissatisfaction were almost palpable. They felt Lin Feng's autocratic behavior was utterly unreasonable. The meeting ended on an unhappy note. In the afternoon, the pre-match press conference. Lin Feng attended alongside Old John. Indeed, the first question was exceedingly sharp. Jack Brown, a reporter from the Reading Evening News, asked with a mocking smile, "Mr. Lin, there are reports that you have offered a long-term contract to the Dragon Nation player Li Wei, who has never played, and included him in this round's league roster. Could you tell us if this decision was made based on footballing considerations or other reasons? Do you believe this is a responsible action during such a difficult time for the team?" A faint sound of laughter arose from the audience. Old John nervously glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, speaking into the microphone with a tone as calm as water. "Every decision I make is based on the essence of football competition for the best future of the Reddington Football Club. Li Wei is an exceptionally talented player, and he deserves this contract and an opportunity to be on the roster." Lin Feng paused, calmly looking around. "As for whether he is worthy, time will prove everything. I believe soon your question will shift from why him to how can we keep him." His confident answer bordered on arrogance, leaving the reporters present in stunned silence. "But his physique. His skills can compensate for many aspects," Lin Feng interrupted. "Besides, who hasn't transformed from weak to strong? What I value is the future." Several reporters pressed on with questions regarding financial status, tactical style, and relegation prospects, to which Lin Feng responded appropriately, neither overly pessimistic nor blindly optimistic. As the press conference concluded, Lin Feng stood up to leave, leaving behind a group of reporters whispering to one another. "What a show-off. I think he won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. Just wait and see if the match on the weekend ends in a disastrous loss. Let's see what he has to say." Lin Feng listened to the discussions behind him, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. On Saturday afternoon at the Reddington Park Stadium, a venue capable of accommodating 12,000 people was sparsely filled with fewer than 3,000 fans. An air of pessimism and gloom pervaded the atmosphere. At the bottom of the standings, with key players leaving and the owner making constant questionable moves, even the most loyal fans struggled to muster any spirit. Lin Feng sat on the home team's coaching bench, feeling the anxious emotions of Old John and the coaching staff around him. He appeared calm, but his palms were slightly sweaty. This was his true first match, and the fate of the club was now intricately tied to the 90 minutes on the field. He insisted on including Li Wei in the substitute list. At that moment, the slender figure sat quietly at the far end of the bench, wrapped in a thick down jacket, eyes filled with both anticipation and tension as he gazed at the field. From the very beginning, the match fell into the familiar rhythm of Reddington United, passively taking hits. AFC Wimbledon had clearly studied Reddington United. Their midfield pressed fiercely, utilizing their physical advantage to continually assault Reddington's weak defense. Davis, the workhorse midfielder Lin Feng proposed to start, indeed fought hard and covered various positions, but his technical shortcomings meant he quickly lost possession after gaining the ball. The entire Reddington United team was suffocated, forced to defend exhaustively. "See, I told you starting Davis was useless. The ball can't even get passed out," the defensive coach Harrison complained softly beside him. Lin Feng remained silent, his brow furrowed. In the 15th minute, disaster struck. A simple cross from Wimbledon led to Reddington's centre-back, missing it, allowing the opposing forward to easily head the ball into the net. 0-1. A chorus of huge sighs and scattered boos erupted from the crowd. "Damn it." Old John slammed his thigh hard. One misfortune followed another. In the 37th minute, Wimbledon once again pierced through Reddington's goalkeeper with a long-range shot from just outside the penalty area. At halftime, Reddington United returned to the locker room, trailing by 2 goals. The atmosphere in the locker room was terrifyingly oppressive. The players hung their heads drenched in sweat, their gazes numb. Lin Feng followed them into the locker room. He did not roar or throw things. He merely scanned each player with a cold gaze. "Lift your heads." His voice was not loud, yet it carried a strange, penetrating power. "Do you think you played badly? Yes, indeed, it was terrible. But it is not because you conceded 2 goals. It is because you look like you have already given up. I know that your skills are inferior and your physicality is lacking. But if you lack even the fighting spirit, then you do not deserve to wear this jersey and stand here. In the second half, I do not want to see you being crushed like logs by the opposing team. Fight for it. Go all out to reclaim the ball. Even if it means committing fouls, you must disrupt their rhythm." He looked at several midfielders and forwards. "After you get the ball, do not panic. Find the 2 flanks, especially the left side. Jimmy, where's your speed? Get moving. Jones, wait in the penalty area to make your run." He did not mention Li Wei. The time was not right. As the second half began, the players of Reddington United seemed to have their fighting spirit ignited by Lin Feng's words, playing with more aggression, even receiving 2 yellow cards in quick succession. The situation looked slightly better, but their offense remained stagnant, struggling to penetrate the opponent's penalty area. In the 60th minute, Wimbledon scored again through a quick counterattack. 0-3. It completely killed the game. The home fans in the stands began to leave in droves, and the boos grew louder. On the coaching bench, Old John and Coach Green looked like they had seen a ghost. Coach Harrison slumped in his chair, muttering, "It's over." Lin Feng took a deep breath, knowing that he could not wait any longer. Even if it was risky, a change had to be made. He turned to the bench. Li Wei, the frail young man, abruptly raised his head, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but mostly disbelief. "Go warm up. You will enter in 5 minutes." Lin Feng's command was concise and powerful. Boss. Old John was stunned. "It's already 0-3, the game is decided." "Why still?" "Precisely because the game is decided, he needs to experience it." Lin Feng interrupted him. "Follow orders." Li Wei quickly took off his down jacket and began warming up by the sideline. His appearance caught the attention of a few scattered fans in the stands, followed by a louder chorus of boos and discussions. "Look, that connection to Long Country is about to come on. Haha, is he here to make us laugh? He has surrendered. Completely surrendered. Brought on just to make up the numbers." In the 67th minute, a dead ball situation arose. The fourth official held up the board, number 27 off, number 45 on. Number 27 was panting heavily, having made no impact on the game. Number 45 was Li Wei. "Listen, Li Wei." Lin Feng grabbed the Suntobi, substituted Li Wei, and quickly instructed him in his ear, "Forget the score, forget the people around you. Just play like you do in training, get the ball, do what you do best. Dribble, pass, imagine the space. Do not fear mistakes, I believe in you." Li Wei nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and ran onto the field. His first touch of the ball drew laughter. An opposing tall midfielder easily pushed him aside and intercepted the ball. Li Wei stumbled a few steps, nearly falling. "Go back to Long Country," someone in the stand shouted. Li Wei's face instantly turned crimson, his gaze frantically searching for the coaching bench. Lin Feng stood by the sideline, clapping vigorously, shouting, "It's okay. Next time." In the following minutes, Li Wei appeared hesitant, almost afraid to ask for the ball. His teammates seemed to trust him little, rarely passing the ball to him. Time ticked by, and it was clear that injury time was approaching. In the 89th minute, a Hartlepool United defender cleared the ball with a long kick, sending it soaring towards. The ball was high and floated, posing no threat. Wimbledon's right back easily positioned himself, ready to shepherd the ball out of play. However, at that moment, a frail figure grit his teeth and desperately chased after it. It was Li Wei. His speed was not particularly fast, but his start and run were filled with unwillingness and determination. The opponent's defender clearly did not take him seriously, casually leaning his body against him, trying to push him aside, just as before. However, this time Li Wei seemed to have anticipated the opponent's move. Instead of bracing himself, he cleverly nudged the ball through the defender's legs at the moment of contact. At the same time, he swiftly maneuvered around. "Wow!" A faint gasp arose from the stands. He had successfully gotten past the defender with a little stumble. After chasing down the ball near the baseline, Li Wei looked up at the penalty area. The opposing center back had already closed in, blocking his crossing path. Meanwhile, in the center of the penalty area, his teammate Jones was making a forward run. In a flash, Li Wei made an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. He chose not to make a conventional cross, but instead, with the outside of his right foot, he delivered a seemingly light, curiously arced ground pass. The football, spinning intensely, perfectly evaded the lunging center back and rolled swiftly towards the penalty spot. It was an imaginative passing route. Jones, who had initially made a forward run, did not expect the ball to come in such a manner. He instinctively extended his foot. The ball changed direction and flew straight into the net. "It's a goal." The entire Reddington Park Stadium fell silent for a second, then erupted into an incredible roar of cheers. "Goal, eh?" The commentator's voice was filled with astonishment. "Sam Jones pulls one back. But 90% of this attack's credit goes to our number 45 young talent. Lee." Another commentator subtly hinted at him. "Oh, right, Li Wei. What a magical assist." Jones paused for a moment, then joyfully rushed towards the corner flag to celebrate. But he quickly reacted, running back to excitedly embrace Li Wei, who was still in shock. "Beautiful pass. So freaking beautiful," Jones exclaimed, ruffling Li Wei's hair. Other teammates rushed over, surrounding Li Wei, patting his shoulders and back. On the coaching bench, Old John and Coach Green were left dumbfounded. Coach Harrison's mouth was agape, nearly dropping his pipe. Lin Feng stood on the sidelines, finally showing a smile, clapping enthusiastically. Although it was just a consolation goal, it could not change the outcome of the defeat. But this ray of light brought forth by the young boy from the Dragon Kingdom, who had been ridiculed by everyone, instantly dispelled the gloom that had long shrouded Hartlepool United. It told everyone that hope still existed. Li Wei, feeling the embrace of his teammates and the cheers from the stands that had transformed into a different tune, gradually replaced his previous unease and tension with an unprecedented thrill. He looked towards the man on the sidelines who had given him the opportunity. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. The Reading Town team still failed to score any points, remaining at the bottom of the English League Two standings. However, the atmosphere at the end of the match was starkly different from that at halftime. Though the players were exhausted as they walked off the pitch, there was less numbness on their faces and more excitement. They were all discussing the final goal and talking about Li Weiss' moment of brilliance. In the locker room, Lin Feng walked in again. This time he did not criticize. Boys, the result of the loss cannot be changed, but I saw the change and effort you all put in during the second half, especially in the final stages. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Li Wei. Especially Li Wei, who may not have been on the field long, but made a tremendous assist. He proved that as long as we dare to express ourselves and dare to imagine, we have the potential to create miracles. Remember this feeling. Bring this spirit to the next match. Now rest well and take a hot shower. Meeting adjourned. Lin Feng's words were few, but they acknowledged the effort in the second half, and particularly praised Li Wei, which eased the atmosphere in the locker room. Several players proactively walked over to high-five Li Wei. You played well, kid. That dribble was really cool. Li Wei responded shyly, his face glowing with excitement. Lin Feng called old John aside. John, inform everyone that the team will have a day off tomorrow. Additionally, Li Weiss' physical training plan will start the day after tomorrow with an intensity increase of 20%. Tell him this is the challenge he deserves. At this moment, old John had come to trust Lin Feng's judgment and quickly nodded, okay, boss. Li Wei truly surprised everyone today. Back in the chairman's office, Lin Feng closed the door and let out a long sigh. Although they lost the match, his mood was not bad. Li Weiss' debut exceeded expectations, not only proving his potential, but more importantly beginning to change some internal and external perceptions. Just then the system's notification sound arrived on cue. Ding. Side quest genius launch progress updated. Li Wei completed his first match with the team. Given that the host dared to use key players in adversity and achieved immediate positive results, the system rewards 100 points. Li Wei gained a confidence boost through his outstanding performance. Determination 1, stability 1. Ding. Main quest relegation survival reminder. The league has completed 15 rounds, and the Reading Town team is ranked 24th, last place, facing a dire relegation situation. Please continue to work hard. Only 100 points, but better than nothing. What pleased Lin Feng even more was the improvement in Li Weiss' attributes. Growth in mental attributes is often more valuable than physical and technical skills. He looked at the meager 100 points in the system interface, then glanced at the dazzling array of expensive items in the shop. The cheapest basic injury recovery ointment costs 200 points, and he shook his head helplessly. So poor. I need to find ways to increase revenue and cut costs. Strengthening the squad is essential, but with the club's current funds, it's impossible to buy any decent players in the transfer market. Even loans are difficult. His gaze fell on the player search function in the system menu. This feature he had only glanced at before could now potentially be of great use. He opened player search, and a search filter interface similar to an FM game appeared before him. Unfortunately, most of the filtering criteria, such as nationality, league, age range, etc., were grayed out, showing insufficient permissions or need to pay points to unlock. Currently, the only filters he could use were the most basic ones: CA, less than 70, and contract remaining time, less than 6 months. This is enough. Lin Feng's eye sparkled. This is real gold mining. Specifically looking for those with low CA, cheap, or even free, but possibly possessing high PA players. Just like Li Wei. He set the filtering criteria and then clicked search. Whoosh. The system interface instantly listed dozens of pages of player names. Players from all over the world and various levels of leagues, with many even being free agents. Lin Feng pounced on the list like a hungry person on bread, starting to browse frantically. Most players had ordinary PA fluctuating between 70 and 100, with the occasional few around 110 to 120 still having some potential. He patiently flipped through the pages, using his eye for talent skill to quickly skim past those with mediocre PAs. Suddenly, a name caught his attention. Name: Sean Dagan. Age 18 years. Nationality: Ireland. Club: Cork City, Irish Super League. Position: right back RB, right wing back RWB. CA 62. PA 142. Key attributes: speed 15, acceleration 16, stamina 14, crossing 11. Weaknesses: defensive positioning 8, concentration 9, strength 10. Contract remaining 4 months. Estimated salary requirement 8001 to 0 week GBP. System evaluation: possesses excellent speed and stamina with a strong sense for assists. Defensive abilities are rough and require tactical discipline and targeted training. Shows potential to become an excellent attacking wing back at the championship level. PA 142. An attacking wing back. A speed demon. Though defensively he is lacking, his talent and potential are an absolute game changer for a League 2 team. Moreover, his contract is about to expire and his salary requirement is extremely low, practically a steal. This is exactly the type they need right now. The right back position has always been a weak link for the team, and the former starter is still having issues with him. If they can sign Dagen, both the attack and defense on the right flank will see significant improvement. This is it, Lin Feng exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and standing up excitedly. He immediately picked up the internal phone and called the club's chief scout, a middle-aged man named Martin Fletcher, who also looked somewhat unsuccessful. Martin dropped everything immediately and booked the next flight to Cork, Ireland. Lin Feng printed out Dagen's information and handed it to Fletcher. Target Sean Dagen, the young right back. I want a detailed scouting report within a week evaluating the likelihood and cost of signing him. Remember, Fletcher looked at the juvenile photo and scant data of Dagen on the document, somewhat puzzled. A young right back from the Irish League. How does the boss know about this? But he dared not ask further, taking the document and nodding. Okay boss, he'll handle it right away. Watching Fletcher leave, Lin Feng sat back in his chair feeling quite pleased. Having acquired the exceptional talent of Li Wei, now discovering this highly promising player. It feels like finding two priceless porcelain vases in a trash heap. Though the club is still deeply mired in the relegation zone, with finances tight, Lin Feng could already envision a youth guard made up of future stars slowly taking shape in his hands. Chief Scout Martin Fletcher hurriedly embarked on his journey to Ireland with Lin Feng's instructions. In the office, Lin Feng felt a little relieved after discovering Sean Dagen, this rough gem. An attacking wing back with PA 142, once developed, will be worth far more than his meager salary at League 2. However, the troubles of reality often come uninvited. Just the next morning after Fletcher's departure, the door to Lin Feng's office was knocked on. In came the current starting right back of the team, Andrew Johnson. He is a physically strong but slow, technically rough, typical English wing back, relying on sheer brute force to hold a position in League 2. Johnson's expression was not good, and behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit, his agent David Ross. Good morning, boss. Johnson's voice was somewhat stiff. Andrew, Mr. Ross, is there something you need? Lin Feng set down the materials in his hand, leaning back in his chair with a calm tone. He actually already saw Johnson's kappa through the system, knowing that his ceiling is limited and he is not part of the long-term plans for the team. Agent Ross wore a professional smile and stepped forward. Mr. Lin, let's not beat around the bush. Andrew has served the club for many years and has always been the most stable element on the defense. Now that the club is in a difficult period, Andrew is willing to weather through it with the team, but he hopes the club can recognize his value and loyalty. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So we believe Andrew's current salary does not match his contributions and his status in the team. Ross took out a document from his briefcase. This is our proposed renewal contract draft, increasing the weekly salary from 3,000 to 4,500, extending the contract for 3 years. We believe this is what Andrew deserves. Lin Feng took the draft, glanced over it, and coldly smiled. 4,500 per week. This is already top salary level in League 2. A player with CA 68, PA 72, who has no room for improvement and whose defense is frequently exploited by speedy wingers, dares to ask for this price. He could almost be certain that Johnson and Ross had heard some whispers from somewhere. Perhaps Fletcher's trip was not kept confidential enough, and someone in the office leaked it, making them realize the club was looking for a right back. So they wanted to preemptively strike while the iron is hot. Lin Feng lightly tossed the contract draft back onto the table, looking at Johnson. Andrew, I remember your contract still has 1.5 years left, right? Johnson felt a bit nervous under Lin Feng's gaze and forced himself to say, yes, boss. But I just hope to get a contract that matches my status. Matches your status? Lin Feng interrupted him, his voice still calm, but carrying a hint of coldness. Are you referring to the most stable element on the defense line, which has conceded the 3rd most goals in the league? Or are you referring to your last match where you were passed like a wooden post by the winger from Wimbledon? Johnson's face instantly turned red. Boss, that was just a matter of form. I have always been dedicated to the club. I acknowledge your dedication. Lin Feng nodded, but then suddenly shifted his tone. But in the world of football, dedication alone is not enough. Ability and potential are also required. I believe that with your current ability and future development, the existing contract is already very appropriate for your status. Agent Ross' smile froze. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? If the club lacks sincerity, I believe there are many League 2 or even League 1 teams interested in Andrew. Is that so? Lin Feng smiled. For example, Crew Alexandra. Aren't they only willing to sign? They won't even pay a trivial transfer fee for you, Andrew. Is this what you call many teams interested? Johnson and Ross' expressions changed simultaneously, as they didn't expect Lin Feng to so directly debunk their bluff. It is well known that Captain Morris requested to leave for free, but Johnson's private contact with a new club should have been a secret. Boss, Johnson wanted to argue, but Lin Feng didn't want to listen anymore. He needed to establish authority, and he needed to clear the position for the upcoming Dagen. A player with no potential who cannot recognize his own position and wants to take advantage must be dealt with. There's no need to say more. Lin Feng stood up, pressing his hands on the table, his gaze sharply sweeping over the two. The contract I will not sign. Not only will there be no salary increase or contract renewal, but starting today, Andrew Johnson, you are no longer a first-team member. Go report to the reserves. What a... Johnson stepped back in shock, hardly believing his ears. The reserves? You want me to go to the reserves? I am the starting right back. You were. Lin Feng coldly corrected. But you are not anymore. The club does not need a starter who cannot see his own strength and can only demand without bringing any improvement. You can either go to the reserves to maintain your form while waiting for possible opportunities, or you can find a new club yourself. The club can let you go at a reasonable price during the winter transfer window. Now please leave. Lin Feng's tone left no room for negotiation. Johnson trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Feng. You will regret this. Without me, just watch how your feeble defense holds up. You will be begging for my return. Agent Ross' face turned ashen. Mr. Lin, you will pay for today's decision. We'll see about that. With that, the two of them stormed out, slamming the door behind them. In the corridor outside the office, the loud argument had already attracted the attention of other staff and some players. Seeing Johnson and his agent's pale faces, everyone exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire club. The new owner has demoted the starting right back to the reserve team because he refused to grant him a pay raise. The atmosphere in the locker room instantly turned tense. Some veteran players felt sympathy for their fellow player, thinking Lin Feng was too cold-blooded and lacked respect for the accomplished players. Others sensed the crisis, worried they might be the next to be purged. The team atmosphere, which had slightly improved after the last-minute goal in the previous match, became tense and delicate again. Old John rushed into Lin Feng's office looking worried. Boss, isn't this too radical? Andrew still has some influence in the locker room. The team needs players. Precisely because the team needs players, we need those with the right attitude, willing to fight for the future of the team. Lin Feng said resolutely, not those who only think of taking advantage. John, notify everyone that a full first-team meeting will be held before training this afternoon. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the training base's meeting room was stifling. All first-team players were present, including Johnson, who had just been called up from the reserve team. He sat in the corner, his face dark like it was about to rain. Lin Feng stood at the front, calmly scanning each face. I know everyone has probably heard about what happened this morning and has various thoughts. Lin Feng got straight to the point. I am here today to clearly tell you one thing: Reading Town is undergoing. The past achievements and failures are behind us. From now on, all I see is the future. What kind of people does the future need? People with ability, but even more so those with the right attitude, hunger, and willingness to shed blood and sweat for this jersey. Not those who rest on their laurels or try to fish in troubled waters, demanding contracts beyond their capabilities. His gaze inadvertently swept over Johnson, who lowered his head in shame. Positions are not earned by seniority, but are fought for through performance in training and matches. The capable rise while the incompetent fall. Here there are no guaranteed starters, only eternal effort and competition. If anyone feels unable to adapt to this competition or believes their value is underestimated, my door is always open. You can come to me to discuss a transfer or contract termination, and I will not stop you. But if you choose to stay, you must fully comply with the club's management and give your utmost effort and professional. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was firm, carrying a strong aura that stunned all the players present. I promise you, as long as you work hard, the club will not treat any of its contributors unfairly. But I also warn you, any attempts to challenge the club's authority or disrupt the unity of the locker room will be met with the most severe repercussions. No exceptions. I've said all I need to say. Now go train. Use your feet to tell me your choice. With that, Lin Feng turned and left the meeting room. The players left in the room fell silent, exchanging glances, each face reflecting a mix of complex emotions. There was shock, unease, but more so a rising sense of urgency and a hint of fighting spirit. Although the new owner is young, his methods are tough and his vision is sharp, seeming truly different from the previous managers who just coasted along. Perhaps fighting alongside him could really change something. At the very least, no one dared to easily question his authority anymore. The effect of the meeting was immediate. During the afternoon training session, the players' attitudes noticeably became more serious and engaged. The tackles were more aggressive, the running more vigorous, and even the shouts were louder. No one wanted to cross the new owner at this moment and become the next target for purging. Lin Feng stood by the sidelines, observing quietly. He was not completely satisfied with this surface change, but it was a good start. Strict discipline and a sense of competition are the foundations for a team to become strong. His gaze focused more on a few key players. Li Wei was undoubtedly a focal point. Under the guidance of the fitness coach, he was undergoing grueling core strength and lower body stability training. Sweat soaked his sports shirt, each squat and bench press felt incredibly challenging, yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a determination he had never had before. That assist had injected a shot of confidence into him. Lin Feng noticed that Li Wei's determination attribute seemed to be subtly trending upward. On the other side, Andrew Johnson, who had just been demoted to the reserve team, also appeared on the training ground, albeit on the adjacent reserve team field. He trained lethargically, casting resentful glances towards the first team, especially in Lin Feng's direction. His mood clearly affected a few friends in the reserve team, and an undercurrent was still surging. Lin Feng kept this line of thought in mind, or it needed to be dealt with promptly. The right-back position for the first team was temporarily filled by a youth academy player who was average in ability, but had a fairly positive attitude. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone vibrated. It was a secure email from Chief Scout Martin Fletcher from Ireland. The email contained a highlight reel of Sean Dagan's matches and a detailed scouting report. In the highlights, Dagan charged down the right flank like a wild horse, his speed standing out in the Irish league. Although his crossing timing and placement still seemed immature, the momentum he displayed was formidable. On the defensive end, as the system indicated, his positional sense was poor, easily losing his position, relying solely on astonishing recovery speed to compensate. Fletcher's evaluation in the report astonishingly aligned with the system. Explosive physical attributes, rough tactical awareness, needs careful refinement. With immense potential, his value far exceeds his current salary level. Cork City's finances are poor, and their attitude towards renewing his contract is ambiguous. It is expected that only a small training fee will be required to sign him in the winter window. Personally, I am very interested in joining an English club. Lin Feng replied to the email with a brief message: try to lower the price and reach an agreement as soon as possible. Securing Dagan seems to be a manageable issue. Lin Feng felt more relaxed. Next, he began to ponder tactical matters. Currently, the team's attack relied too heavily on long passes to find striker Jones, which was inefficient and unattractive. The emergence of Li Wei along with Dagan's future joining should bring a richer and more technical style of play. He called Old John and Coach Green over. We can't keep relying on long passes anymore. Lin Feng pointed to the tactics board. We need more ground coordination, utilizing the speed and skills of both flanks. Old John looked troubled. Boss, the players' technical abilities. I'm afraid they can't support overly complex tactics. We don't need anything too complicated. Lin Feng picked up a marker. Keep it simple. When defending, compress the formation and tighten the defense. After regaining possession, do not blindly kick the ball long. Pass it to the midfielders with better skills and quickly distribute it to the wings. He looked at Green. Mike, starting today, we will increase specific training for wing play. On the left, we have Jimmy Wu, and on the right. For now, let that youth from the academy simulate the role. He must make decisive forward runs. Center forward Jones, do not always stay in the penalty area. Retreat appropriately for support, or pull wide to draw out the center backs, creating space for teammates making runs from the back. He looked back at Old John. John, during defensive drills, focus on practicing positioning and protection during transitions from attack to defense. Especially after the fullbacks push up, how the defensive midfielder and center backs should fill in. Our fullbacks will frequently participate in attacks. The defensive system must keep up. Lin Feng's thoughts were clear and directive. These are commonly used tactics in lower league FM games, simple yet practical. The two coaches exchanged glances, feeling that implementing them would be challenging, yet they did not dare to directly refute. After all, Lin Feng's previous blind command had brought about Li Wei's brilliance, and his iron fist had intimidated everyone. All right, boss, let's give it a try. Old John nodded. During the subsequent training sessions, they began to implement Lin Feng's tactical intentions. The process was bumpy with countless errors. The passing and receiving often faltered due to rough technique. The quality of crosses from the wings was abysmal, and defensive positioning was riddled with gaps. Lin Feng was not discouraged. He knew this was a necessary process. He specifically arranged an internal training match, placing Li Wei on the starting side, giving him the role of a free player in the front line, allowing him to frequently drop back to organized play. Li Wei's skills and dribbling were indeed outstanding among the team. Although he struggled physically, he began to learn to evade weaknesses with quick passes and agile positioning. Finally, a brilliant combination emerged. The defensive midfielder intercepted the ball and passed it to the retreating Li Wei, who made a direct diagonal pass without stopping the ball, splitting the defense. Jimmy Wu on the left made a high-speed forward run. Although the final cross went out of bounds, the entire attacking routine was executed. Beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but cheer from the sidelines. That's it. Remember this feeling. Li Wei's eyes sparkled. He seemed to begin to understand what the boss wanted in football. The team's top scorer, Jones, CA71, looked somewhat frustrated. He ran over to Lin Feng and complained, "Boss, I'm always pulled out, and there's no one in the penalty area to capitalize on it. My goals." "You'll have your goals, Sam," Lin Feng reassured him, "but not by battling with two center backs. Create space to generate opportunities for your teammates. That will also create better shooting chances for yourself. Think about the assist Li Wei gave you in the last match. Jones thought for a moment, scratching his head, seeming to understand a bit. After training, Lin Feng specifically kept Li Wei and several midfielders and wingers to practice some simple small area passing and running combinations. Watching these players drenched in sweat and gradually trying to understand the new tactics under the setting sun, Lin Feng felt as if he saw the spark of hope slowly igniting. Although the team still ranked at the bottom and the success rate of tactical experiments was still very low, but he believed the direction was right. As long as they persisted, quantitative changes would eventually lead to qualitative changes. A week of training passed in the blink of an eye, and Hartlepool United faced the 16th round of the league away against the Green Forest Rangers, currently ranked 18th. This was an unequivocal 6-point relegation battle. The Green Forest Rangers were not much stronger than Hartlepool United, but with the home advantage they also longed for a victory to escape the relegation zone. When the starting lineup was announced before the match, Lin Feng's decision surprised the few Hartlepool United fans and media reporters who traveled with the team. Li Wei, the young player from Longhua who provided a stunning assist in the last match, unexpectedly appeared in the starting lineup, replacing the previous starting attacking midfielder. Is he crazy? Starting that kid? The pitch at Green Forest is terrible, requiring more physicality. How can Li handle it? It seems Boss Lin is determined to cultivate his fellow countrymen from Longhua. Hopefully, he won't get overwhelmed. Even old John was somewhat lacking in confidence while outlining tactics in the locker room, repeatedly emphasizing the need for solid defense and protecting Li Wei. Lin Feng did not say much. He just encouraged Li Wei again before the match. Forget everything around you, focus on the game, and trust your skills and instincts. As the match began, it turned out as anticipated, intense and chaotic. The Green Forest Rangers launched a fierce attack on Hartlepool United, leveraging their home advantage. Their playstyle was simple and brutal, using physicality and long balls to repeatedly assault Hartlepool United's penalty area. The Hartlepool United defense was under immense pressure, on the verge of collapse. The newly started workhorse midfielder Davis became the busiest player, sweeping around to fill in gaps. Within just 20 minutes, he was already panting, and his jersey was soaked in grass and mud. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated Li Wei found it hard to receive the ball up front. Even when he did get the ball, he would immediately fall into a double team from the opponent's strong midfielders and defenders. Several attempts to break through were ruthlessly thwarted, leaving him feeling isolated and somewhat embarrassed. See, I told you it wouldn't work. He's too weak. Sub him early, otherwise he'll get injured. Sparse complaints came from the away fans. Lin Feng stood on the away team bench, furrowing his brows, but remaining calm. He knew this was a trial Li Wei had to endure. He shouted to the players on the field, urging the two wingers to push forward, boldly widen the play, and relieve pressure from Li Wei. The first half ended with Hartlepool United fully on the defensive, the score being 0-0. To hold on to a draw was already a decent result. In the locker room during halftime, the atmosphere was heavy. The players were physically exhausted. Li Wei hung his head, looking somewhat dejected. Lin Feng walked in. Well done, boys. You held up against their onslaught for half the match. Lin Feng first acknowledged the efforts on the defensive end, but in football you can't win just by defending. He walked to the tactical board. In the second half, they will definitely continue their strong attacks. Their stamina will decline, and there will be larger gaps in their defense. Our chance will come. He looked at several attacking players. Once you get the ball, don't panic. Find Li Wei. He is the only one in our front line capable of holding the ball and making threatening passes. Sam Jones move more, run behind them. The two wingers, I want you to push forward decisively. Support Li Wei and be ready to receive his passes. He spoke to Li Wei alone. Li Wei, lift your head. Your performance is fine. In the second half, as their stamina declines, it's your time to shine. Once you get the ball, be decisive. Dribble when you need to, pass when you need to. Don't be afraid of mistakes. Li Wei raised his head, looking into Lin Feng's trusting eyes, and nodded vigorously. As the second half began, the situation unfolded exactly as Lin Feng anticipated. The Green Forest Rangers continued to dominate the attack, but the pace noticeably slowed with an increasing number of passing errors. In the 53rd minute, the opportunity finally arrived. The Hartlepool United defender made a successful interception, and the ball fell at Davis' feet. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise diagonal long pass to Li Wei, who had retreated to the right flank of the midfield to receive it. Immediately, an opposing defensive midfielder closed in on Li Wei, pressing his body tightly against him. In the past, Li Wei might have been easily pushed aside. However, after a week of strength training and confidence building, he stabilized his center of gravity, while keenly observing that the opposing left back had pushed forward to assist, leaving a substantial gap behind him. He chose not to withstand the pressure. Instead, he cleverly used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball forward, while swiftly slipping past the opposing midfielder's side. A beautiful touch followed by a turn to evade. Great play. Old John on the visiting team's bench couldn't help but shout. After getting past the first defender, Li Wei found himself in open space. He advanced the ball forward. The opposing left center back had to quickly move over to cover. Just as the center back lunged in, Li Wei made the perfect choice. He did not seek personal glory but instead delivered a precise through ball with his left foot. The soccer ball sliced through the Green Forest Wanderers' defense like a scalpel, rolling perfectly into the gap left by the opposing left back. There on the left flank, Jimmy Wu surged forward like a runaway wild horse, successfully avoiding the offside trap. It's a clear shot. The Readington United fans who had followed the team erupted in excitement. Jimmy Wu's speed advantage was on full display as he shook off all the chasing defenders, surged into the penalty area, and calmly slotted the ball into the far corner in front of the approaching goalkeeper. The ball is in. The Readington United team, playing away, unexpectedly took the lead. Goal. Jimmy Wu. A classic counterattack. However, 80% of the credit goes to Li Wei. A brilliant escape. Even more impressive was the through pass. His ability to read the game is far beyond that of a 17-year-old. The commentators screamed hoarsely. After scoring, Jimmy Wu rushed crazily toward the corner flag to celebrate, then ran back excitedly and tightly embraced Li Wei. Other teammates also rushed in, surrounding them. Lin Feng celebrated passionately on the sidelines, a joyful smile on his face. This goal perfectly embodied the tactical mindset he had emphasized throughout the week. Defense and counterattack, quick transitions through the midfield utilizing Li Wei's skills, and passing to find space on the flanks. In this attack, Li Wei played a central role flawlessly. After taking the lead, Readington United played even. The Green Forest Wanderers appeared somewhat anxious, pushing forward aggressively, leaving more gaps in their defense. In the 71st minute, Readington United launched another sharp counterattack. Li Wei received the ball in midfield, attracted two defenders, and timely passed the ball to the flank. Unfortunately, the subsequent cross was poor, and it was cleared by the opposition. In the 79th minute, Li Wei took the free kick from the front, curling the ball over the wall and heading straight for the top left corner of the goal, forcing the opposing goalkeeper to make a fantastic save. It left the home fans sweating. Ultimately, Readington United maintained a score of 10 until the final whistle. When the match ended, all the Readington United players excitedly embraced each other, celebrating wildly. This was their first away victory of the season. A rare consecutive brilliant performance. Li Wei was undoubtedly named the player of the match. With one assist and planning multiple threatening attacks, his performance captivated all the fans who came along and the discerning media. Reporters quickly pointed their microphones and cameras at this young, yet exceptionally skilled lad from Longhua. Li Wei, congratulations on being named player of the match. How does it feel to help your team win in your first start? That assist was so beautiful. How did you spot that opening? Lin Boss seems to trust you a lot. How do you evaluate him? Li Wei was still somewhat unaccustomed to such a scene, his face slightly flushed as he earnestly responded in accented English. I am very happy to help the team. The opening was always there. The coach told us to observe more. The boss is great. He gave me the opportunity and believed in me. His responses were plain, yet sincere. Lin Feng stood not far away, watching Li Wei being surrounded, filled with a sense of achievement. The first away victory. The genius shines in his debut. This victory was like a shot of adrenaline, bringing invaluable 3 points, allowing the team to escape the bottom of the standings and rise to the 23rd position. More importantly, it greatly boosted the team's morale and confidence. It proved that Lin Feng's tactical approach was feasible and validated his decision to trust Li Wei despite the descent. On the return bus, laughter and joy filled the air. The players sang songs and teased each other. Li Wei became the absolute focus, and the way his teammates looked at him had transformed from initial skepticism to recognition and admiration. With a 10-away victory over the Green Forest Wanderers securing their first away win of the season, this undoubtedly dropped a bombshell in Readington. The next morning, the sports section headline of the Readington Evening News underwent a complete transformation. A massive headline read, "Awakening of the Genius. The Longhua youth Li Wei shines away, bringing dawn to Readington United." The article featured a picture of Li Wei embracing Jimmy Wu after his assist, alongside a close-up of Lin Feng cheering on the sidelines. The article was filled with praise. As everyone fell into despair, the young club owner, Mr. Lin Feng, showcased his unique vision and remarkable courage. It was he who, against the odds, promoted the obscure Longhua young star Li Wei to the first team and granted him absolute trust. And Li Wei, this 17-year-old genius forward, repaid the coach's trust with an MVP-level perfect performance. With a brilliant assist and countless imaginative passes, he almost single-handedly revitalized the team's offense. We must apologize to Mr. Lin Feng for our previous short-sightedness. His decision was not a reckless act, but rather based on a keen insight into talent. Li Wei's emergence seemed like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, offering all Readington United fans hope for survival and even revival. The Lin Family Wei duo is becoming the new calling card of Readington United. We have reason to expect that under their leadership the team can emerge from difficulties and create miracles. As the newspaper hit the streets, it was immediately sold out. The comments on the club's official Twitter also completely reversed. Boss Lin is amazing. Li Wei is amazing. I always said Li was a genius. You all mocked him before. That through ball was simply on Gerard's level. The boss has a sharp eye. We finally have our own genius. Sorry boss, I apologize for my previous. Please continue to lead us forward. Even some excited fans have begun to create highlight reels of Li Wei's matches on social media, with hashtags WeiWonderGoal and LinVision starting to circulate. Lin Feng sat in his office browsing through these reports and comments indifferent. He had long been accustomed to the rapid change of media sentiment. Such a positive media environment is always beneficial for the club in attracting sponsorship and boosting morale. However, what pleased him even more was the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a crucial away victory. System points 300. Team morale has significantly increased. The host's prestige within the club has significantly risen. Li Wei has gained growth through outstanding performance, talent 1, passing 1, and a substantial increase in match confidence. Ding! Side quest Genius launch progress update. Li Wei's appearances in the first team matches 200 detected that the host has successfully discovered and nurtured a high potential player and has initially gained recognition from the media and fans, unlocking a new feature, player negotiation skills beginner. Player negotiation skills beginner, when negotiating contracts with players or their agents, slightly increases the success rate and provides a chance to slightly reduce the player's salary demands or signing fees. New feature. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This feature came at just the right time. The buyout clause in Li Wei's original contract is not high and the salary is merely the top salary for youth players, but in light of his current demonstrated value and the heights he may reach, that contract is practically worthless. It is imperative to renegotiate the contract as soon as possible, increasing the buyout clause, providing a reasonable salary increase to appease the player and locking in his future with a longer contract. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately instructed his secretary to notify Li Wei and his temporary agent to come to the office. Li Wei and his agent arrived shortly. Li Wei's face still bore the joy of victory and a hint of shyness, while the temporary agent appeared very excited, clearly aware that his client is currently in high demand. Li Wei, please take a seat, Lin Feng said with a warm smile. Yesterday's match was fantastic, congratulations. Thank you, boss, that was a team effort, Li Wei humbly replied. Your performance has been remarkable, Lin Feng said, getting straight to the point. The club sees your immense potential and value and hopes to grow together with you long term. Therefore, I would like to discuss your contract with you again. The temporary agent immediately perked up, ready to negotiate. Lin Feng did not give them much time to think and continued. The club is willing to raise your weekly salary from the current 100 to 300, extending the contract to 6 years. However, the buyout clause needs to be significantly increased. A weekly salary of 300 is considered above average in League 2, and for a 17-year-old who has only played 2 good matches, it is truly a generous offer. The temporary agent's eyes flashed with delight, but his professional instincts urged him to negotiate for more. Mr. Lin, 300 does reflect your sincerity. But you know, given Li Wei's current displayed talent and attention, this price. Lin Feng smiled slightly, activating the recently acquired negotiation skills. His tone became more sincere and his gaze was filled with persuasion. I understand your thoughts. But please believe that Reading Town is genuinely committed to nurturing Li Wei. I will provide him with the best training conditions, match opportunities, and growth plans. Here he will be the absolute core in the future. Pursuing a high salary too early can sometimes bring unnecessary pressure. A weekly salary of 300 is an affirmation and reward for his current performance. In the future, as long as he continues to improve, the club will not treat him poorly. A higher buyout clause is also to protect the club's investment in him, preventing him from being poached by richer clubs too early, which would affect his growth trajectory. This is a responsible approach for both parties. Lin Feng's words were logical, painting a bright picture while analyzing the pros and cons, and more importantly, the slight effects of negotiation skills began to show. The temporary agent instinctively felt that Lin Feng's words made sense, and his desire to refute diminished significantly. He glanced at Li Wei and noticed that Li Wei was not particularly concerned about the salary amount. Instead, he was captivated by Lin Feng's words like core, future, and growth plan. Boss, I'm willing to sign, Li Wei said almost without hesitation, directly stating, I trust you. The amount doesn't matter, I just want to play well. The temporary agent. Lin Feng smiled. Great. Then it's settled. The details will be finalized by the lawyer and your agent. Li Wei, remember, your stage is not limited to League 2. Keep working hard. Yes, boss. Li Wei excitedly stood up and nodded vigorously. After seeing off Li Wei and the helpless temporary agent, Lin Feng was in high spirits. Successfully securing a relatively low-cost contract with a weekly salary of 300, and a 6-year contract along with a very high buyout clause. He locked in the cornerstone of the future. This deal was simply too cost-effective. It seems that this negotiation skill is very useful, even the beginner effects are quite apparent. He opened the system looking at the updated status of Li Weiss' new contract, feeling a significant increase in security. Now he could more confidently look for the next genius. The media's adoration, the systems rewards the binding of the core. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. After smoothly renewing Li Weiss' contract and addressing his concerns, Lin Feng devoted all his energy back to building the team. Although a valuable away victory was achieved, the team remained deep in the relegation zone, facing immense pressure to stay up. The current lineup could barely hold up defensively due to collective effort and a bit of luck. However, in terms of offense, they relied too much on Li Weiss' flashes of brilliance and Jimmy was speed, lacking consistency and variation. Center forward Jonas' characteristics leaned more towards point scoring, making it challenging for him to act as a playmaker. Lin Feng urgently needed a target-style center forward who could hold the ball in the front, withstand pressure, and create space for Li Wei and the wide players. He didn't need to score constantly, but must disrupt the opponent's defense, acting as a tactical pawn. He opened the system's player search feature again. Conditions set CA70, a contract 6 months, position center forward, SD key, attribute preference, strong heading, brave. Swish. Another long list of names appeared. Most of them were mediocre players with CA in the 50s and PA in the 70s. Lin Feng patiently sifted through the list, quickly filtering using the eye for talent skill. Suddenly a name and its data panel made Lin Feng's pupil's contract. Name: Ian Ferguson, nickname Tank, age 20, nationality Scotland, club Elgin City, Scottish League 2, position center forward, SDCA 59, PA 148, key attributes strong 17, heading 16, brave 16, balance 15, determination 13, contract remaining 5 months, estimated salary demand 600900, weak system evaluation, a humanoid beast. With astonishing physical qualities and aerial dominance, he is unafraid of any physical confrontation and possesses excellent fighting spirit. His technique is so rough that it is shocking. He often forgets his shooting boots in the locker room. He is suitable as a tactical pivot. If paired with suitable playmakers, he might unexpectedly score goals. He has the potential to become a powerful disruptor at the championship level. PA 148. Strong 17. Heading 16. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. This is exactly the tactical pivot he has been dreaming of. Though his technical attributes were abysmal, and his shooting rating a mere 9, his physical attributes were utterly dominant in League 2. Like a heavy tank, he could bulldoze through any League 2 defensive line. Moreover, his weekly wage demand was extremely low. His contract was nearing expiration, and his current club Elgin City competed only in the 4th tier of Scottish football, making both the acquisition difficulty and cost negligible. He's the one. The Tank Ferguson. Lin Feng slammed his palm on the desk, exhilarated. He immediately picked up the phone and summoned Chief Scout Martin Fletcher. Fletcher had just returned from Ireland, having successfully concluded preliminary personal terms negotiations with Sean Duggan, and was preparing to brief Lin Feng. Martin: outstanding work. Well discussed, Duggan later. Lin Feng slid Ferguson's dossier across the desk. New assignment: depart for Scotland, Elgin City, immediately. Target their center forward, Ian Ferguson. I need a comprehensive report and a feasibility assessment for signing him within 3 days. Fletcher studied the dossier, a hulking man 193 centimeters tall and 95 kilograms, with a face carved from granite radiating raw menace even in the photograph. And then there were those appalling technical statistics. 25 appearances in last season's League 2, just 2 goals scored. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Fletcher's mouth. Sir. Fletcher hesitated, doubting his ears. This tank. His scoring efficiency is abysmal, and the standard of lower-tier Scottish football. I know he doesn't score much. Lin Feng cut him off. What I value isn't his goals, it's his physique and his warrior spirit. He'll provide precisely the physicality and focal point our attack desperately needs. Execute the order, immediately. Delay any further, and the window will close. Move out, double time. Yes, sir. Though deeply skeptical, Fletcher accepted the task with grim resolve. He couldn't help but think his young boss possessed a vision uniquely his own. First recruiting a pace-oriented fullback, now pursuing a center forward who barely scored. 3 days later, Fletcher transmitted his report from Scotland. The video highlights left Lin Feng electric. Nearly every clip showed the Tank Ferguson using sheer mass to shrug off opposing centre-backs, rising above all challengers to win aerial duels, or wreaking chaos inside the penalty area. His shots either soared over the bar or were smothered by goalkeepers. The rare goal came only from chaotic scrambles. Fletcher's evaluation was striking, a true classical center forward, or rather a gladiator. His very presence was a threat. Technically crude, tactically near illiterate, but fiercely combative with physical attributes bordering on superhuman. Elgin City held little attachment to him, a nominal compensation fee would suffice. The player himself was ecstatic at the prospect of joining English professional football and demanded minimal wages. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dialed Ferguson's number personally. A deep, gravelly voice thick with a Scottish brogue answered on the other end. Hello? Who's this? Ian Ferguson. This is Lin Feng, owner of Hartlepool United Football Club. Mr. Lin. Hello. The voice instantly tightened with nervous excitement. I've watched your match footage, Ian. I greatly admire your strength and your relentless drive up front. Hartlepool United needs a player like you, Lin Feng stated bluntly. Really, sir? I'm not much of a goal scorer. Ferguson volunteered the weakness himself. Scoring isn't everything, Ian. Lin Feng smiled. I need you to lock horns with their strongest defenders, to win every header, to create space for your teammates. Can you do it? Yes, absolutely, sir. I swear I'll knock every one of their defenders flat. Ferguson roared, his voice vibrating Lin Feng's eardrums. Lin Feng smiled again and deployed his negotiation skill. Excellent. The club offers a 2-year contract at $800 per week, with performance bonuses tied to appearances and contributions. Will you join us? $800. A 2-year deal. Yes, I accept. Absolutely, sir. More than happy. Euphoria flooded Ferguson's voice. This salary more than doubled his current wage. Well done. My scout will finalize the details with you and Elgin City. Welcome to Hartlepool United. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I won't let you down. A tremor of emotion edged into Ferguson's voice. Lin Feng hung up satisfied and smiled. For a weekly wage of $800 and a trivial development fee, he'd secured a tactical wildcard with explosive physicality and a PA 148 rating. This acquisition was even more cost-effective than signing Li Wei. He could already envision future matches, the tank Ferguson rampaging through opposing penalty areas, shattering defensive structures, while Li Wei, Jimmy Wu, and others surged forward unmarked to finish effortlessly. Another vital piece had slotted into place within his tactical mosaic. Lin Feng picked up his pen and inscribed Ferguson's name emphatically beneath center forward on the tactics board. Hartlepool United's monster striker was about to descend upon League Two. The signing process for the tank Ian Ferguson moved with astonishing speed. Bolstered by Lin Feng's negotiation skill and Ferguson's eager cooperation, Elgin City raised virtually no obstacles, accepting a symbolic €150 development fee before releasing him without reservation. Within days, the towering Scotsman, resembling a mobile fortress, stood on Hartlepool United's His arrival caused quite a stir. Teammates stared in silent awe at this new recruit, broader than most center-backs, muscles coiled like steel cables, cropped hair, and eyes burning with untamed ferocity. He looked less like a footballer and more like a heavyweight boxer. Lin Feng personally escorted Ferguson around the facility and introduced him to the coaching staff and squad. Gentlemen, meet our new teammate, Ian Ferguson from Scotland. You may call him the Tank. Lin Feng's introduction was crisp and direct. Ferguson responded in his deep, gruff voice, slightly stiff, heavily accented, and offered an awkward, earnest bow. That guileless demeanor starkly contrasted his intimidating appearance, a disarming charm that drew spontaneous laughter from several players, instantly lightening the mood. Li Wei studied the giant curiously and whispered to Jimmy Wu beside him, "Is he really a forward?" Jimmy shrugged. "Looks more like someone who'd knock a forward sideways." Once introductions concluded, Lin Feng convened the coaching staff. Ferguson's medical report lay open. It revealed extraordinary physiology, muscle mass, bone density, and cardiopulmonary capacity, all far exceeding human norms. His only minor flaw was a slightly elevated body fat percentage, a non-issue in Lin Feng's view. "Gentlemen, our new weapon has arrived," Lin Feng declared, pointing to the tactics board. "From today onward, our entire tactical framework undergoes radical transformation." He circled the center-forward position on the board with bold strokes. "Our attack will revolve entirely around..." Lin Feng's tone brimmed with conviction. "When we regain possession in midfield or defense, no hesitation. Play it directly to his head or feet. I have absolute faith in League Two. Few defenders can withstand him on his own." Defensive coach Harrison Pipe, clenched between his teeth, frowned. "Sir, his technique. The report states his shooting is abysmal. How then do we score?" Lin Feng met his gaze and smiled faintly. "I don't need him to score." Lin Feng knocked on the tactical board. "I need him to be like a nail firmly embedded in the opponent's penalty area, attracting the attention of at least one, preferably two center backs. Then take the ball he fights for and pass it to the teammates making runs from the back." He looked at old John in green. "The focus of our offensive training needs to change. We will practice two tactics. First, deliver a high ball from the wing targeting Ian. Let him head the ball down while Li Wei, Jimmy, and another midfielder make a full sprint for the second ball. Second, if the opponent is tightly guarding against crosses from the wing, let the midfielders try a through ball to his feet. Ian, your task is to shield the ball with your body weight for your teammates to make runs, and then pass it to them. Do you understand? Lin Feng looked at Ferguson. Ferguson nodded heavily, trying to grasp the tactics. Got it, boss. Just use my backside to push them off, then pass the ball to the little guy who can run. Exactly. Lin Feng smiled. When defending Ian, you also need to participate in pressing the opponent's defense using your body to pressure their defenders into making mistakes. Leave it to me, boss. I love doing this. Ferguson swung his strong arms, looking extremely excited. During the training session, the new tactics began to be practiced. The process was quite painful to watch. A long pass from the back aimed at Ferguson. He could indeed lean on the defender to contest for the ball, but his timing and control of the header were completely off, either going wide or too high. Occasionally winning the ball, his teammates often failed to get into position. When attempting to deliver the ball to his feet, his ball control was disastrous, frequently leading to balls bouncing 3 to 5 meters away or being easily intercepted. When he did manage to shield the ball, his passing technique was equally dreadful, either misplacing the pass or delivering a dangerous ball. This is simply wasting training time. Coach Green covered his face, unable to watch. Old John shook his head repeatedly. Even Ferguson himself became somewhat frustrated and anxious after repeated mistakes, his movements becoming larger, nearly clashing with his own center backs during practice. Lin Feng, however, remained exceptionally patient. He constantly stopped the training to provide personal guidance. Ian, don't use brute force for headers. Focus on your teammates' positions, nudge the ball, and take some power off. When shielding, lower your center of gravity a bit more. Yes, use your big backside. You can use small movements that the referee can't see. Don't overthink your passes. Just kick it to the open space. Let your teammates chase it. He shouted to the other players, run, move. Trust that Ian can contest for the ball. Anticipate the landing spot. Gradually, the training began to show some improvement. Ferguson seemed to have a breakthrough. His success rate of winning headers was naturally high, and he started consciously directing the ball towards the vacant spaces on the wing or the edge of the penalty area. Jimmy Wu seized the opportunity to reach a second ball, due to his speed cutting in to shoot. Although it didn't go in, the setup was executed perfectly. During an internal match, the substitute defenders cleared the ball with a big kick, and Ferguson, near the midfield line, surprisingly used his body to fend off 2 defenders, managing to stop the ball awkwardly. Though he still stopped it far away, he desperately chased after it, and just before the ball went out of play, he frantically swept it towards the middle. The pass was high and floating, posing no threat. However, Li Wei, who was originally just making a routine run, unexpectedly appeared at the ball's landing spot. He skillfully cushioned the ball with his chest, bypassing the approaching defender, and without waiting for the ball to drop, he unleashed a volley. The football curved beautifully, directly hitting the corner of the goal. A world-class goal. The entire training ground fell silent before erupting into gasps and cheers. The goal was stunning, yet its origin lay in Ferguson's reckless ball control and technically flawed cross. Did you see that? Lin Feng clapped vigorously from the sidelines, shouting loudly, "That's it. Ian, you don't need to be perfect. You just need to get the ball into a dangerous area. The rest is up to your teammates." Li Wei, that was a beautiful run. Ferguson watched his celebrating teammates, and Li Wei, who ran over to hug him after scoring, his simple face breaking into a radiant smile, dispelling previous insecurities. Li Wei excitedly said, "Ian, you're amazing. You managed to get the ball out like that." He just kicking it. Ferguson scratched his head, smiling shyly. The coaching staff also showed a contemplative expression for perhaps this seemingly crazy tactic from the boss really has some merit. A simple, crude, but possibly effective tactic began to take root and sprout on the training ground of Redefines United. Lin Feng looked at the gradually acclimatizing players, nodding his head. The trumpet of rising had already. Less than a week after the new tactics were practiced, Redefines United faced Cambridge United in the 17th round of the league at home at Reddington Park. This was Ferguson's debut after joining, and also the first formal test of Lin Feng's new tactics. When the starting lineup was announced before the match, Ferguson's inclusion sparked a small discussion among the media and fans. Everyone was filled with curiosity and doubt about this Scottish forward with a low scoring efficiency. Lin Feng rallied the team in the locker room, saying, "Remember what we practiced this week. Defend solidly. Attack simply. Play long balls from the back looking for Ian. Both wings and the midfield, I want you to make daring runs and contest for the second balls. Tear their penalty area apart." "Yes, boss," the players shouted in unison, with Ferguson's voice particularly loud. As the match began, Cambridge United took the initiative, leveraging their superior technical ability to control the midfield and apply pressure on Redefines United's defense. Redefines United tightened their defense and played counterattacks. Ferguson appeared very isolated in the front line, but he adhered strictly to the tactics, constantly using his body to challenge and entangle the 2 center backs of Cambridge United, creating space for his teammates. Although it was difficult to gain possession, his mere presence made the opposing defenders uncomfortable, preventing them from pressing forward easily. However, due to the midfield's complete lack of control, Reddington United struggled to effectively deliver the ball to the front. Ferguson ran futilely, time and again contesting headers and exhausting significant physical energy. Several long passes aimed at him were easily lost due to his poor ball control. The stands began to fill with scattered boos and complaints. What use is this big guy? He can't hold the ball. Just running around aimlessly wasting energy. He might as well be replaced by Jones. The first half ended with Reddington United in a passive defense, the score 0-0. In the locker room during halftime, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Ferguson hung his head drenched in sweat, appearing somewhat dejected. "Lift your head, Ian." Lin Feng walked in first, affirming him. "You did well. You successfully occupied their entire back line, alleviating our defensive pressure." He turned to the whole team, "But our passing quality is too poor. The balls need to be more decisive," targeting Ian's head, not making him chase dangerous balls. In the second half, both wings pushed boldly forward. "Support the front line." He turned to Ferguson again, saying, "Ian, don't feel pressured. When you get the ball, handle it in the way you're most comfortable. Even in a chaotic situation, stirring the waters is still a victory." As the second half began, Reddington United's players implemented Lin Feng's instructions, passing more decisively, while both wings began to dare to make forward runs to assist. In the 58th minute, the opportunity finally arrived. The right back delivered a diagonal long pass at a 45-degree angle, soaring towards the penalty area. Ferguson firmly held his position, akin to a mountain, pressing down, overpowering the centre-back of Cambridge United and vigorously heading the ball towards the edge of the penalty arc. The header was powerful, yet slightly off target. However, Jimmy Wu on the left side rushed in like a bolt of light. He intercepted the ball before the opposing defender cut inside, created an angle, and unleashed a fierce shot. The football shot forth like a cannonball, darting towards the near post of the goal. The Cambridge United goalkeeper reacted swiftly, diving to deflect the ball out of bounds. "Wow!" A massive wave of regret erupted from the crowd, followed by enthusiastic applause. Although this attack did not result in a goal, the strategy was fully executed. Ferguson's pivotal role was unmistakable. A corner kick opportunity. Lin Feng shouted loudly from the sidelines, signaling the center-backs to push up. Li Wei took the corner kick, delivering a low and fast ball that precisely found the lurking Ferguson at the net. Ferguson roared in anger, leveraging his incredible jumping ability and strong physique, almost lifting off the ground amidst the tight defense of two opponents, and forcefully smashed the ball towards the goal. This time the distance was too close and the power too great. The Cambridge United goalkeeper instinctively raised his hands to block, causing the ball to change direction, but it still struck heavily against the crossbar and bounced out of bounds. "Oh!" Another wave of regret echoed throughout the stadium. Ferguson held his head in disappointment, but applause and cheers of "Tank" began to rise from the stands. The cheers of "Tank" filled the air. The fans started to feel the might of this giant. The consecutive threats on goal greatly boosted the morale of Reading Town and shook the confidence of Cambridge United. They began to intensify their marking of Ferguson, even resorting to foul tactics. In the 71st minute, Reading Town intercepted the ball in their own half and quickly launched a counterattack. After two quick passes, the ball was delivered to Li Wei, who had dropped back to receive it. Li Wei turned with the ball, seeing Ferguson already on the move, sprinting through the center and using his body to shield the opposing center-back reaching out for the ball. This was a perfect opportunity for a through ball. Li Wei hesitated not for a moment, sending a precise ground pass with his right foot, attempting to penetrate the opponent's defense and find Ferguson's run. However, the pass was slightly ahead and too powerful. Given Ferguson's lamentable speed and technique, it would be difficult to catch up. Yet an astonishing scene unfolded. Ferguson did not attempt to control the ball at all. He watched the direction of the incoming ball and made a jaw-dropping move that left everyone stunned. He resembled a raging bull, using his physical advantage to shove the defender clinging to him aside, then charging towards the football with great strides. With nearly 30 meters to go before the goal, he caught up to the ball. But he did not slow down or attempt to control it. Instead, he harnessed his momentum, swung his right leg, and with all his strength he struck the football with a mighty kick. A breathtaking long-range blast. The football seemed to defy gravity, transforming into a white streak, hurtling towards the goal at an astonishing speed. The Cambridge United goalkeeper was completely unprepared for the striker to shoot from that position and in such a manner. He hurriedly moved his feet, but the ball was too fast and the angle too sharp. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The football slammed into the intersection of the crossbar and post. Theoretical absolute dead angle. It bounced into the net. The goal is scored. A world-class shot. An absolutely world-class shot. The entire Reading Town Park Stadium seemed to have been pressed on pause, plunging into instant silence. In the next second, a deafening roar of cheers and shouts erupted, nearly lifting the stadium's roof. The commentator's voice was hoarse, filled with incredulous joy. Ian Ferguson. Tank. Oh my god, what did he just do? A super long-range shot from over 30 meters. A world-class shot. An absolute world-class shot. He crushed the defenders. He destroyed the goal. He hails from Scotland. He is the new hero of Reading Town. After scoring, Ferguson himself was momentarily stunned, staring at the football spinning in the net, as if unable to believe he had struck it. Then he snapped back, letting out a beastly roar, wildly charging towards the corner flag, tearing at his own jersey. All the Reading Town players frantically rushed towards him, piling on top of him in a jubilant heap. Lin Feng on the sidelines excitedly jumped and punched the air repeatedly, tightly embracing the members of the coaching staff. This goal was too uplifting, too incredible. It completely transcended the tactical design, a pure embodiment of individual physical prowess and an unreasonable style of play. Ultimately, with Ferguson's astonishing debut goal, the Reddington team secured the victory, achieving back-to-back wins in the league and climbing further up the standings. After the match, Ferguson was undoubtedly named the man of the match. He held the match ball, basking in the adoration of the fans. Cheers of "Tank, Tank, Tank" echoed through the air. Media reporters swarmed once more. This time, all eyes were focused on the astonishing Scottish powerhouse. Lin Feng looked at the crowded Ferguson, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His monster striker not only perfectly fulfilled the role of a tactical pivot, but also gifted an incredible world-class goal. This investment has yielded an astonishing return. The first shot of the tactical revolution of Reddington was resounding. With a 10 victory over Cambridge United, the club celebrated back-to-back wins, immersing everyone at Reddington in a long-lost feeling of joy. More importantly, this victory brought the team's points to 16, though they still ranked 19th. While they had not completely escaped the relegation zone, they were now only one game away from safety. From being bottom of the league in despair at the start of the season, to now seeing the dawn of hope and high morale, this transformation brought smiles to every player and staff member. Lin Feng sat in the chairman's office, looking at the league table of the English League Two on his computer screen, feeling quite pleased. Although the ranking was still low, the upward trend was delightful. The 2 consecutive victories also brought tangible economic benefits. Home ticket sales saw an increase, albeit not significant, but it was a positive sign. More importantly, with the stunning performances of Li Wei and Ferguson, some local small to medium enterprises began to proactively contact the club, inquiring about sponsorship possibilities. Although these were small contracts, any improvement was better than none, and it proved the club's image was improving. Lin Feng decided to symbolically hold a board meeting. Though labeled a board meeting, it was actually just him having a meeting with himself, reviewing recent work and approving some. He took out a proposal titled Reddington Youth Team Facility Upgrade and Scout Network Reconstruction Plan. Lin Feng cleared his throat in the empty office, mimicking a serious tone, considering the club's recent steady improvement in performance and slight financial recovery, along with the need for sustainable talent development. I, as the club chairman, propose allocating 500 for the basic upgrade of the youth training facilities, including turf repairs and the purchase of new training equipment. He paused, pretending to listen to opinions, then nodded him no objections. Passed. The second item, I propose allocating 300 for the reconstruction of the basic scout network. Priority will be given to lower leagues in England and surrounding areas to find those overlooked and potential young players. This task will be overseen by Chief Scout Martin Fletcher. This investment is crucial for the long-term development of the club. Passed. He signed his name on the proposal, feeling it was somewhat amusing, yet he enjoyed it. This feeling of having everything under control was quite nice. Old John passed by outside, seeing Lin Feng talking to himself in the meeting room, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This boss Lin is getting weirder and weirder. Back at Reading Town, a different atmosphere seemed to envelop the training base. In 48 hours, they would embark on an away journey to challenge Crawley Town, currently positioned in the mid-table. The match was dull and tense, with both teams appearing heavy from the packed schedule. The turning point came in the 71st minute as Reading Town was awarded a prime free kick about 25 meters from the goal. Li Wei stood over the ball, taking a deep breath. The opposing wall braced itself. He took a run, swung his leg, and shot. The football traced an elegant and swift arc, curling past the wall's fingertips and straight into the top right corner of the goal. Goal. Li Wei. A perfectly executed direct free kick. He has once again become the hero. The commentator's roar echoed back to Reading, igniting wild cheers among countless fans waiting in bars and at home. Another economical 10 victory. 2 consecutive victories, both achieved with clean sheets away from home. As Lin Feng sat in his office, gazing at the updated League Two standings on his computer screen, an indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within him. Reading Town. After 22 matches, they had 6 wins, 5 draws, and 11 losses, totaling 23 points, ranking 14th. 14th place. Not only had they climbed out of the relegation zone, but they also glimpsed the hope of challenging for a mid-table finish. From the depths of the bottom position at the start of the season to now being 14th, this was nothing short of a miraculous rise. Though the distance to the promotion zone remained far, at least they could take a breather, temporarily casting aside the heavy topic of relegation. The financial reports beside him indicated that with improved results and a gradual increase in home crowd combined with his careful budgeting, the club's financial deficit had been effectively controlled. While still far from affluent, it was no longer the ticking time bomb it once was. With his mood slightly lifted, Lin Feng decided to shift his gaze towards a more distant future. He convened a small internal meeting with only assistant coach Old John and youth training director Mike Green in attendance. "Gentlemen," Lin Feng tapped the table with his pen, "we are temporarily safe, but this is far from enough. Reading Town cannot struggle in League Two forever. Our future lies in sustainable development, in nurturing our own bloodline." He pushed two plans across the table. First, approved a 5,000 grant for the basic upgrade of the youth team's training facilities, primarily to repair the training ground which resembled a vegetable patch, and to acquire a batch of new training equipment, including professional recovery devices. "We cannot let good talents waste their gifts in a dilapidated environment." Green's eyes lit up instantly, and he nearly stood up in excitement. "Boss, this is wonderful. The kids will definitely—" Lin Feng raised his hand to interrupt him, glancing at the second plan. "Second, increase the scouting department's travel budget by 30%. Martin is doing well, but he is not enough alone. I need you all not just to find cheap ready-house talents, but to act like hunters, unearthing those hidden young players with immense potential. Do not limit your sights to England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and even lower league regions must be covered." Old John nodded thoughtfully. "Boss, do you mean like Lee Wei and Ferguson?" "Exactly," Lin Feng affirmed. "We need to establish our own gold mining system. We must think long-term. Investing in young people is investing in the club's future." After the meeting concluded, Old John and Green hurried off with a sense of mission to implement Lin Feng's directives. The office fell silent. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind once more. Ding. Detecting that the club's operations are gradually on track, financial conditions are improving, investment in youth training is increasing, and long-term plans are clear. Reward issued one assessment report on potential youth team stars. This report is generated based on a deep system scan aimed at helping the host discover hidden talents within the team. Lin Feng's spirit lifted, and he immediately focused his mind to check. A semi-transparent data panel unfolded, listing all players in Reading Town's U18 youth team, with a PA over 100. Most names had a PA between 100,000 and 120, indicating potential as substitutes in League 2 or League 1. However, Lin Feng's gaze was quickly locked onto the very top name. Name: Jordan Green, age 16, position attacking midfielder, AMC midfielder, MCCA, 45, extremely low physique, not yet developed skills, very rough, PA 156, has the potential to become a core player in the championship or even a main player in the Premier League. Key attributes: highlights, off-ball movement 16, talent 15, agility 13, key attributes, critical weaknesses, technique 6, ball control 7, passing 8, shooting 5, strength 4, system evaluation, possesses the brain of a top midfielder, an extraordinary imagination, with off-the-ball movement instincts that are ghostly, always appearing in the most dangerous positions. However, his rough technique and almost non-existent physicality require extremely patient and scientific foundational skill, refinement, and physical development, as any actions to force growth could lead to his talent fading into obscurity. A high-risk, high-reward investment. PA 156. Another remarkably talented genius. Though the CA is shockingly low and the weaknesses are glaring, the staggering 16 off-the-ball movement and 15 talent, along with the terrifying potential of 156, made Lin Feng's heart race uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up and walked straight to the youth team's training ground. The afternoon youth training session had just begun. Lin Feng silently stood at the sidelines, quickly locking his gaze onto the slender boy dressed in slightly oversized training gear. The group matches began. Green's presence on the field was not particularly striking. He rarely asked for the ball, and his movement was not especially active. However, during a few transitions between attack and defense, Lin Feng keenly sensed his unique qualities. Once, as the youth team's left winger broke through with the ball, but found himself surrounded, Green suddenly ghosted into action, slipping into the gap in the defense from the visual blind spot of a defender. There was originally no one there, and his appearance instantly created a perfect receiving point. However, the left winger completely failed to notice this run and opted for a blind cross, which was cleared by the opposing center back. Again, when a midfielder hesitated with the ball, Green suddenly withdrew to the vacuum between the midfield and defensive line, raising his hand to ask for the ball. His movement once again cleverly evaded the defender marking him. However, the midfielder chose a more secure backward pass. Lin Feng nodded subtly in approval. This kid's off-the-ball movement awareness truly surpasses his peers, even exceeding most first-team players. Finally, the opportunity arrived. In a counterattack, the ball fortuitously poked into Green's path. He judged the landing point started immediately and surprisingly took advantage of a defender's momentary lapse, getting to the ball first. It was an unknown situation. Someone on the sidelines even gasped. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Green appeared incredibly flustered. His supporting leg gave way, and the action of shooting with his right foot became completely deformed, resembling a child just learning to kick a ball, sending the ball absurdly soaring into the sky directly over the crossbar and into the stands behind. A few youth team players on the sidelines couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the coach helplessly covered his forehead. Green, meanwhile, turned beet red, shamefully lowering his head and daring not to look at anyone. But Lin Feng did not laugh. His eyes shone with an alarming brightness. What he saw was not the comical shot, but that ghostly top-notch off-the-ball movement. Just as the youth team coach prepared to scold Green, Lin Feng strode into the training ground. Jordan Green. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it silenced the entire training ground instantly. Green was startled and nervously looked at the club's biggest boss, fearing he would be reprimanded or even fired. That forward run just now was exceptionally beautiful. Lin Feng's words left everyone stunned, from the timing of the run to the choice of route. It was impeccable. Green suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Feng scanned the surprised youth team coach and players, his gaze returning to Green, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Starting tomorrow, you no longer need to come to youth team training. Green's face instantly turned pale. Take your things and report to the first team. Lin Feng's next words made him feel as if he had risen from hell to heaven. You will train with the first team from now on. Boss. The youth team coach was stunned. Lin Feng ignored him and instructed the arriving old John, I leave him to you. Start teaching him from the basics of passing, stopping, dribbling, and shooting. Forget all his past competition experience, as if teaching a child who has just started playing football, and reshape his technical movements. However, it is essential to protect his imagination and positional instincts. He looked at old John, his tone exceptionally serious. I want you to polish him patiently, as if dealing with a fragile, yet potentially invaluable work of art. Do you understand? Old John looked at the frail boy before him, and then at Lin Feng's unwavering eyes, nodding heavily. I understand, boss. Leave it to me. Lin Feng patted the still dazed Jordan Green on the shoulder. Don't worry about the ball, in my eyes, your run just now is worth its weight in gold. Train well. The club has tremendous expectations for your future. After speaking, Lin Feng turned and left, leaving behind a crowd of stunned individuals. Outside the field, tank Ian Ferguson was completely fired up. During Reddington's steady rise in the league standings, this Scottish monster became the most dazzling battering ram. In 3 consecutive matches, he not only started every game, but also made significant contributions, a powerful header and assist after outmuscling 2 defenders, and a clever poke in a crowded penalty area. 3 matches, 3 goals, and 1 assist. The statistics were dazzling for a striker in the English League Two with rough techniques. And all of this was inseparable from the continuous artillery fire provided by Li Wei. The simple tactic of frontline fulcrum technical core that Lin Feng insisted on had created a wonderful chemical reaction between Li Wei and Ferguson. Li Wei's passes became increasingly precise, his imagination running wild, while Ferguson used his overpowering physique to transform many non-opportunities into assists or goals. Lin Feng could see that Ferguson's CA had soared from 59 to 65 in such a short time. This growth rate was terrifying, clearly indicating that the high-intensity matches and successful experiences had greatly stimulated his potential. The sports section of the Reddington Evening News had almost become Ferguson's dedicated column, continuously featuring special reports about him with titles becoming increasingly sensational: The Beast of Reddington, The Nightmare of English League Two Defenders, The Super Tank Rising from the Scottish Wilderness. Articles sang his praises, describing him as the most fearsome and unstoppable forward in the English League Two. On the stands of Reddington Park, fans even composed simple yet powerful chants in his honor, and with every touch of the ball the stands would erupt with the resonant shouts of "Tank! Tank! Tank!" His giant portrait was also hung outside the stadium, by fans becoming a new symbol of the club. Lin Feng watched all of this, feeling joy in his heart. Ferguson's success perfectly validated his vision and team-building strategy. However, this joy did not last long. One afternoon after training ended, Chief Scout Martin did not leave as usual. Instead, he knocked on Lin Feng's office door with a somewhat serious expression. "Boss, there's a situation." Fletcher lowered his voice and handed over a tablet, which displayed several blurry photos from the stands. Zooming in revealed several casually dressed men with notebooks constantly taking notes. "In the last 3 home matches, I noticed these unfamiliar faces. They are not local reporters, nor are they familiar scouts." Fletcher pointed to the photos. I asked a friend in the circle to confirm. This guy in the baseball cap is AFC Wimbledon's chief scout. The one in the trench coat is from Gillingham. The most troublesome is this one. His finger pointed at an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. This person is a senior scout from the championship team Wigan Athletic. Lin Feng's heart sank. These damn scouts so soon. He had thought that a League Two match wouldn't attract too much attention, at least allowing him to finish this season in peace. Perhaps it was Ian's outstanding performance lately that attracted these scouts like bees drawn to flowers. In their observation notes, Fletcher added his tone heavy. The section on Ian is very lengthy. Especially that scout from Wigan Athletic, who was almost constantly recording Ian's positioning, aerial duels, and interactions with teammates. Lin Feng frowned. The interest from League One teams was still controllable, but the involvement of championship teams was a completely different level of threat. Whether it was team appeal salary levels or platform prospects, Reddington could hardly compete with championship teams, even if they were just lower-tier teams. I understand, Martin. You did well, very keen. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down, continue to keep an eye on record all clubs showing interest in Ian and assess their urgency and bidding capabilities. Report any new developments directly to me. Understood, boss. Fletcher nodded, leaving with a worried expression. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Ferguson's contract was signed by him personally with a weekly salary of only $800, a 2-year term, and a penalty clause. At that time, in order to sign him quickly, the amount set was not astronomical. This was practically inviting others to poach him. But at the same time, Lin Feng noticed a detail. Recently, the tank had not become anxious due to external attention. Instead, he was working even harder. He practiced strength training, headed the ball, and even started asking Li Wei to practice simple passing and running combinations. His face, full of flesh, always carried a pure love and focus on football. He seemed completely immersed in the joy of improving himself and helping the team win, completely oblivious to the storms outside or simply indifferent. This purity made Lin Feng both moved and worried. After the afternoon training session, Lin Feng specifically found Ferguson, who was about to drive home, in the parking lot. Ian, how have you been feeling lately? Lin Feng asked with a smile, handing him a bottle of energy drink. Boss. Ferguson stood up straight upon seeing Lin Feng, responding in a booming voice. Fantastic. I've never felt this good. I feel full of energy. I can see that you are training hard and performing even better in matches. Lin Feng praised the media, and fans are praising you to the skies. Ferguson scratched his buzz cut sheepishly, a hint of bashfulness showing on his face. It's all thanks to you giving me this opportunity, and Li's passing is really good. I just focus on putting the ball in or knocking those pesky defenders out of the way. Lin Feng looked into his clear, almost innocent eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, Ian, maintain your current state and mindset. The better you play, the more attention you will naturally attract, including those eyes from bigger clubs. Ferguson was momentarily stunned, seemingly not fully grasping it. Lin Feng continued, remember, no matter what happens in the future, Hartlepool United will always be your strongest support. As long as you maintain this focus and effort, the club will plan the best future for you. Whether you stay here to become a legend or go to a broader stage to prove yourself, your efforts will not go unnoticed. This statement served both as a reminder and a reassurance. Ferguson seemed to understand, but he caught the affirmation and care in Lin Feng's words, which made him feel greatly appreciated. He nodded vigorously, his expression turning serious. Boss, rest assured. You brought me out of Scotland and gave me this opportunity. I, Ian Ferguson, am not an ungrateful person. All I want now is to score goals for Hartlepool United and help the team win. I don't want anything else. His promise carried a strong Scottish accent with some phrases even containing grammatical errors, but his sincerity and gratitude were unmistakable. Lin Feng patted his sturdy arm. Good. Go on, have a good rest. I'm counting on you to knock down their defenders in the match this weekend. I guarantee I will fulfill the task, boss. Ferguson shouted, then happily hopped into his small car that looked less sturdy than he was. Watching the car fade into the distance, Lin Feng's smile gradually faded. However, the tank in his hands seemed to be even more loyal and pure than he had imagined. This was considered good news. However, Lin Feng knew that in the world of professional football, loyalty sometimes succumbs to the temptations of reality. He had to make a decision soon. Either quickly secure Ferguson's future with a more generous new contract, or be prepared to lose him and maximize the returns. The most brutal phase of the English Football League Two was approaching. The Christmas and New Year fixture congestion arrived as scheduled. The cold and damp weather, along with a suffocatingly tight schedule, tested every team's depth and the willpower. In just 15 days, Hartlepool United had to play 5 consecutive matches. An average of 1 game every 3 days posed a severe challenge to the players' stamina. On Lin Feng's desk, the schedule was filled with circles and notes. He had to make significant rotations. Even the previously ironclad mainstays like Li Wei and Ferguson needed rest for more crucial matches. This provided opportunities for younger players like Jordan Green. In the match against the lackluster Stevenage team, Green made his debut in the squad and came on as a substitute in the 70th minute, marking his first professional appearance. Despite only playing for 20 minutes and showing some awkward touches, including a miscontrol that went out of bounds, he drew friendly laughter from the home crowd. However, both Lin Feng and Old John saw the positive side from the sidelines. He ran into an excellent space for receiving the ball unmarked. Even though his teammate did not pass it, his off-the-ball movement drew defenders away from Jimmy, creating space for a breakthrough. Nevertheless, the performance fluctuations resulting from rotation were inevitable. A semi-main squad lost 0-2 away to mid-table Leyton Orient. Returning home, the exhausted team managed to scrape a 11 draw against relegation rivals Oldham Athletic. With one loss and one draw, their upward momentum was temporarily halted. The points stalled at 26, dropping them to 16th place. Although still far from the relegation zone, Lin Feng understood that if they could not quickly gain points, they would soon be dragged back into the mire. The real test was the last match of the congested schedule, facing another direct relegation rival at home, Northampton Town, ranked 19th. This was a 6-point relegation battle. Lin Feng held nothing back and deployed all his main players. Lee Wei and Ferguson, who had rested for one match, returned to the lineup. Tank Ferguson showcased his power once again. In the 28th minute, he seized an opportunity from a corner kick, finding the right spot from Lee Weiss' curving ball, overpowering two opposing center-backs with a powerful header that smashed the ball into the net. The stadium at Reddington Park erupted in an instant. The song of the Tank resonated through the sky once again. After scoring, Ferguson roared as he rushed towards the corner flag, accepting the adoration of the entire crowd. Lin Feng also fiercely punched the air from the coaching bench. The crucial lead was of utmost importance. In the subsequent match, Reddington United took control of the game, leading in possession and creating more opportunities. It seemed merely a matter of time before they would expand the score and secure victory. However, the unpredictable nature of football always catches one off guard. As the match approached the 70th minute, Northampton Town made an attack that posed little threat. Their midfielder took a long-range shot from nearly 30 meters away. The strike had average power, and the angle was not particularly tricky, heading straight toward the center out of the goal. This was a standard keeper's ball. Standing on the goal line, Reddington United's main goalkeeper, 27-year-old Tom Carlson, had served the team for 4 seasons, making him a veteran in the squad. He gauged the ball's trajectory, moved his feet, and leaned down, preparing to secure this relatively easy shot into his arms. Everything appeared to be without suspense. However, just as the ball was about to make contact with his gloves, an unexpected incident occurred. Whether due to a slippery pitch or a momentary lapse in focus, Carlson's hand position seemed to falter slightly, causing the football to slip through his hands as if it had been greased. He dropped it. The commentator exclaimed in shock. In a flash, the Northampton forward, lying in wait in the penalty area for an opportunity, pounced first, easily slotting home before any defenders could react. The football almost rolled into the empty net. The entire stadium fell into a deep silence, with only a few hundred away fans in the stands erupting in wild cheers. Carlson remained in the position of making a save, kneeling on the goal line, staring at the football in the net, his face etched with disbelief, immense fear, and regret. This catastrophic blunder extinguished all the spirit and momentum of the Reading Town team from head to toe. From leading to being equalized, and in such a manner the blow to morale was devastating. In the following match, the players of Reading Town clearly became anxious and flustered, with increased passing errors and chaotic attacks. Northampton, on the other hand, was buoyed by their morale, even coming close to clinching the match with a last-minute counterattack. Ultimately, the jarring final whistle blew, sealing the score at 11. The 3 points within reach turned into just 1. The players of Reading Town walked off the field with their heads down, dejected. No one wanted to blame the sorrowful Carlson, yet the disappointment and helplessness hanging in the air was almost suffocating. Lin Feng stood by the sidelines, his face dark enough to drip water. In the post-match locker room, there was a deathly silence. Lin Feng did not overly reprimand the players. He knew that most of them had done their best. He simply summarized the match, emphasizing the issue of lack of concentration in the second half, and then allowed the players to wash up and rest as soon as possible. Returning to the chairman's office, Lin Feng immediately called up the system panel and found the data on Name Tom Carlson. Position goalkeeper GK. Age 27. CA 68 at peak. PA 72, almost no growth potential. Key attributes: reflexes 13, onion 112, handling 11, commanding defense 9, goal kicking 10. Critical weaknesses: stability 10, performance in big matches 9, unpredictability 15, prone to excitement and mistakes. System evaluation: an average goalkeeper in the English League 2, capable of occasional brilliant saves, yet his performance is extremely unstable, leading to frequent basic errors. With weak mental attributes and poor pressure resistance, he is unlikely to become a reliable cornerstone of the defense. A goalkeeper whose ability has reached its ceiling with weak mental attributes and inconsistent form. He might barely manage in lower leagues, but once the team aspires for better results or even aims for higher leagues, the shortcomings in this position will be fatal. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and exhaled. The grueling schedule had exposed issues with the team's depth, while this draw revealed another hidden danger lurking beneath the halo of consecutive victories. The brilliance of the tank and the spirit of Li Wei cannot mask the immense uncertainty at the goalkeeper position. The need to upgrade the goalkeeper has become more urgent and clearer than ever. He needs a more reliable last line of defense. Otherwise, no matter how many goals the front line scores, they could be buried by these repeated basic errors from the defense. Finding a new goalkeeper must be prioritized immediately. Moreover, it cannot be another mediocre player at the English League 2 level. He needs someone truly dependable, a goalkeeper who can become the cornerstone of the team for years to come. The next update target should be the goalkeeper. The league standings are climbing slowly, but the physical crisis brought by the grueling schedule and the fatal hidden dangers at the goalkeeper position loom like two dark clouds over Lin Feng's mind. On the training ground, although the players' spirits remain high, their footsteps are noticeably heavy and the risk of injuries from muscle fatigue is increasing day by day. Tom Carlson's latest fumble during a training session only deepened the furrow in Lin Feng's brow, just as he was overwhelmed by the match schedule and player fitness reports. Ding! Detected that Li Wei has played over 5 matches and successfully alleviated the club's debt crisis, now issuing a phased reward. Intermediate Fitness Training Pack X1. After use, the entire team's fitness recovery speed increases by 15, lasting for 30 days. Player Personality Adjustment Voucher Beginner X1 can be used on one player to slightly enhance 12 of their attributes: determination, professional spirit, or stability. Each attribute increases by 13 points. Lin Feng was initially taken aback, then overjoyed. This was like a pillow for someone who was sleepy. This timely rain came just at the right moment. A fitness training pack, and it's of intermediate quality. The team's fitness recovery speed, 15. This is worth its weight in gold during this grueling Christmas rush. It can greatly relieve the team's fatigue and reduce the risk of injuries. And that personality adjustment voucher is a delightful surprise. A player's hidden mental attributes such as determination and professional spirit are crucial for their growth potential and stability, yet are the hardest to improve through regular training. Lin Feng immediately thought to himself, use the Intermediate Fitness Training Pack. Ding! The Intermediate Fitness Training Pack has been used. For the next 30 days, all players of Reading Town will have their fitness recovery speed increased by 15. After use, Lin Feng could feel a gentle energy seemingly spreading throughout the club base. During the afternoon training session, although the players were still sweating profusely, they generally reported feeling much better physically. The fitness coach was also surprised to report that multiple fitness monitoring data showed slight positive fluctuations. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The system's effect was immediate. Then he called up the system interface and focused his gaze on the player personality adjustment voucher. Who to use it on? Ferguson. His determination and professionalism are already quite good with limited room for improvement. Li Wei. His mental attributes are already at a genius level. Tom Carlson. As a goalkeeper, stability and performance in big matches are more important, but it seems too wasteful to use it on him. His gaze finally settled on one name, Jordan Green. This young player possesses a PA of 156, exceptional talent, yet rough skills and seemingly timid character. His determination is only 12, and his professional spirit is just 11. This may explain why he has top-level positional sense, but has made no progress in skills so far. He lacks the grit and persistent professional attitude to push himself to the limits to refine his skills. This is it. Lin Feng made up his mind. Use the player personality adjustment voucher on Jordan Green, focusing on enhancing determination and professional spirit. Ding! Player personality adjustment voucher beginner successfully used. Target Jordan Green. Determination, 12-14. Professional spirit, 11-13. A barely perceptible wave of energy crossed the space and landed on Jordan Green, who was practicing juggling in the youth team. He shuddered slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, which soon became more focused and determined, and his previously lackadaisical practice movements quickly became much more standardized and earnest. Lin Feng saw the updated attributes of Green through the system, a smile creeping onto his lips. The increase of 2 points each in determination and professional spirit may seem insignificant, but could potentially become the first lever to unlock his future immense potential. After handling the system rewards, Lin Feng took a deep breath and redirected his attention to the most urgent issue, the goalkeeper. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and attempted to activate the system's powerful global search function. In his mind, he constructed the filtering criteria: position goalkeeper, GK, age 16-26, CA unrestricted PA, greater than 135, remaining contract duration, preferably short-term or low-cost. However, just as he was about to initiate the search, the system's prompt window suddenly filled his consciousness, warning the advanced search function global search is currently in cooldown. Cooldown remaining time 28 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, 12 seconds. Reason for cooldown: recently frequent usage of high-precision player scouting and potential assessment functions requiring periodic energy recovery. Please be patient, host. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Sure enough, there are limitations. He knew that such an incredible function couldn't be used indefinitely. A cooldown of 28 days, almost a month. This means that for nearly a month, he won't be able to utilize this most efficient radar to scan for talents worldwide. He settled for second best and tried to use another function in the list, regional search, but he had to relax the search criteria significantly. The search results came out a dense array of names, most of which had a CA between 50-60 and PA hovering around 110,130, mediocre players. Occasionally there were a few with Pennsylvania close to 140, but either they were untouchable gems from top clubs, youth academies, or older veterans with subpar mental attributes. There were no suitable candidates who could immediately solve the urgent goalkeeper issue of the team. Indeed, good things are not easily obtained. He closed the system interface and redirected his gaze to the league standings on the desk. 16th place. There are still 5 matches left until the halfway point. The task requirement is to rank above 15th place. This means they need to improve at least one position. A clear short-term goal lay ahead. The FA Cup, the world's oldest football cup competition, represents 3 things for all lower league clubs: dreams, glory, and most crucially money. The first round draw ceremony took place at Wembley Stadium. Lin Feng watched the live broadcast in the meeting room alongside his coaching staff and several players. When the draw presenter announced Hartlepool United League 2 versus Doncaster Rovers League 1, a soft sigh rippled through the room. TCH, League 1 opposition, and Doncaster at that. Not an easy fixture, muttered old John, scratching his head. They've consistently held mid-table positions in League 1 these past few years, far stronger than us. A poor draw, remarked defensive coach Harrison, tersely exhaling a slow smoke ring. Media predictions echoed the sentiment almost unanimously. The Reddington Evening Post's immediate commentary read: Reddington United's FA Cup campaign is likely to end at the first hurdle. Drawn against League 1 powerhouse Doncaster Rovers, Lin and his squad would do well to focus solely on securing their league survival. Yet Lin Feng's eyes gleamed faintly at the result. Raising a hand for silence, he said calmly, "I wouldn't call this a poor draw." Puzzled glances turned toward him. Lin Feng switched on the projector and pulled up recent data on Doncaster Rovers. Let's examine their fixture schedule. Over the next 2 weeks, they face 2 top 4 League 1 sides back-to-back, an immense competitive burden. Moreover, their manager has long treated the FA Cup with indifference, especially early round matches against lower division opponents, routinely fielding heavily rotated squads filled with reserves and youth prospects. He paused, unruffled. That means we're unlikely to face a cohesive first-choice League 1 mid-table side, but rather a disjointed second-string ensemble. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to pull off an upset. Lin Feng smiled. The FA Cup's substantial prize money and broadcast revenue are vital for our club. A single victory could equal the earnings of several hard-fought league matches. I've decided we'll field our strongest possible lineup and go all out. The coaching staff exchanged glances. Upon reflection, Lin Feng's analysis held undeniable logic. A single elimination cup tournament is inherently volatile. If the opponent truly underestimates us and rotates aggressively, Reddington United stands a genuine chance. Let's do it, old John declared first. Give it everything. We might just win. Exactly. Let them see what we're made of. Ferguson roared, punching the air. Recent victories and Lin Feng's uncanny decision-making had rekindled their confidence, momentarily erasing the memory that just months earlier Reddington United had been fighting desperately to avoid relegation from League 2. With strategy settled, the meeting shifted to tactical analysis. Lin Feng instructed the technical analyst to screen Doncaster Rovers' recent matches, focusing especially on substitute patterns and tactical tendencies. Lin Feng watched the footage intently. Simultaneously, he issued a silent command to his system: scan every Doncaster Rovers player visible on screen now. Compile full analytical profiles. Semi-transparent data panels began overlaying his vision. Mostly unremarkable CA, around 100 PA, between 110 and 120. Typical League 1 reserves or rotational players. Yet when the footage reached stoppage time of Doncaster's previous league match, and the camera panned across the bench, a brown-skinned teenager sitting quietly in the corner caught the lens by chance. In that instant, a distinct data panel flashed into view. its border shimmering with faint gold light. Name Jude Bellingham, age 15, in position, midfielder, central, attacking in current ability, CA 78 in potential ability, PA 190 world-class superstar potential. Key attributes: technique 15, dribbling 14, passing 14, vision 15, off-ball movement 13, determination 16, flair 16, and weaknesses: physical dueling still developing, strength 9, limited experience. Contract status: youth apprentice contract, affiliated with Birmingham City Academy in system assessment, a generational football prodigy. Possesses extraordinary football intelligence, comprehensive technical mastery, and exceptional mental fortitude, far beyond his years. Equally adept in attack and defense, the quintessential box-to-box midfielder. His future trajectory is limitless. He is destined to become a global icon at the pinnacle of world. Lin Feng's mind reeled, blood surged violently to his temples. All ambient sound vanished. Only the thunderous pounding of his own heart remained. Jude Bellingham. It was truly him. 15 years old. CA 78. PA 190. As a transmigrator, Lin Feng knew precisely what this name would come to signify on the world stage. England's undisputed midfield linchpin. Real Madrid's standard-bearer. A perennial Ballon d'Or contender. A titan of global football. How had he ended up on Doncaster's bench? Lin Feng suddenly recalled. Hadn't Bellingham briefly trained with senior squads or undergone short external placements before his Birmingham City first-team debut? The precise details eluded him. Yet fate, by sheer coincidence, had delivered this revelation here in this moment, in this manner. A tidal wave of shock and euphoria crashed over Lin Feng, causing his hand beneath the table to tremble faintly. But he forced himself to calm instantly. His expression remained impassive, his gaze sweeping past the boy without lingering, as though merely glancing idly. He must betray no anomaly. This discovery was too extraordinary. Absolute secrecy was paramount. The meeting concluded with Lin Feng offering perfunctory remarks. No sooner had the room emptied than he dialed Chief Scout Martin Fletcher on the internal line. Voice grave: Martin, close the door. Lin Feng gestured toward the door, lowering his voice. Fletcher had never seen his boss so intense, and immediately complied, his pulse quickening. Drop everything you're working on, immediately. Lin Feng locked eyes with him. Mobilize every resource, contact, and channel at your disposal. Investigate one player, thoroughly. Name Jude Bellingham. Age 15. Currently linked, possibly, to Doncaster Rovers or Birmingham City. Lin Feng chose his words with deliberate caution. I want to know everything, every detail. His family background, parents, professions, siblings, personality, hobbies, idols, closest friends, schools attended, contract terms, playing style, technical traits, even his favorite foods and video games. Everything. His tone brooked no hesitation. Spare no expense. Ignore all constraints. I need the most exhaustive report on my desk, within the shortest possible time frame. This is the club's absolute highest priority assignment. Understood. Fletcher stood utterly transfixed, not by the urgency alone, but by the fierce, incandescent light blazing in Lin Feng's eyes. He couldn't fathom why his boss would invest such intensity in an unknown 15-year-old, more than in proven stars like Ferguson or Li Wei. Yet recent results had cemented Lin Feng's credibility beyond doubt. Without question, Fletcher nodded firmly. Understood, sir. I'll begin immediately. No expense spared, maximum speed. Watching Fletcher hurry from the room, Lin Feng sank slowly into his chair and drew several deep, steadying breaths, struggling to contain his exhilaration. He walked to the window, gazing down at players sprinting across the training pitch. Yet his vision seemed to pierce across time itself. Bellingham, England's future sovereign star, had just appeared, unbidden, unprecedented, on his radar. This wasn't mere gold prospecting. It was uncovering a superlative deposit capable of reshaping the entire global football landscape. He knew full well how near impossible it would be to sign a talent preordained for stardom. But having been granted this divine foreknowledge, this singular advantage, he would move heaven and earth to seize it. Jude Bellingham would be signed, by any means necessary. On the first round of the FA Cup match day, the entire Hartlepool United team boarded the bus heading to Doncaster's home ground. Unlike the tension of league matches, the atmosphere of the cup competition, especially the anticipation of upsets where the weak can defeat the strong, brought a unique mix of excitement and pressure to the players. During the pre-match warm-up, Lin Feng carefully observed the starting lineup and substitutes of the opposing team. Just as he expected, the coach of Doncaster Rovers made significant changes, adjusting 7 players in the starting lineup. Most of them were substitutes and young faces. Among the substitutes, a 15-year-old boy with a youthful face, yet calm eyes stood out. Jude Bellingham. Lin Feng's heart raced unexpectedly. He took a deep breath and gave the players a few final reminders. In the locker room, Lin Feng's tactical instructions were simple and clear. Defend. From the first minute, tighten up the defense. Compress the space, do not give them any easy chances to shoot. For offense, abandon ball control. Once we get the ball, find Ian, let him fight, and stir things up. Then leeway Jimmy and the two wingers. Your task is to snatch the second ball or wait for counterattack opportunities. Once there's a chance, use your speed to break through their defense. He set up a very pragmatic 541 defensive formation. The tank Ferguson served as the lone striker at the front, while Li Wei hid behind him as a point of attack during counterattacks, with the rest of the players focused entirely on defense. Remember, they are a League One team, but they are not fielding their main players. They fear injuries and embarrassment more than we do. As long as we are tougher, more relentless, and hungrier for victory, the chance will be on our side. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the locker room, carrying an undeniable conviction. After the match began, the game was completely one-sided. Despite fielding mostly substitutes, the Doncaster Rovers, playing at home, still clearly outperformed Readington United in terms of individual skills and ball control. Their possession rate once exceeded 70%, relentlessly attacking Readington United's half. The area around Readington United's penalty box was filled with tension as the ball flew back and forth in the air. The defensive players, United in purpose, desperately blocked, tackled, and cleared the ball, with headers struggling to withstand the onslaught from the opposition. The tank Ferguson was isolated in the front line, yet he diligently jumped time and again, using his strong body to disrupt the opposing defense, refusing to let them play the ball comfortably even if it was hard to win the header. Lin Feng stood beside the away team's coaching bench, his expression serious. His mind was not solely absorbed in the tense defense. He occasionally glanced at the home team's substitutes. He saw that around the 50th minute of the second half, the Doncaster coach, dissatisfied with the stagnant situation, finally stood up and signaled for Bellingham to come over from the warm-up area. The boy took off his jacket and began to warm up seriously on the sidelines. His warm-up movements were meticulous and his expression calm, making it hard to believe he was just a 15-year-old child. Lin Feng's heart raced to his throat. He immediately called Li Wei to the sidelines, put his arm around his shoulder, and whispered urgently, "Li Wei, do you see that boy warming up?" "Yes, the youngest one. If he comes on, get close to him, disrupt him, and don't let him have a comfortable touch. When we attack, do everything you can to target him. He hasn't fully developed yet. Use your agility and experience to deal with him." Li Wei, although unsure why the boss was so focused on a young player from the opponent's side, nodded. Without hesitation, understood boss. In the 65th minute, Doncaster made a substitution. The 15-year-old Jude Bellingham replaced a midfielder and officially entered the game. The Eco Power Stadium erupted in encouraging applause, primarily for this star player from the club's youth training. Lin Feng held his breath, his gaze firmly following that figure. Once Bellingham entered the field, he showed no signs of intimidation. He actively moved to receive the ball, handling it with remarkable calmness and rationality. In one instance, he received the ball with his back to the defender, skillfully evading a challenge from a Readington United player, then delivered a penetrating diagonal pass that almost broke through the defense. "Good play." Even the home announcer couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid has a clear mind." Though somewhat immature and physically disadvantaged in confrontations, the composure and overall vision he displayed far exceeded his age and the level of this match. Lin Feng watched, his eyes lighting up. A genius. This was an obvious genius. However, in football matches, sometimes talent alone does not determine the outcome. In the 82nd minute, just as Doncaster struggled to break through and their mindset began to grow anxious, Readington United seized the opportunity. A defender cleared the ball with a long kick, sending it forward. Ferguson once again played a pivotal role, barely managing to head the ball back to the top of the midfield arc after a fierce contest with the opposing center back. Li Wei appeared there like a ghost. He skillfully brought the ball down with his chest, evading the first defender rushing at him, and then instantly he advanced with the ball. His speed, not particularly fast, but the change of rhythm was excellent, using a series of changes in direction and fakes to evade the second defender. At this moment, Doncaster's defense, due to pushing forward, had created a huge gap. A substitute winger was charging forward at high speed on the right. Li Wei attracted the attention of the final center back and the retreating Bellingham. Just as a three-man encirclement was about to form, he sent a precise ground-level through ball with his magically skilled right foot. The ball accurately passed through the gaps between players, tearing apart the entire defense and rolling perfectly into the path of the substitute winger. Unknown. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, the substitute winger calmly shot for the far corner. The entire away stand, along with the coaching staff on the sidelines, erupted in madness. A goal born not from a chance, but entirely crafted through individual prowess. After conceding, the Doncaster team seemed to awaken from a dream, launching an even more frenzied counter. Bellingham surged forward more frequently to join the attack, and a long-range shot from outside the penalty area posed a significant threat, but was brilliantly saved by the outstanding Tom Carlson, who tipped it out for a corner. In the end, Readington United as one, holding on to the surprising score of 10 until the final whistle. At the sound of the whistle, players, coaches, and staff of Readington rushed onto the field in a frenzy to celebrate. They created a miracle, overcoming the odds to eliminate a League One team advancing to the second round. During the post-match handshake session, Lin Feng shook hands with the Doncaster head coach as a matter of routine, but his gaze instinctively drifted beyond the coach's shoulder. He was searching for that boy standing alone by the sidelines, whose eyes reflected a hint of disappointment from the loss, but more so a firm resolve and calmness of a young man unwilling to yield. Jude Bellingham. He witnessed the professional debut of a future superstar with his own eyes. Though his team won, he knew that the stage for this young man would one day be the entire world. The enormous prize money and prestige brought by this unexpected advancement seemed somewhat trivial compared to the shock and ambition of discovering the chosen one. The excitement quickly faded, and now his mind was filled with thoughts of how to secure this talented young player. The FA Cup stage saw a shocking upset, as the English League One team Doncaster Rovers was eliminated, akin to a massive stone thrown into the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring ripples both within and beyond the Reading Town club, its impact far exceeding that of an ordinary cup victory. The most direct and pleasing outcome came from the financial aspect. The FA Cup delivered prize money and broadcasting revenue, with a staggering sum of £400,000 deposited into the club's account. While this amount might be negligible for a wealthy club, for Reading Town, which had long struggled to make ends meet, it was undoubtedly a timely boon sufficient to support the club's basic operations for several months, and then some. Lin Feng sat in his office, gazing at the financial report, where the figures had finally turned from red to black, letting out a long sigh of relief. He promptly signed documents to settle the long-overdue transfer fees for several small clubs, as well as miscellaneous debts to local suppliers. He even allocated an additional bonus for the players and staff to reward their outstanding performances in the cup competition. Although the amount was not large, it made the entire club's operations seem much lighter and smoother. The economic ease brought confidence, while victories on the pitch yielded even more precious prestige. This classic battle of the underdog not only dominated the front page of the Reading Town Evening News, but its influence also spread to nationwide media. The sports section of the Daily Mail dedicated a small piece to this upset, titled "Shocking Thunder in League Two. Reading Town eliminates Doncaster." The online version of the Mirror elaborated a bit more, highlighting astonishing tactical discipline, Lee Weiss's commanding role in midfield, and Ian Ferguson's remarkable destructiveness. Though the coverage was limited, it signified that names like Reading Town, Lin Feng, Lee Wei, and Ferguson had genuinely entered the sight of national football media for the first time. The club's official social media accounts saw a modest increase in followers, with many neutral fans beginning to express interest in this League Two team, and posts about them started appearing in the discussion forums. The atmosphere at the post-match press conference was markedly different from before. In addition to local media, several national journalists were present. Lin Feng calmly responded to questions about tactics and player performances, exuding composure and confidence, affirming the players' efforts, while cleverly attributing the credit to the coaching staff, keeping himself in the background and maintaining an air of mystery. At that moment, a young female journalist in the back row raised her hand. She had a neat bob of brown hair, and though she wore glasses, her eyes were exceptionally bright, dressed in a fitted professional outfit that radiated professionalism and vitality. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am Sushi Carter from the Times." Her voice was clear and pleasant. "Congratulations on your team's impressive victory. My question is, there are rumors that you are not the conventional club owner, but rather deeply involved in the team's transfer operations and daily tactical design, even orchestrating key signings like Lee Wei and Ferguson. Is this true? How do you balance the role of an owner and, well, perhaps one could say a sports director, or even a shadow coach? What is your long-term plan for Reading Town? The rise of this team seems different from the traditional model of League Two." The questions were sharp and probing, directly hitting the core, indicating that the questioner was no novice and had done. The venue fell slightly quiet, with other journalists curiously looking at Lin Feng and then at the attractive female colleague. Lin Feng was mildly surprised, taking a closer look at Sushi Carter. She appeared quite young, yet her questioning was remarkably astute, immediately grasping the most critical point. He smiled and responded with poise, "Miss Carter, first of all, thank you for the Time's attention. Any success of the team belongs to every player, every member of the coaching staff, and all the staff. It is the result of everyone's collective effort. As the owner, my role is more about providing support, ensuring the club moves in the right direction, and creating the best conditions for the team as much as possible." He cleverly sidestepped a direct acknowledgement, but did not entirely deny it, leaving room in his words. "As for my role, I believe that modern football club managers need to have a profound understanding of the game itself. I maintain close communication with the coaching staff, offering my views and suggestions, but the final professional decisions and execution rely on experienced coaches like John and the others. We are a team." He paused before continuing, "Regarding the long-term plan, I hope Reading Town can take steady steps, first establishing a solid foundation, and then creating a competitive team in League Two and even at higher levels. We value youth training and are willing to give opportunities to promising young talents hoping to carve out a sustainable and healthy development path rather than merely relying on short-term investments. His answers were watertight. After the press conference ended as Lin Feng was preparing to leave Carter approached him walking confidently with an appropriately radiant smile. Mr. Lin, pardon the interruption. She handed him a simply designed business card with her contact information and the name of her column for the Times. Your answers earlier were truly remarkable. But as a sports journalist, my intuition tells me that your story with Reading Town goes far beyond this. This is not just an upset. There seems to be many unique management concepts and philosophies of football hidden behind it. I wonder if you would be willing to accept a more in-depth exclusive interview at your convenience. I hope to write a truly in-depth feature rather than a superficial report. Lin Feng took the card, feeling a faint scent of perfume on his fingertips. He looked into her bright eyes and pondered for a few seconds. The in-depth interview by the Times would be an excellent platform for enhancing the club's image and expanding its influence. Carter was being stared at intently by Lin Feng, her heart inexplicably racing a little faster. Sure, Miss Carter. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, revealing a businesslike smile. Your professionalism has left a deep impression on me. My assistant will contact you to arrange a suitable time. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. I look forward to our conversation. Carter flashed an even brighter smile, elegantly turned, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Lin Feng watched her departing figure, lost in thought. This female journalist is sharp, professional, and knows how to seize opportunities. She is certainly not a simple character. Engaging with her may bring some unexpected changes. Meanwhile, Chief Scout Martin Fletcher finally placed a preliminary investigation report on Jude Bellingham on Lin Feng's desk. The report corroborated Lin Feng's prophecy, detailing his football lineage, early maturity, and composed character, as well as Birmingham City's steadfast stance of considering him not for sale, but it also prominently noted the crucial information that he has yet to sign a professional contract. Lin Feng's fingers gently tapped on the report over Bellingham's name, lost in contemplation. The substantial prize money from the FA Cup has alleviated the financial pressure, but the pressing issue of the goalkeeper position remains unresolved in Lin Feng's mind. Although Tom Carlson performed exceptionally in the match against Doncaster, Lin Feng knows that it was merely a fleeting moment. The system data does not lie. A goalkeeper with only a stability rating of 10 is forever a ticking time bomb buried deep within the defense. As soon as the funds become slightly more abundant, he immediately shifts his full attention back to the search for a new goalkeeper. At this moment, the system brings good news. The cooldown period for the regional search function has ended. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. He immediately closed his eyes, concentrated, and set the search criteria: position goalkeeper, age under 21, potential greater than 145. The screen flickered, and the search results list was quickly generated. Lin Feng eagerly reviewed it line by line, but his mood gradually sank. There were many names on the list, but the best one had a potential rating of only 139, and he belonged to a mid-tier team in the championship regarded as a key training target, with a transfer fee and psychological price that were exorbitantly high, completely out of reach for the current Reading Town. The others were mostly mediocre players with potential ratings between 120 to 130, perhaps slightly better than Carlson, but incapable of fundamentally solving the problem. Could there truly be no hidden super goalkeeper talents within England? Lin Feng sighed in disappointment. Just when he was about to give up, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Dragon Country. How could he have forgotten this? Since the system is global, why not consider his homeland? That land rich in football talent, yet potentially obscured by various reasons. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng immediately switched the search range, locking the country to Dragon Country. However, the system promptly displayed a new warning. The search range is set to Dragon Country. Due to the vast area governed by the Football Association, the complexity of information, and the difficulty of data collection, every time this range is activated, the function will enter a cooldown period. Cooldown time 60 days. Additional restriction: each search can only specify one provincial-level administrative region for precise filtering. A nationwide indiscriminate scan is not possible. Please choose carefully. Host. 60 days cooldown. Can only choose one province. The restrictions are greater than expected. Lin Feng's heart tightened. This is akin to a lottery, and the opportunity is exceedingly precious. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Choosing a province with a relatively solid football foundation and a well-established youth training system. His finger glided over the virtual list and finally settled on Liaoning province in the northeast. This is a traditional football stronghold that has produced many excellent players. Confirming the selection. The few seconds waiting for the results to pop up felt like a century. Lin Feng stared intently at the system interface. The screen flickered again, and a new list was generated. Most names still hovered around a PA of 90 to 110, or even lower, reflecting the current state of Dragon Country football. Lin Feng's heart gradually sank. However, right at the top of the list a data point appeared before his eyes. Name Zhang Hao, position goalkeeper, age 18, current ability 51, severely lacking system training and match experience, potential 171, world-class goalkeeper potential. Key attributes: strength, reaction 15, explosiveness 13, agility 14, aerial ability 13. Key attributes: weaknesses: goal kicking 5, commanding defense 6, stability 8, severely lacking match experience, current status no contract. Remarks: exceptionally talented with rapid neural reaction speed, excellent goal line technique, strong, instantaneous explosiveness, and instinctual saveability. Due to financial difficulties at home, he gave up a chance to trial for professional football a year ago and is currently working as a laborer on a construction site in Xinjiang, Liaoning province to support his family. System evaluation: his talent is on par with any top goalkeeper of the same age in Europe. What he lacks is merely opportunity, systematic professional training, and the honing of high-level matches. The immense pressure of life might affect his mentality and development, requiring timely intervention and proper guidance. Potential of 171. 18 years old. No contract. Working as a laborer on a construction site. This is simply absurd. Not even a novel would dare to write this. A genius with world-class goalkeeper potential reduced to working on a construction site due to family hardships. But in Dragon Country, this is not surprising. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng grabbed the internal phone and immediately shouted to his administrative assistant, Old Wang. "Come to my office right now. Move quickly." In less than a minute, assistant Old Wang pushed the door open, panting, "Boss, what happened?" Lin Feng spoke urgently. "Find someone. His name is Zhang Hao, 18 years old. He should currently be working on a construction site in Xinjiang, Liaoning, Dragon Country. I need you to find him by any means necessary." Old Wang was completely bewildered, searching for a construction worker in Dragon Country. "Listen." Lin Feng's gaze was intense. "After you find him, immediately arrange all the paperwork for him and his immediate family to come to the UK in the name of Reading Town Football Club. Buy the fastest ticket, first class, and invite him to come to the UK for a trial. The attitude must be exceedingly sincere, telling him that there is an opportunity here that could change his and his family's destiny. All expenses will be covered by the club. This is the club's current highest priority task. Get it done." Old Wang was utterly struck by Lin Feng's urgency, though he had no idea why. He immediately nodded, "Understood. I will contact friends and agencies in Dragon Country and find him by any means." After saying that, he turned and rushed out. After issuing the order, Lin Feng's excitement still could not be calmed as he paced back and forth in the office. However, after the excitement, a painfully realistic and severe problem lay before him. Money. Signing Zhang Hao might not cost much, or perhaps even nothing, but trying to pry a talent of Bellingham's caliber from Birmingham City. Even if he hasn't signed a professional contract, the price would undoubtedly be astronomical. Despite Birmingham's emphasis on youth training, facing an apprentice who cannot sign a professional contract, if a club is willing to drop a sum they cannot refuse on training fees, there might still be a chance. And then there's Zhang Hao. Even just signing him would involve subsequent training salary and possibly compensation to his family. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the data of Tank Ferguson in the system. His current ability had risen to 65, with a potential of 148, and he was still on the rise. How much could a powerhouse striker who dominates in League Two and has championship potential be worth on the transfer market? Moreover, thinking of Bellingham's terrifying potential of 190 and a future market value that could reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of pounds. Perhaps Tank Ferguson could be sold for a high price, using the massive cash flow from selling a core player as leverage to secure both Bellingham and Zhang Hao, using current capabilities to exchange for the cornerstone of the next decade. Although emotionally reluctant to part with Ferguson, this is the cruelty and logic of professional football. Moreover, sending Ferguson to a club where he could better showcase his abilities and at a higher level could also be beneficial for his career. Once the plan became clear in Lin Feng's mind, he calmed down. He knew that the operation must be executed with utmost caution and patience, maximizing benefits. Ferguson is currently the most valuable liquid asset on the club's balance sheet, but his intent to sell must not be revealed lightly. The most suitable timing and offer must be awaited. However, the trees desire peace while the winds do not cease. Ferguson's continued stellar performance in the league and the FA Cup has attracted the attention of keen scouts. Potential buyers were not deterred by Lin Feng's not-for-sale statement in the media. Instead, they approached in a more roundabout manner. One afternoon, just after training, Lin Feng's phone rang with an unknown London number. The area code indicated it was from Fulham, a hub for many football agencies. He felt a slight stir in his heart, as if sensing something, and calmly answered the phone. "Hello, who is this?" A male voice with a typical professional agent's tone came through the line, speaking slowly. "Good afternoon, Mr. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Michael Ross, part of Mr. Jonathan Barnett's elite player management team serving as a senior player consultant. Jonathan Barnett, one of the most powerful agents in English football, representing numerous Premier League stars known for his fierce negotiation style and extensive connections. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed knowing the main topic was approaching, and it was significant. Mr. Ross, hello. I have long admired Mr. Barnett. May I ask what this is regarding? Lin Feng's tone was flat, betraying no emotional fluctuation. Haha, Mr. Lin is indeed straightforward. Michael Ross laughed lightly, maintaining a professional politeness in his voice. First, please allow me to extend heartfelt congratulations on your recent outstanding achievements with Reading Town on behalf of Mr. Barnett and our team. Your team's performance in the FA Cup has been impressive and remarkable. Thank you. The results are due to everyone's collective effort. Mr. Lin's response is concise, waiting for the other party's next words. Especially regarding that Scottish striker under your command, Mr. Ian Ferguson. Ross seamlessly shifted to the main topic, casually mentioning his performance is truly phenomenal, filled with raw power and aesthetic impact, very captivating. In today's football world, such a distinctly styled striker is a rare resource. Lin Feng sneered, inwardly realizing they were indeed here for the tank. He maintained his silence, listening to the other party's performance. Ross continued in a seemingly casual, yet strategically advancing tone. It's a matter of fate. A close friend of mine currently serves as the sporting director for a League One club that aims for higher goals. Their recent tactical system greatly requires a player like Mr. Ferguson who can provide a strong support in the front line. They are highly appreciative of Mr. Ferguson's recent performances. He paused slightly, seemingly observing Lin Feng's reaction, but all that could be heard on the other end was calm. He continued, of course we all understand that Mr. Ferguson is an indispensable core asset for your team and a key component of Reading Town's success. My friend fully understands this and admires your team-building vision. He entrusted me to communicate this more as a precautionary measure. It's just an informal inquiry to understand whether you have given any long-term thought to Ian's future development. Of course, we all know that in the world of football, excellent players always attract attention, and opportunities and changes are ever present. Lin Feng quietly listened, recognizing the others' seasoned rhetoric. First, they invoked Barnett's prestigious name and the identity of an old friend of the sporting director of a title-challenging League One team to apply pressure and enhance credibility. Then they used terms like precautionary, informal, and preliminary understanding to soften the probing aggressiveness. They expressed strong interest while leaving ample room for retreat to avoid the embarrassment of a direct rejection. Lin Feng pondered for about 3 seconds, then replied politely, Mr. Ross, thank you for your and your friend's concern, and please extend my thanks to Mr. Barnett for his congratulations. Ian Ferguson is indeed a key player in Reading Town's progress this season. You are correct in that regard. Not only is he exceptionally skilled, but more importantly, he fits well within our tactical system, gets along harmoniously with his teammates, and has openly expressed enjoyment in playing here. He slightly emphasized his tone, as I have expressed multiple times in public. He is a very important and core part of our future plans. We are building a competitive team around him and several other key players. Therefore, at least for the foreseeable future, we have no plans or considerations to sell Ian. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Michael Ross seemed unprepared for Lin Feng's swift and decisive refusal, not even saying a polite phrase like we will consider any offers. Oh, is that so? That's truly unfortunate. Ross' tone became slightly cooler, but he still maintained professional restraint. I completely understand your position and respect your decision to prioritize team building. After all, retaining core players is the cornerstone of a club's development. However, as I mentioned earlier, changes in the football world often exceed expectations. If certain situations change in the future, or if your thoughts undergo different considerations, you are always welcome to contact me. All right, Mr. Ross, I understand your point. If there's any need, I will remember your advice. I wish you and Reading Town all the best in the upcoming season, achieving great results, Mr. Lin. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Feng walked to the window, watching Ferguson joking and laughing with his teammates on the training ground carefree. A League One title-challenging team. An old friend of the sporting director. It seems more likely that Barnett's team has noticed the potential massive commission behind Ferguson and aims to lay out plans in advance, probing for hints. They may have even covertly contacted the player's family or former agent, attempting to bring him under their wing before orchestrating his transfer for massive commissions. Such tactics are commonplace in the football world. He immediately opened his computer and retrieved the details of Ian Ferguson's contract again. A weekly salary of £800 with a duration of 2.5 years. The buyout clause is set at £500,000. When this buyout amount was established, he thought it was sky high for a League Two player, sufficient to deter most suitors. However, it seems that as Ferguson continues to shine, this figure is no longer an obstacle in the eyes of those Championship and even Premier League clubs. £500,000 for a young, explosive, and highly promising striker seems even a bit cheap. The pressure has already begun to transfer. This phone call may just be the beginning. Lin Feng pressed the internal call button and instructed his assistant notify everyone that from now on all inquiries regarding Ian Ferguson's transfer, whether from club's agents or any third parties, must be redirected to me for personal handling. Without my permission, no one is allowed to privately contact, discuss, or respond to any related matters. This includes John and Martin. I please remind them as well. Understood, boss. I will relay this immediately. After sending a scout to the Dragon Kingdom to find Zhang Hao, Lin Feng felt a nagging uncertainty within his heart. Although he was excited, the description of moving bricks at a construction site worried him about the potential unforeseen complications. He had heard about the football environment in the Dragon Kingdom, where stories of buried talent were not uncommon. The days waiting for news felt exceptionally long. He could only focus his energy on negotiations for other transfer targets, engaging in a tug-of-war with agents of fringe players from several English League One and Championship teams. That day, he was on the phone in his office with a player's agent attempting to lower the other party's salary demands when his secretary knocked and silently mouthed, "Reporter Carter is here." Lin Feng paused for a moment and said, "Please hold on," to the person on the phone covering the mouthpiece. "Does she have an appointment?" "No, Mr. Lin. She said she was just passing by and wanted to confirm some details about yesterday's interview. I won't take up too much of your time." Lin Feng glanced at the phone, pondering slightly. "Please have her wait in the reception room for 5 minutes. He quickly wrapped up the call with the agent, organized his thoughts, and then stood up to head toward the reception room. Sushi Carter had changed into a more casual outfit today, wearing a well-tailored trench coat that accentuated her tall figure. She was standing by the window looking at the training ground below. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned around, her professional yet radiant smile still intact. "Sorry to bother you again, Mr. Lin. I hope I haven't interrupted your work." "It's no problem, Miss Carter. Please take a seat. Is there anything you need to add regarding yesterday's report?" "Oh, not at all. The article has already been sent back to the editorial department, and I am very satisfied with it." Sushi waved her hand and took out a USB drive from her bag. "Actually, it's some seasonal data analysis I've personally compiled on potential competitors in League One, including the characteristics and tactical tendencies of their key players. Consider it a token of appreciation for your interview yesterday." Lin Feng was somewhat surprised as he took the USB. This gift was not light, showcasing her strong professionalism and connections and hinting at her extraordinary interest in reading town. "Thank you so much, Miss Carter. This material is extremely valuable," Lin Feng said sincerely. "Just call me Sushi." She smiled and naturally shifted the topic. "You seem a bit distracted. Your tone during the call just now seemed a bit hurried. Are you encountering any difficulties with the transfers?" "Of course, if it's confidential, then never mind." Her beautiful big eyes were filled with curiosity. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Zhang Hao's situation was naturally classified, but facing Sushi, he felt he could perhaps share a little irrelevant frustration. There are always difficulties, especially when vying for a coveted player. Sometimes you spot a player and believe he has immense potential, but due to his environment and competition from other clubs, you might end up missing out. This uncertainty is the most agonizing. "I understand," Sushi nodded. "It's like a gold miner. Even with the most accurate map, you can't guarantee that every scoop will yield gold. Especially when the gold you have your eye on is buried deep beneath layers of earth." Her words seemed to carry a hint of implication, her gaze penetrating as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Could she have sensed something? It was impossible. He had never mentioned Zhang Hao to anyone. Could it be Bellingham? Then this girl had way too much insider information, didn't she? Perhaps this was just a customary probing from a reporter. Just then his phone in his pocket vibrated violently. He glanced at the caller ID, his eyes involuntarily widening. "Sorry, Sushi, I have to take this very important—" "Of course, please go ahead." Sushi gestured for him to continue, elegantly lifting her teacup, yet her eyes did not leave Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked to the window, picked up the call, and lowered his voice. "Old Wang, how's it going?" On the other end, an excited yet slightly fatigued voice replied, "Boss Lin, we found him. Heaven, it was really hard to find. I almost scoured every construction site over there. Finally, I found him at a project in a small county. It's him, Zhang Hao." Lin Feng's heart jumped to his throat. "How is he? Is he all right?" "He's fine. It's just he's dark and thin, looks older than his actual age, and is currently moving cement on the construction site." Old Wang's tone was filled with emotion. "I told him your intentions, that a big club in England is interested in him and wants him to come for a trial as a goalkeeper. At first he didn't believe me, thinking I was a scammer. I had to explain thoroughly, showing him the club's information and your photo, and even advanced him some travel expenses for his family before he reluctantly agreed to give it a try." "That's great." Lin Feng sighed in relief. "Excellent work. Immediately arrange for his visa, and by the earliest flight to England. The club will cover all expenses. You must ensure he arrives safely." "Understood, Boss Lin. Don't worry, I'll personally take him there." After hanging up, Lin Feng couldn't contain his excitement, clenching his fist tightly. He turned around to find She looking at him thoughtfully, a playful smile on her face. It seems Mr. Lin has found a deep buried treasure, and it appears to come from the distant east. Her intuition was terrifyingly sharp. Lin Feng took a deep breath, regaining some calm, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was hard to conceal. Perhaps sushi. Maybe it's a gamble. But in the world of football, sometimes you need a bit of adventurous spirit, don't you? She stood up, picked up her bag. Then I won't interrupt your treasure hunting any longer. I look forward to your good news. When I come to Reading Town, next time I hope to hear more interesting stories. Absolutely. Lin Feng escorted her to the door. Thank you again for your materials, Sushi. My pleasure. Sushi smiled back, turned, and left with a light step. Lin Feng watched her departing figure, thinking about the soon-arriving Zhang, how his feelings were complex. This beautiful reporter was too clever, too perceptive, almost as if she could see through many things. And right now he was more concerned about the future genius goalkeeper flying in from the distant Dragon Kingdom. A week later, Lin Feng met Zhang Hao for the first time at the Reading Town training base, having hurried over from the Dragon Kingdom. The young man before him matched the descriptions from the system and scout reports perfectly. Even more striking, he was tall, nearly 2 meters, with a broad frame, yet extremely thin, and the training outfit hastily prepared by the club hung loosely on him. His skin was dark and rough, his finger joints large and slightly deformed, covered in calluses and tiny scars. He carefully surveyed everything modern around him, as if afraid of breaking something. Boss, the person is safely brought to you. It's just that. The kid has never traveled far and knows nothing, causing quite a few amusing incidents on the way. Old Wang said softly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, signaling Old Wang to rest first. He stepped forward, trying to keep his expression gentle, and shook Zhang Hao's rough, large hand. Zhang Hao, welcome to Reading Town. I am Lin Feng, the owner and chairman of this club. Zhang Hao's body visibly stiffened for a moment as he spoke with a heavy accent. Hello, boss. My name is Zhang. Lin Feng patted his thin but sturdy arm, saying, don't be nervous. This might be your new home from now on. They'll take you to see where you'll be living, and then conduct a simple health check. Lin Feng personally arranged for Zhang Hao to move into the club's apartment prepared for young players, which was simple, yet clean and tidy. For Zhang Hao, this was already a heavenly environment. He stood awkwardly in the center of the room, not daring to sit down. Lin Feng patted his shoulder to help him relax. The results of the health check in the afternoon were shocking. His physical condition was excellent, and the results of his reflex nerve test astonished the medical staff present. However, his muscle type was more suited for endurance work, and his technical movement tests were dismal. Lin Feng was not disappointed. Instead, he became even more convinced of the system's assessment. Everything needed to be taught from scratch. Lin Feng immediately arranged for a goalkeeper coach and a fitness coach to conduct a closed-door, high-intensity trial training session for him, requesting that Lao Wang accompany him as a translator throughout. The trial training process was less about assessment and more about guidance. In the basic goal line technique segment, Zhang Hao's terrifying reaction speed, which reached 17, was fully displayed. Facing the goalkeeper coach's powerful shot near the penalty spot, he instinctively made many extreme saves, extending his body during side dives with swift movements. Although many movements were still not standard, his keen sense of the game was remarkably acute. Despite being somewhat flustered due to the language barrier and unfamiliar tactical understanding, he occasionally made poor positioning choices. Yet his outstanding instantaneous explosiveness and innate goal line positioning sense still left all the knowledgeable observers in awe. This was a raw and pure talent. Without needing to say more, the results were already evident. This couldn't even be described as potential, it was the embryonic form of combat power. As soon as the trial session ended, Lin Feng walked onto the field and said to Zhang Hao, who was still drenched in sweat, "You did well. On behalf of the Reading Town Football Club, I officially invite you to join us." Zhang Hao was taken aback, disbelief etched on his dark face. After a moment, he felt that Lin Feng was. He nodded vigorously, saying, "I'm willing. Thank you, boss. I will give it my all." Lin Feng patted his sturdy shoulder, showing an encouraging smile. However, just as Lin Feng was about to have Lao Wang take Zhang Hao to arrange for the contract, the club's administrative director pulled Lin Feng aside, with a serious expression, holding a document. "Boss, there is a very tricky issue," the director said in a low voice, his tone serious. "It's about Zhang Hao's work permit application. I've assessed the situation preliminarily, and it's extremely grim. It can almost be said to be impossible to pass." Lin Feng's brow instantly furrowed, his earlier joy dissipating significantly. "What's going on? Please explain clearly," Lin Feng urged. "The work permit point system in the UK is very strict, as you know," the director explained quickly, his speech rapid. "He has no experience playing for the national team, which gives him 0 points. This is a hard injury. Transfer fee. He is a free agent, 0 transfer fee, and again 0 points. Moreover, with his lack of professional background, we can only offer an initial contract with a weekly salary of around 2,000, which is far from meeting the required salary point standard. Even with our club's prestige points in EFL League 2, the total still falls short of the minimum requirements for the work permit application. Lin Feng listened, his brow slightly furrowing. He was so absorbed in the excitement of Zhang Hao's visibly outstanding talent that he almost forgot the most immediate issue facing non-EU players. The work permit. Are we really going to watch a future world-class goalkeeper with a PA value of 171 unable to serve himself due to a piece of paper? Could he even be forced to return to Long Country and continue working on a construction site? Is there any solution? Any possibility? He asked in a deep voice. The only way is to appeal to apply for a special talent clause. The director adjusted his glasses and said, "We need to present a case to an arbitration panel composed of football experts to prove that Zhang Hao is an exceptionally talented player who will not only not occupy the living space of local players, but will also enhance the overall level of the league." However, boss, the director hesitated, it's extremely difficult. There has been no successful precedent so far. Difficulty doesn't mean it's impossible. No precedent. Then we will create one. Lin Feng interrupted him. Immediately gather the club's best lawyers and all relevant personnel for a meeting. We will prepare the appeal materials right away. We need the most persuasive materials. A battle without gunpowder immediately began. After arranging for Zhang Hao, Lin Feng personally took charge, and the office became a temporary command center. He instructed the technical department to work overtime editing all video footage of Zhang Hao's trial training into a visually impactful highlight reel. The goal was to ensure that everyone who watched the video could intuitively feel the talent emanating from the screen. He had the goalkeeper coach produce an extremely exaggerated yet substantiated recommendation letter. In the letter, the goalkeeper coach guaranteed, based on his 20 years of experience, that Zhang Hao was an on-scene-a-lifetime genius with top-notch reaction speed and asymmetric saving ability, possessing the potential to rival world-class goalkeepers. At the same time, Lin Feng personally prepared a logically sound statement that spanned several pages. The entire club operated at high speed for this appeal. A few days later, Lin Feng personally attended with his legal team and all materials. At the meeting, he did not dwell on the details of the point system, but set a high profile from the beginning. We are not discussing the eligibility of an ordinary player today, but imploring everyone not to miss an extraordinary talent capable of changing the football world. Facing the scrutinizing and questioning gazes of the 5 members of the expert arbitration panel, Lin Feng remained calm and argued his case persuasively. He first played the video, presented the recommendation letter, and answered the committee members' pointed questions one by one. When asked, "How can you prove he is better than British local goalkeepers?" Lin Feng directly responded, "Gentlemen, the video does not lie. I believe anyone who has watched him train would not doubt this. What we need is not points, but an opportunity to prove himself, as well as a chance for English football to gain a future star." When a committee member questioned the level of football in Long Country, Lin Feng immediately took the floor. "Mr. Committee member, I understand your concerns. But the birth of genius is never limited by geography. Zhang Hao's talent transcends nationality. More importantly, his arrival may help improve the image of Long Country football, in turn encouraging more Long Country fans to pay attention to and love English football. This is a win-win situation. Gentlemen, we are not going backward, but creating history. Everyone has the potential to be a historical creator, driving the progress of English football and even world football." The entire process was tense and intense, with sharp exchanges. If this were in the Premier League, or even the Championship, Lin Feng would indeed have little confidence in the appeal being successful. However, the scrutiny in League 2 was much lighter, and combined with his negotiation skills, what initially seemed a slim hope became possible. Ultimately, after a lengthy deliberation, the chair of the hearing committee announced the result. Zhang Hao's extraordinary talent and potential indeed met the rare standards of a special talent, and his joining would significantly benefit the long-term development of the club and its associated market. Approved. Exception granted. The news reached Reading Town Football Club, and everyone in the know cheered with joy. Lao Wang was so excited, he almost jumped up. Lin Feng let out a long breath, feeling more exhausted than if he had commanded an intense match. The hour-long hearing, with all his negotiation skills on display, had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Yet his heart was filled with a tremendous sense of achievement and joy. This was not only about signing Zhang Hao, but also about paving a viable path for potentially bringing in other talents from non-EU regions, especially Long Country. A grand idea quietly arose in his heart. The successful approval of the labor certificate cleared the biggest obstacle. Lin Feng acted swiftly, immediately conducting a remote video communication with Zhang Hao's family in Longhua to formally finalize the contract details. Lin Feng provided Zhang Hao with a 4-year basic contract offering a weekly salary of £2,000. For someone who had never played a professional match and came from a struggling family, this was undoubtedly an unimaginable fortune enough to completely change his and his family's circumstances. The contract also included a signing fee clause. Lin Feng specifically explained that this sum could be immediately remitted home to alleviate his father's medical expenses and family debts. However, the contract also contained extremely strict additional clauses, unconditional compliance with the club's arranged training, and a strict nutritional plan. The contract also stipulated significant salary increases based on the number of appearances and performance, as well as the distribution ratio of future transfer fees, deeply binding personal interests with the club's interests. The signing ceremony did not invite any media and was held simply in Lin Feng's office. Zhang Hao solemnly signed his name on the contract, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. For him it felt like a dream. Afterwards he held Lin Feng tightly, fighting back tears. The tall Zhang Hao with his immense strength nearly squeezed the breath out of Lin Feng. If it weren't for old Wang's timely intervention, Lin Feng might have truly been hugged into unconsciousness. Although the news was not officially publicized, it quickly reached local media through word of mouth from club staff. The Reading Evening News once again published a questioning article with a title that carried its usual sarcastic tone: Lin Feng's obsession with collecting players from Longhua. Reading United signs another unknown goalkeeper from Longhua. The article questioned the necessity of this signing, implying that Lin Feng favored his connections merely to satisfy personal preferences, even speculating that this was part of some commercial operation rather than a purely football-related decision. Lin Feng scoffed at this, completely disregarding it. However, while he could ignore external doubts, the subtle changes within the club required his keen perception and careful handling. The news of the signing caused a stir in the locker room. The starting goalkeeper Tom Carlson felt unprecedented, although Lin Feng had previously spoken to him, emphasizing that he was the current #1 goalkeeper. The arrival of a young goalkeeper signed under a special talent clause who had caused such a stir for the boss spoke volumes about his talent and the importance placed on him. Carlson became increasingly intense in training, even a bit overly so. After making an unnecessary error that led to a conceded goal, he unusually yelled at the defenders, clearly losing his composure. Some players, especially a few older key members, began to murmur privately. What can that kid do besides being quick? The language barrier makes communication about defense impossible. Is the boss too biased towards players from Longhua? Li Wei is indeed impressive, but this goalkeeper looks too rash. Can he be better than Tom? Tom's pressure has increased, and that's not a good thing. The atmosphere in the locker room feels off. These subtle emotions and discussions were quickly relayed to Lin Feng by the observant old John. Lin Feng nodded, having anticipated these situations long ago. The stability and unity of the locker room were crucial, especially during this key stage of the team's ascent. He first sought out Tom Carlson again, this time choosing a quieter conference room for their discussion. Tom, Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet serious as he poured him a glass of water. I've heard some whispers and have noticed changes in your recent training. I understand that Zhang Hao's arrival has put pressure on you, and that is entirely normal. Carlson lowered his head, gripping the water cup, and said nothing. Listen, Lin Feng emphasized, leaning forward. I want to make it clear once again that you are still the undisputed #1 goalkeeper for Reading United. Your experience, your familiarity with the team's defensive system, your understanding of league opponents. These are the most valuable assets to the team. The club signed him with an investment in the future. Your task is to help the team achieve good results now and safeguard our goal. Your position will not change because of his arrival, at least not this season. Do you understand what I mean? I need you to stabilize. You are the anchor of our defense. If Zhang Hao becomes the starting goalkeeper and you still want to stay at the club, I will still offer you a satisfactory contract. Carlson lifted his head, looking into Lin Feng's sincere eyes, and his anxiety and grievances seemed to dissipate a bit. He nodded firmly. I understand, boss. I was overthinking. I will do my job and do my best to help him. Lin Feng then called Zhang Hao through. Zhang Hao. Lin Feng looked at him. You are now officially a player of Reading United. But remember, this is just the beginning. Here, forget about the so-called talents you displayed during the trials. Everything starts from scratch here. Your only task is to learn. Learn the language, learn the tactics, learn how to be a professional player, learn from each of your teammates. Until you are fully prepared, you will not easily get opportunities. Respect your seniors, train hard, understand. I do not want to hear any reports of you being arrogant or not putting. Zhang Hao replied earnestly. Understood, boss. I will work hard to learn and train diligently. After these two conversations, a balance of kindness and authority temporarily stabilized the morale and clarified everyone's roles and expectations. Lin Feng knew that as Zhang Hao gradually adapted and grew and the language barrier was eliminated, it was only a matter of time before he became the starting goalkeeper. What he needed to do was eliminate all uncontrollable factors within the team. He would do everything possible to ensure the team progressed to League One. In the last month before the winter transfer window opened, the phone calls in the Reading United club office seemed to ring more frequently than usual. The content of these calls had also quietly changed. Initially, they were just some media inquiries and agent, but gradually clubs began sending inquiries through more formal channels. The faxes and emails received in the official mailbox were no longer signed by some vague agent team, but by actual names of clubs from League One. The first to send an inquiry was Lin Feng team. Their sports director cautiously expressed interest in Reading United's Scottish striker Ian Ferguson, hoping to understand the player's contract status and the club's approximate asking price, emphasizing that this was merely initial informal communication. Next, AFC Wimbledon also sent a similar inquiry letter, slightly more urgent, in tone, mentioning that they were looking for a young forward ready for League One. Although these inquiries had not yet made specific offers, their official nature and relatively serious attitude differed sharply from the previous subtle approaches by agents like Michael Ross. The market winds had begun to shift, and Tank Ferguson's emergence in lower leagues had clearly caught the attention of many genuine buyers. Lin Feng sat in the boss chair, stroking his chin as he looked at the various inquiry messages in front of him. Lin Feng sat stroking his chin, lost in thought. On one hand, the players he had personally nurtured and developed gained market recognition and became hot commodities undeniably, proving the success of his vision and strategy, bringing him a strong sense of accomplishment. On the other hand, he was well aware that this meant the team might soon lose this absolute pillar on the front line, which would have a tremendous impact on the team's immediate combat effectiveness. What weighed more heavily on him was the sentiment of the fan base. Local newspapers and social media had already begun to echo concerns and worries. "I heard Lin Feng is asking about our Tank. Don't sell him. He guarantees our goals. If the boss sells Ferguson for money, he'll protest at the training ground. Without Tank, how are we going to play in the second half of the season? Just rely on leeway alone." Although these voices had yet to form a large-scale wave, Lin Feng knew that mishandling the situation could easily provoke fan resentment and doubts about the club's ambitions. Faced with internal and external pressures, Lin Feng's response strategy began to undergo subtle adjustments. He no longer asserted decisively as he did when responding to Ross that players were not for sale. When replying to these inquiries through official channels, his wording became more flexible and aligned with the operational norms of professional football. "We appreciate your club's interest in Ian Ferguson. Ian is a key player in Reading United's progress this season, and we are full of gratitude and respect for everything he has done for the club. The club's current plan is to retain all core players and strive for better results. However, we also fully understand that in professional football, every ambitious player may wish to prove themselves on a higher platform. If a truly reflective offer for Ian's extraordinary value and huge potential arises, which is crucial to the club's current rebuilding plan, the club will consider it carefully and communicate with all parties." These words were deliberately or unintentionally leaked through various channels and quickly spread throughout the football community. It was clear to any discerning person that this was sending a clear signal to the market. Reading United star striker was not absolutely untouchable, but if anyone wanted to take him away, they must present an irresistible and substantial offer. They all sensed a message within. It was not a not-for-sale situation, but rather the highest bidder wins. Lin Feng bore the pressure both internally and externally, yet his gaze remained calm. He now resembled a patient hunter, having laid out the bait, waiting for the most capable buyers to take the hook. On January 1st, the winter transfer window officially opened. For most lower league clubs, this usually meant minor adjustments, rarely stirring up significant turbulence. However, for Reading United, this winter window was destined to be anything but tranquil from the outset. Just a few hours after the window opened, the old fax machine in the club's office emitted a familiar printing sound. The administrative assistant habitually walked over, took the paper that was ejected, and just glanced at it. Her expression changed slightly, and she hurried towards Lin Feng's office. "Boss, we received a formal fax offer from Walsall Football Club." She placed the still warm paper on Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he took a deep breath and picked up the fax. "Sender Walsall Football Club, League One recipient Reading United Football Club, subject transfer offer for player Ian Ferguson. Body, we formally propose to purchase your registered player Ian Ferguson. Transfer fee amount 500,000. Payment method one-time payment." The document bore the official seal of Walsall Football Club and the signature of the sporting director. 500,000. Just enough to trigger the buyout clause in Ferguson's contract. Lin Feng looked at the number and smiled slightly. A few days ago, Lin Feng had already discussed with Ferguson about resigning his contract and had raised the buyout clause to 1 million. Ferguson had asked no questions and had signed with a carefree attitude. It seemed their information was quite outdated, as they still believed the buyout clause was 500,000. For a club like Reading United in League Two, 500,000 was undoubtedly a sum that could significantly alter their financial situation. With this money, not only could the club's debts be greatly alleviated, but they could also search for one or two decent reinforcements in the transfer market. Just a few months ago, this might have been a sum he wouldn't even dare to imagine. But now, his gaze grew per 500,000. Just 500,000, and they want to take away a rare powerful striker who is only 20 years old and possesses championship-level potential. And this was during the winter transfer window, a seller's market. This money was utterly insufficient to support. It might solve basic needs, but it was far from meeting his ambitions for the two transactions that could change the clubs. After all, acquiring Bellingham required paying a staggering training fee to Birmingham. Signing Zhang Hao would save on transfer fees, but would entail significant training investments, and funds would also be needed to address potential reinforcements if they lost Ferguson. Walsall, a team fighting for relegation in League One, clearly wanted to take advantage of the buyout clause opportunity and snag a great deal. They probably thought that for a League Two club, 500,000 was an irresistible sky-high price. Lin Feng hesitated not at all, and he didn't even convene the coaching staff for a meeting. He directly took the pen and signed his opinion and directive in the blank space of the fax document, rejected. This offer falls far short of the player's actual value. Not to be considered. He then instructed his assistant, immediately respond to Walsall according to official procedures and formally reject their offer. The tone was polite, yet the stance was firm. The assistant looked at Lin Feng in surprise, seemingly unable to believe the boss would so straightforwardly reject 500, yet promptly complied. But that was not the end. Lin Feng then personally called his acquaintance Jack Brown, a journalist at the Reddington Evening News. Jack, I heard Walsall offered 500 for Ian. Haha, tell them, and all interested parties, that 500. That barely reflects half of Ian Ferguson's value. Reddington United is not a beggar. We won't sell our core assets cheaply. This statement quickly spread through the football circle via the journalist. In an instant, it stirred up a tremendous wave. What? Reddington United rejected 500,000. A League Two player, and they want sell for 500. Lin Feng has gone mad. Tank is strong, but 500 is a sky-high price for League Two. Does he really think his player is worth 1 million? Walsall was caught off guard, and even somewhat angered by Lin Feng's firm attitude and swift rejection, believing he was ungrateful and arrogant. However, Lin Feng's actions had an unexpected effect. Those clubs that were originally on the fence, perhaps hoping to find a bargain, quickly reassessed the situation and Ferguson's value upon seeing Lin Feng's resolute rejection of the 500 buyout offer. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom owner of Reddington United is not a fool. He is extremely confident in his players. If he wants sell for 500, then what is his psychological price? This Ferguson might be worth even more than we estimated. Lin Feng's firmness did not scare off. On the contrary, it successfully set a high-price benchmark for Tank Ferguson, forcing all subsequent potential buyers to think and act above this benchmark. The transfer market's game had instantly escalated because of Lin Feng's decisive and firm rejection. The news of Lin Feng rejecting the 500 offer from Welford Town spread like a thunderclap, quickly circulating within the circles of England's lower leagues. It even caught the attention and sparked discussions among some scouts from Premier League clubs. In an instant, terms like Reddington United, Lin Feng, and Ian Ferguson surged in popularity, becoming one of the most talked about topics at the onset of the winter transfer window. The overwhelming first reaction from most was shock, believing that Lin Feng was either insane or completely out of touch with the market, a foolish dreamer. However, it didn't take long for some clubs eager to strengthen their squads to begin to grasp the underlying implications. This owner from Longwood wasn't mad. He was exceedingly confident and held a nearly obsessive belief in the value of his players. After all, he had transformed a team that was bottom of League Two into a strong contender for promotion to League One within just a few months. The rise of Li Wei also verified the unique vision of this owner. He was the first to use Longwood players so unabashedly and achieve such good results. This intense confidence piqued their greater interest. If a product is so cherished by an insightful owner that they would reject an exorbitant price, could it truly be that the market has underestimated its value temporarily? The first to react was Portsmouth, who had previously inquired. Despite being a traditional powerhouse with a glorious history, this team had been languishing in the lower leagues in recent years, yet still possessed a solid foundation and financial strength compared to ordinary League Two teams. They quickly sent a second, more formal inquiry letter adopting a much more sincere tone. They explicitly stated their willingness to offer 600 and hoped to initiate positive negotiations while also inquiring about the player's personal wishes. 600,000. That's a full 100,000 more than the 500,000 needed to trigger the release clause. This was already touching the edge of historical records for transfer fees of League Two players. Undoubtedly, Portsmouth's offer demonstrated significant sincerity. However, before Lin Feng could formally respond to Portsmouth's offer, a truly heavyweight pursuer emerged. The League One giant Sunderland, who aimed to secure direct promotion to the Championship. The Black Cats Sunderland. They had just suffered a major blow as their main striker was severely injured in training and ruled out for the season. They urgently needed to bring in a strong replacement during the winter window to maintain their powerful momentum for promotion. After thoroughly analyzing the available forwards in the market, their scouting system and decision-makers quickly zeroed in on the recently hot prospect Tank Ferguson. Unlike the written inquiries or phone communications of other clubs, Sunderland sent their sports director, the experienced Stuart Harvey, directly to Reddington United's training base to demand a face-to-face meeting with Lin Feng. In the modest conference room of the facility, Harvey wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Stuart Harvey, representing Sunderland Football Club. We have a strong interest in your player Ferguson. We believe that his physical attributes and playing style perfectly align with our current tactical needs." Lin Feng felt a surge of joy inside. The big fish had finally taken the bait, and it was an unexpectedly large one. However, he maintained a calm exterior. "Thank you for Sunderland's favor and for coming such a long way, Mr. Harvey. Ian is indeed a very special player who has made outstanding contributions to the team." Harvey nodded, appreciating Lin Feng's composure, and then directly made a verbal offer. "We understand Ian's importance to you. To demonstrate our sincerity and efficiency, we are willing to pay $7,000 for Ferguson's transfer fee. Additionally, we recognize the investment the club has made in developing players and are open to including a future selling clause with specific terms to be discussed in detail. $7,000 plus a selling clause. This offer has already surpassed Welford Town and outstripped Portsmouth's." Almost simultaneously as Harvey stated the offer, Lin Feng's assistant quietly entered the room, delivering a note that contained the summary of a recently received fax. Another financially solid League One team, Ipswich Town, also expressed willingness to offer $6,500 for Ferguson and hoped to negotiate promptly. A young striker from League Two had unexpectedly sparked a bidding war among multiple League One clubs. This included traditional powerhouses and promotion favorites like Sunderland. This transfer was undoubtedly becoming one of the most closely watched headlines of the winter transfer window this season. Lin Feng simply smiled, striving to maintain a clear head. He looked at Harvey and spoke calmly. "Mr. Harvey, thank you for Sunderland's offer. It indeed reflects your sincerity and recognition of the player's value. $7,000 is a positive signal, but it still presents a certain gap compared to our internal assessment of Ian's current value. I believe it serves better as a solid foundation for further in-depth negotiations rather than an endpoint." He paused for a moment and continued, "Furthermore, for the sake of rigorous transfer operations, I hope that any formal negotiations and progress should be based on a clear written offer. At the same time, we also need to respect the player's own wishes, as he will be an important participant in any transaction." Harvey slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by Lin Feng's ability to remain so composed in the face of the $7,000 offer. But he was experienced and had seen various situations. He nodded in understanding. "All right, we will prepare a formal written offer as quickly as possible. However, I hope Reddington United can also sense our sincerity and efficiency. Time is precious for both sides and the transfer window is limited. I won't waste your time, and please don't waste mine." After sending Harvey off, Lin Feng immediately instructed his assistant to inform Ian Ferguson and his newly appointed agent of the current situation in a brief but accurate manner. Upon hearing the news, especially when he heard Sunderland's name and their offer, Ferguson felt a mix of emotions. He held deep affection for Reddington United and was very grateful for Lin Feng's recognition and trust. At the same time, he was also filled with a longing for the challenges of League One and even higher platforms. The allure was immense and hard to resist, especially with a historic club like Sunderland extending an olive branch. He and his agent expressed the need for some time to carefully consider. Lin Feng hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and walked to the window to look at the training ground. The situation was rapidly developing in the direction he had anticipated. Bids had been established and prices were steadily climbing, but with that came a more complex game of negotiation and choices. How to maximize transfer profits, how to balance the immediate cash received by the club with the potentially more imaginative future selling clause. More importantly, how to manage the relationship with Ferguson and his agent effectively. He needed to sell the player at a record price without alienating him, ensuring he felt respected and understood to avoid causing negative impacts in the locker room. Moreover, the most crucial task was to expedite the completion of Ferguson's transfer. Initiating the operation to bid for Bellingham as soon as possible was the main event. After several days of intense and fierce tug-of-war, the fax machine and emails were frequently exchanged between Reading Town and Sunderland Club. Each document transmission was accompanied by a new round of negotiations and revisions. Both sides engaged in multiple rounds of bargaining over the payment structure, additional terms, and future rights. Ultimately, an agreement acceptable to both parties was finally reached. The transfer fee was set at 8,500, and although this was not a one-time payment, the proportion of the upfront payment was quite high. This funding was sufficient to immediately alleviate any financial difficulties Reading Town was facing and provide solid support for future team development. More importantly, Lin Feng successfully secured a 25% cut of the future transfer fee for the club. This meant that regardless of how high Sunderland sold Ferguson for in the future, Reading Town would still benefit. It must be said that this is a shrewd clause focused on the future. Ferguson the Tank was incredibly excited about joining a traditional powerhouse like Sunderland. The personal treatment offered by Sunderland far exceeded his income at Reading Town, along with a promise of an important role in the team to satisfy his ambition for higher honors. His personal contract negotiations were nearly seamless, proceeding very smoothly. Before the official announcement, Lin Feng had a heartfelt farewell conversation with Ferguson in his office. No one else was present. Lin Feng said calmly, looking at the tall and strong man before him, "The agreement has been reached. First, on behalf of Reading Town Club, I sincerely thank you for everything you have done for the team. You have not been here long, but you are the absolute key to our escape from the relegation zone. Every goal you scored, every challenge you faced, the fans witnessed and remembered." Ferguson's once fierce face on the field lost its ferocity. He rubbed his hands and said in a deep voice, "Boss, please don't say that. I should be the one thanking you. You pulled me out of a small club in Scotland and gave me a chance. Without you, I might still be scrambling for the ball in the lower." As he spoke, Ferguson's eyes reddened. Without Lin Feng's guidance, he would never have had the opportunity to develop. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That is because you have the ability. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared. You seized it and performed better than anyone imagined. Going to Sunderland is a bigger stage. It's a good thing for you. Play well there and show everyone the true power of the Tank." He paused and said, half jokingly, half seriously, "Perform well, and when it comes time for your next transfer, don't forget to earn us some more royalties." Ferguson laughed, nodding vigorously. "Don't worry, boss. I will never embarrass you. Reading Town will always be." The two shook hands firmly, everything unspoken. In the afternoon, before the official announcement of the transfer agreement was signed, the club held a small farewell party for Ferguson in the conference room at the training base. Lin Feng, along with all the club players, bid farewell to Ferguson. On the long table in the conference room, there were simple arrangements of drinks and snacks. Lin Feng raised his glass first, giving a brief speech reaffirming Ferguson's contributions once more. Captain Li Wei stepped forward, representing all the players, to present Ferguson with a carefully prepared gift. A Reading Town jersey signed by all the players with Ferguson's number 9 and the huge word Tank printed on the back. Li Wei patted Ferguson's sturdy arm firmly. "Honestly, I really don't want you to leave. With you in front of me on the field, I feel much more secure. But you're going to a better place, and the brothers are all happy for you. Don't forget us, and when you come back to play, don't be Ferguson took the jersey, running his fingers over each familiar signature. His lips moved, unsure of what to say, just nodding repeatedly. At this moment, old John, who had served the club for over 30 years, walked over with a frame in his hands. Inside was a candid photo of Ferguson after scoring a crucial goal, wildly charging towards the corner flag with cheering teammates behind him and a roaring crowd in the stands. Old John, with a slightly hoarse voice, said, "Kid, this is the one I took. It's my favorite. Take it, and remember the days here when you're in your new place." Looking at the photo of his passionate moment and hearing old John's simple yet heartfelt words, Ferguson recalled all the bits and pieces from the past half year. From the initial discomfort of arriving to his first appearance, his first goal, and then fighting together with his teammates in the mud, ultimately helping the team escape the relegation zone. These images surged into Ferguson's mind. The tough guy who never uttered a word, even when crashing into opponents on the field, could no longer suppress his inner emotions. He extended his large hand to take the frame, hugging it tightly to his chest, his massive body trembling slightly, and tears could no longer be held back. Despite the club's efforts to control the news, details of the transfer quickly leaked through internal channels. Reading Town's fan forums and social media exploded instantly, with reactions more intense than any previous rumors. Official news. 850000. Sold. Really sold. Crazy. Lin Feng sold the soul of the team for money. Without the Tank, what will we do in the second half of the season? Who will score? Do we still care about the league ranking? Compromised for 850000. Didn't you say he was not for sale? Scammer. Unfollow. Refund. I will never go to another match. Poor Tank, reduced to a commodity in the eyes of capitalists. Has the hope we just saw collapsed like this? Doubts, anger, confusion, disappointment. Various emotions filled the online space, with even a small group of fans gathering outside the training base raising protest banners, their emotions running high. Lin Feng anticipated all of this. He chose not to hide, but instead faced the immense pressure and published an open letter to all fans on the club's official website. In the letter, he did not shy away from the issue and candidly confirmed Ferguson's transfer. He explained in detail the necessity and strategic significance of this transaction for the long-term healthy development of a club like Reading Town. 85 million plus a high percentage of the secondary transfer fee is a fund considering the club's long-term interests, which will all be invested in the team's development, including improving youth training facilities, expanding the scouting network, and so on. The most crucial part is to search for and bring in talented players in the transfer market. He promised that the club would not stop moving forward and fans would soon see the actual combat power transformed from this funding. He earnestly requested that fans maintain patience and confidence, trust him, and continue to support the team. After the open letter was published, the fans' anger indeed diminished significantly. After all, Lin Feng's vision had not been mistaken. After releasing the open letter, Lin Feng himself did not even have time to savor the public's reaction to it. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed the number he had long memorized. The call connected and Mark Bellingham's steady voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Mark. We can now discuss substantive matters regarding Jude." With the first transfer funds recently received and a solid financial guarantee for the club's future, Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence during his conversation with Mark Bellingham. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he wasted no time and directly presented the long-prepared offer. "Mr. Mark, in order to demonstrate Reading United's utmost sincerity towards Jude, and to prove that we are not just a club of empty promises, we would like to formally submit an offer of $1 million to Birmingham City for the registration rights of Jude Bellingham." $1 million. For a 15-year-old who has yet to sign a professional contract and has only made appearances on the bench for the youth team and occasionally for the first team. This is undoubtedly a record-breaking sum. This figure far exceeds the transfer fees for most key players in League One, approaching the values of non-core players from mid- and lower-tier championship teams. Lin Feng understood that although Birmingham City valued Bellingham, their financial situation was not impervious, and only by making such a bold offer could he swiftly break through Birmingham's psychological defenses. "We promise that once Jude joins, he will immediately become a crucial mainstay in the midfield, receiving stable and ample playing time. He is not here to learn, he is here to be a core player and to directly change the game." Without waiting for the other party to fully recover from the shock of this number, Lin Feng continued to build momentum, painting a compelling and persuasive picture for the Bellingham family, which was far more powerful than empty promises. "We will create a brand new dynamic and creative dual-core midfield system centered around him and Li Wei, with both sharing the crucial role of orchestrating the offense. The club will spare no resources to provide him with the best training conditions, fully supporting him to realize his full potential. Reading United will not be the endpoint of his career. We are willing to be the strongest stepping stone on his path to the world's top clubs, a stage that allows him to showcase his talents and accumulate invaluable experience. In the future, when he grows into a world-class star and receives invitations from prestigious clubs, the club will not place any obstacles in his way and will take pride in it." He even mentioned a detail that could evoke empathy. "Our midfield core, Li Wei, you know that kid from Longwei, you are aware of his skills and vision. He has expressed his admiration for Jude multiple times in private, and he is very much looking forward to fighting alongside a talent like Jude, believing they could create wonderful chemistry." These words struck precisely at the points that Mark Bellingham was most concerned about, like a carefully designed The astonishing offer alleviated all economic concerns, and one could even say it was a fortune that could completely alter the trajectory of their family life. Meanwhile, the exceptionally clear planning and commitments aligned perfectly with his vision for his son's career. This sounded far more tangible and enticing than those elite training academies that only talked about potential, but couldn't guarantee playing time with lower risks. Mark Bellingham was moved. He could clearly sense Lin Feng's sincerity on the other end of the line. This was no longer the fantasy of a dreamer, but a project with concrete plans and execution capabilities. He fell silent for a moment with only the sound of his heavy breathing on the line. "Mr. Lin, your sincerity has indeed impressed me and made me feel Reading United's tremendous determination. This is an offer and plan that our family cannot ignore. I need to have a serious discussion with Jude and my family. At the same time, I will convey your club's formal offer and strong intentions to the management of Birmingham City without reservation." This is enough. Lin Feng knew he had succeeded more than halfway. As long as the family's willingness leaned strongly towards him, the pressure on Birmingham City would increase exponentially, making it difficult for them to forcibly retain a genius youth whose heart had already departed. Sure enough, when the facts of that $1 million formal offer appeared on the desks of the chairman and football director at Birmingham City, the entire management team fell into a state of immense shock. On one hand, $1 million. For a championship club, especially for a youth player, this is like a windfall. This substantial amount could instantly relieve any financial pressures the club might face, and it could even be used to bring in 2 or 3 decent players from the transfer market to strengthen the first team in response to league pressures. The youth development director looked at the number, his brows furrowed. He had never thought that even the most talented kid in his academy could be worth this much at the age of 15, which was nearly the highest affirmation of his training work. On the other hand, Jude Bellingham was recognized as a genius, the future hope of the club, and a potential cash cow, and they were extremely reluctant to let him go, especially in a situation where he had not yet signed a professional contract, being poached in this manner. They firmly believed that with Jude's talent, he would bring returns far exceeding $1 million once he matured. The club was embroiled in an unprecedented heated debate. The chairman and financial director leaned towards accepting the offer, believing it was an opportunity that could not be refused, as the immediate financial pressure and the substantial sum were very real. Meanwhile, the football director and youth development director passionately opposed it, believing it was a betrayal of the club's future. In the meantime, the news could not be kept secret and was quickly leaked by the media with a keen nose. National media outlets such as the Daily Telegraph and the Sun sports section reported this news using terms like incredible and unprecedented. Reading United officially offers $1 million for Birmingham's 15-year-old genius Jude Bellingham. Public opinion erupted with waves of skepticism. Reading United, that League Two team, where do they get $1 million? Is the money from selling Ferguson spent like this? Lin Feng must be crazy. Spending $1 million on a kid. Is this a desperate shot in the dark? If Birmingham sells him, they will be the biggest fools. That is a future England international. This is a blatant gamble, and the odds of losing are extremely high. The chance of $1 million going down the drain exceeds 90. Will Bellingham really want to go to League Two? Have he and his family lost their minds? Nearly all experts and commentators believed Lin Feng was insane. This was a full-blown gamble, a disdain for the laws of football. No one understood why he would risk everything on a 15-year-old child. But Lin Feng paid no heed to the noise and doubts. His heart was incredibly calm, and he had even begun to think about the tactical details and locker room arrangements after Bellingham's arrival. $1 million. Bellingham. This is worth it. After a series of extremely tense negotiations, the talks came close to breaking down. The intense debates within the Birmingham club finally reached a conclusion. Faced with a cash offer of £1 million, which was an astronomical figure for a youth player, and the immense pressure from Jude Bellingham's family strongly favoring the plans of Reading United. Mark Bellingham even directly stated that if the club forcibly retained the player, it would not only damage the relationship with the player's family, but could also severely affect the player's mentality and development, enthusiasm, ultimately leading to a loss of both talent and resources. The higher-ups at Birmingham club ultimately made a difficult compromise. They could not bear the multiple risks of losing both the immediate huge sum and a future talent, along with the possibility of completely offending the player's family. On the afternoon the agreement was reached, Reading United's official media channels announced the significant news. In an explosive manner, Reading United Football Club is immensely proud and excited to announce that we have reached an agreement with Birmingham City Football Club to sign 15-year-old midfield prodigy Jude Bellingham for a record-breaking transfer fee in the club's history. The player has agreed to personal terms and passed the medical examination with a contract lasting 4 years. Welcome to Reading United, Jude. A bright future awaits. Although the official statement still did not confirm the exact figures, almost all authoritative media and transfer experts simultaneously cited absolutely reliable insider information. It was confirmed that the transfer fee was indeed the previously reported £1 million to be paid in 2 installments. Once the news broke, the entire English football scene seemed to be struck by a heavy bomb, shaking it violently. What had previously been mere rumors and offers became a shocking official announcement, bringing an overwhelming impact and a seismic effect. Absurd. The League Two team Reading United has indeed signed the 15-year-old from Birmingham for £1 million. Screamed the bold headline of the sports section of the Daily Mail. The most insane gamble in history. Lin Feng's £1 million lottery bet on a 15-year-old child was the even more direct headline from the online edition of the Mirror. Even the relatively rigorous Times had a sports headline on its website filled with questions: Reading United's astonishing luxury purchase, visionary insight, or a reckless gamble. The Daily Star bluntly used the sensational title, the dumbest transfer in football history. Social media exploded in an instant. There was an overwhelming tide of ridicule, skepticism, disbelief, and mockery. It's official. It really is $1 million. Lin Feng has completely lost his mind. Confirmed. Is Birmingham crazy enough to sell? The management should resign collectively. Who is this? Is he worth $1 million? I would bet my house that he won't even start regularly in League Two within a year. Reading United fans, are you ready to play in the National League next season? Just like that, the money is gone. This is the most foolish transfer I've ever seen, no exceptions. It refreshes one's worldview. Is he just a fool with too much money? But Reading United doesn't seem to be wealthy, right? Did they just spend all the money from selling tanks in one go? Almost all football experts, commentators, and the vast majority of neutral fans believe this was an utterly absurd deal, a huge waste of funds, and a crazy gamble stemming from Lin Feng's extreme, personal ambition completely contrary to the common sense of football management. No one was optimistic about this transfer, and no one understood the logic behind this deal, as if they were watching an outsider make a losing gamble. The press conference venue was packed with reporters from all over the country, with microphones thrust toward the podium, creating an unprecedentedly tense atmosphere. Lin Feng appeared alongside the 15-year-old Jude Bellingham. The young Bellingham wore a tailored but still youthful Reading United suit, his face displaying the innocence of youth. Facing the countless flashing lights and intense gazes from the audience, he seemed a bit nervous, instinctively adjusting his tie, his hands slightly clenched on the table. However, when the journalists began to ask questions, his tone, in answering, exhibited an unexpected maturity beyond his age, with clear wording and a firm gaze showing no signs of timidity. It was as if he was born for this grand occasion, and his innate demeanor surprised even some veteran journalists. However, the reporters directed almost all their sharp questions at Lin Feng like a barrage of cannon fire. Mr. Lin, can you provide any specific facts aside from potential to prove that a 15-year-old player with no professional experience is worth £1 million? Are you not worried that this deal could completely fail, plunging the club into an irreversible financial abyss? In what ways do you believe Mr. Bellingham is superior to the experienced midfielders currently in League Two? What makes him deserving of a starting position right from the start? Have you heard the anger and skepticism from Reading United fans? How do you plan to respond to them? Do you believe your personal ambition takes precedence over the club's interests? Lin Feng remained composed and unflinching in the face of the rising skepticism and the palpable distrust from the audience. He waited for the venue to quiet down a bit before smiling and slowly speaking, his voice resonating through the microphone. Gentlemen, I know you have many questions, and many believe we are insane for doing something incomprehensible. His gaze calmly scanned the room, but what we at Reading United are investing in is not a person's past, not his age, nor his current fame. What we are investing in is the future, the unparalleled top potential and talent. We take pride in our ability to identify genius. He slightly turned toward Bellingham beside him and continued, Jude Bellingham possesses all the qualities needed to become a world-class star. We are unwavering in this belief, which is why we are willing to pay the corresponding price. Yes, this appears to be an extremely significant investment at present, but we firmly believe that in the near future this investment's value will multiply and return to the club. Time will prove everything, and we will let our performance on the field and future results speak for us. Please give us and Jude a little time. His response was imposing and resonant, forcefully countering all external doubts and placing the pressure squarely on his own shoulders. Meanwhile, in the changing room of Reading United's training facility, the atmosphere was also somewhat subtle and tense. The players were whispering amongst themselves, discussing their new teammate, whose value nearly equaled the combined worth of all other players on the team. Li Wei watched the press conference on the television screen, observing the calm, yet youthful new face, and then glanced at Zhang Hao, the shy goalkeeper, also from Longhua, beside him. He approached Lin Feng, who had just returned to the facility, and earnestly said, "Boss, he really does seem different. His eyes are very steady, not like a typical 15-year-old. After months of competition, Li Wei seemed to have grown taller and more solid, his voice much more confident. Yet he forgot that he was also just a 17-year-old kid. CA 75, PA 185. This kid has improved again." Lin Feng looked at Li Wei's stats, smiling as he patted him on the shoulder. He was somewhat excited about what kind of storm these two prodigies would stir up on the upcoming field. The day after Bellingham officially signed, the training base of Reddington Union was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. From the coaching staff to every player, even the base staff, all eyes were inadvertently following the 15-year-old boy valued at £1 million. Everyone wanted to see for themselves this young man who had almost single-handedly depleted the funds from the club sale of its star player to determine if he was worthy of such an astounding price. During the warm-up, Bellingham's performance revealed his extraordinary talent. Every move he made was meticulous. Each stretch and running motion was standard and fluid, showcasing an outstanding flexibility and coordination that was visibly exceptional, completely devoid of the clumsiness often seen in taller youths. In the subsequent ball training, when the ball first truly arrived at his feet, the sense of difference between him and the surrounding environment became sharply pronounced. His ball control was incredibly clean and precise, as if his feet were magnetized regardless of the power or angle of the incoming ball, whether high or bouncing. He could effortlessly stop it in his comfort zone, rarely needing a second adjustment. His passing, whether short combinations or mid to long range transfers, was spot on. His technique was rationally applied with the right amount of force and spin, rarely causing discomfort for the receiving players, always allowing teammates to receive the ball in the most comfortable position. However, the real shock came from the group scrimmage. Bellingham was placed in the team, symbolizing the main players partnering with Li Wei in midfield. On his first touch, he faced fierce pressure from two opposing players, but calmly turned away using a light pullback, effortlessly escaping the predicament. He then looked up and delivered a perfectly timed through ball, but unfortunately winger Jimmy Wu was half a second slow to react, otherwise it would have been a splendid unknown opportunity. Minutes later, a classic collaboration that left everyone on the sidelines astonished occurred. Li Wei received the ball on the left flank of midfield and was immediately double-teamed by two opponents. It seemed he was in a desperate situation, yet he cleverly flicked the ball back with his heel into an area that appeared unoccupied. At that moment, Bellingham, as if he had foreseen everything, swiftly dashed in, perfectly claiming the ball, tearing through the defensive formation, and without waiting for the defenders to recover, sent a precise ground pass. This set up a golden opportunity for the young striker who had just been promoted to the first team to face the goalkeeper. Although the shot was ultimately bravely saved, the fluidity of the transition from adversity to creating a scoring chance was imaginative and skillful, highly enjoyable to watch. Wow! A few quiet gasps erupted from the sidelines. This collaboration was entirely a matter of instinctive understanding. In the blink of an eye, it seemed the two had played together for years, their synergy effortlessly established. Throughout the training, Bellingham comprehensively showcased a technical foundation and match awareness far beyond. Though he had a slender frame, his core strength was impressive, and he knew how to use his body to shield the ball. Not only could he handle the ball elegantly and efficiently, but he also directed his teammates' movements, continuously exuding a natural leadership aura. He was hardly reminiscent of a 15-year-old newcomer. He resembled a seasoned and mature player. The coaching staff, who had initially harbored doubts and even scoffed at the situation, especially the defensive coach Harrison, who had been strongly reserved, quickly transformed their expressions from concern to astonishment. Old John rubbed his hands excitedly and quietly said to Lin Feng, who remained calm, but had a bright gleam in his eyes, "Boss, this kid is simply a monster, a true genius." Lin Feng stood on the sideline, maintaining an unperturbed calm. He had long recognized Bellingham's extraordinary talent even more intuitively than the cold data provided by the system. Yet simultaneously, a more pressing issue loomed before them. Having sold the tank, Ferguson, their absolute tactical anchor, the team's previous simple and brute force tactics had completely lost their foundation and effectiveness. Were they really going to have Bellingham and Li Wei, such technical prodigies, chasing after high balls and battling those brawny figures? That would be a sheer waste, the greatest folly. That very night, Lin Feng immediately convened all coaching staff for a meeting with the lights in the conference room glowing until late into the night. "Gentlemen, our tactics must change immediately," Lin Feng stated, directly tapping the tactics board with his pen. "We can no longer cling to our outdated strategies from the past. That set of tactics suited Ian, but does not fit the players we have now. We must build a completely new system around our new core that aligns with modern football trends." He proposed his well-considered vision, shifting from the traditional 442 formation to a more controlled and technically refined 433 setup. "What we need is to control the midfield, dominating the game through ball circulation rather than abandoning the midfield and blindly kicking the ball forward." Lin Feng clearly drew the lines on the tactics board. Let the experienced Dawson drop back, playing as a lone defensive midfielder. His primary duties will be to defend, protect the backline, and initiate the first pass. Win the ball and quickly pass it to Jude or Li Wei. He emphasized Bellingham and Li Wei's names. The two of them will serve as central midfielders, forming a double-core drive. In attack, they will have a high degree of freedom, taking turns to burst forward, utilizing their skills to control the game's tempo, delivering lethal strikes to the wings and front line. They will need a significant amount of ball possession. The team's attacks must be initiated and led by them. They are the brains, the engines. This tactic demands a high level of technical ability and positional awareness from the players, far beyond the previous simple and direct approach. Once matured, its game control and attacking efficiency will experience a qualitative leap. This will be very challenging. Lin Feng's gaze swept across each player's face. Players will need time to adapt to the new positional requirements, new passing lines, and new movement patterns, and may encounter failures and setbacks. But we have no choice. This is the only way to reach a higher level. There was no voice of dissent. This tactic was the result of discussions between Lin Feng and Old John. After nearly half a year of matches, Li Wei's football skills and football intelligence had already been proven. While Bellingham was new, he also showcased his remarkable talent during training. Their performances had already conquered the coaching staff. Everyone knew this tactic was perfectly suited and highly reasonable. Even if Lin Feng's demands seemed unreasonable to them, they would not refute. For they realized that this owner from Long was seemed to understand football even better than they, the professional coaches. The next day, before training, Lin Feng unusually stood in front of all the players, holding the tactics board patiently and thoroughly explaining every detail of the new tactics to the players from the backfield passing lines to midfield support points, and then to the frontline movement patterns. Forget the methods you are accustomed to. Lin Feng's voice was clear and powerful, resonating across the entire training ground. From now on, we will play a different style of football, a smarter kind of football. On the training ground, the players still hesitated while kicking the ball. Although passing errors had decreased compared to previous days, the overall operation remained somewhat unsteady. Lin Feng stood on the sidelines, his expression impassive, yet his gaze sharply scanned every detail. The tactical points that needed emphasis had long been instilled, and now it was crucial for the players to comprehend and break through that thin barrier on their own. He could see that the tacit understanding between Bellingham and Li Wei was growing, often communicated through a gesture or a run, as they seemed to understand each other intuitively. In the last two matches, Reading United had been equalized by their opponents. The current bottleneck lay in whether the other players could keep up with the thinking speed of this dual core. Today at home, everyone witnessed Reading United facing a true opponent, the mid-table team, Report. At the pre-match press conference, Lin Feng faced reporters' doubts regarding tactics and the draws, responding lightly, "Any change requires time. We are on the right path, and I believe in my players. Victory will come." Report analyzed the recent match footage of Reading United and concluded that the new tactics were flashy yet impractical, with the midfield dual core isolated and the defense riddled with flaws. They planned to seize the initiative on the road, using intense pressing to stifle Reading United's already unfamiliar possession play. After the match began, Report indeed pressed forward, attempting to crush Reading United's formation with physicality and collisions. However, after a brief adaptation period, the players of Reading United found that this time things seemed a bit different. Bellingham and Li Wei appeared unusually composed in the face of pressing. Bellingham no longer easily passed back, but actively dropped deep to receive the ball, using his broad vision and precise footwork to extract the ball from the encirclement time and again distributing it to the wide areas. Li Wei constantly roamed between the opponent's midfield and defensive lines. Although he still struggled physically, his technique and agility rendered the opposing players helpless. More importantly, the other players began to run. The wingers saw Bellingham with the ball and immediately made decisive forward runs. The center forward recognized that Li Wei could receive the ball in tight spaces, starting to frequently drop back to receive the ball and make reverse runs. Even the two fullbacks dared to push forward to assist under the coordination of Bellingham or Dawson. The tactics finally began to infuse soul. In the 15th minute, Bellingham received the ball with his back to the opponent, and two opposing players immediately closed in on him. He seemingly casually flicked the ball with his heel, sending it precisely through the gap between the two players, landing at the feet of the quietly advancing right back Dagan. Dagan sent a cross, but unfortunately the center forward was a step too slow to make the connection. Good ball. Encouraging applause erupted from the stands. This combination already resembled that of a strong team. Report felt the pressure intensifying their pressing and becoming increasingly aggressive. Yet Reading United's midfield communication became more fluid and confident. The continuous one-touch passing between Bellingham and Li Wei left Report's defenders scrambling to keep up, barely managing to touch the ball. The turning point arrived in the 35th minute. Report's attack was intercepted and veteran Dawson nudged the ball to the retreating Bellingham. The moment Bellingham received the ball, without waiting for the opposing defenders to close in, he executed a deft pullback, turn, instantly bypassing the first layer of defense. After dribbling past, he found himself in a wide-open space. But he did not blindly carry the ball. Instead, he lifted his head to observe while continuously advancing. At this moment, Li Wei understood intuitively, suddenly accelerating diagonally to penetrate the space behind Report's defenders. Bellingham's pass was delivered almost simultaneously with Li Wei's start. A perfectly angled ground pass sliced through Report's entire defense like a surgical knife. Cheers erupted from the commentary box. Li Wei was like a runaway horse, instantly forming an onion with the goalkeeper. Faced with the advancing keeper, he remained extremely calm, skillfully pushing the ball into the far corner with his right foot. The ball hit the net. 1-0. Goal. Li Wei. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement, a perfect combination. Bellingham's masterful through ball, Li Wei's ghostly run, and calm finish. This is the football we longed to see. The entire Reading Park Stadium erupted. The pent-up frustration transformed into deafening cheers at this moment. The fans leaped from their seats, celebrating wildly. After scoring, Li Wei excitedly rushed to the corner flag, unusually roaring in release of pressure. Bellingham laughed as he chased from behind and jumped onto his back. Other teammates rushed over, surrounding them in jubilation. This goal, from the interception to the dribble, then the through ball and finish, was seamless, perfectly embodying the tactical essence of a 433 controlling the midfield. All the growing pains were worth it at this moment. Report was stunned. They attempted to counterattack, but the spirited Reading United completely controlled the midfield. 10 minutes later, their nightmare returned. This time, Li Wei dropped back to the midfield to receive the ball, attracting the attention of two opposing defenders. It seemed he was going to employ the same trick, seeking a wall pass with Bellingham. However, just as the opposing defense shifted their focus toward him, Li Wei unexpectedly lifted his foot to deliver an over-the-top long pass. The ball traced a beautiful arc, soaring over all the defenders' heads, descending into the open space on the right flank of the penalty area. There, a red figure shot forward like lightning. It was Bellingham. He seemed to have anticipated the ball's landing spot, timing his run from the back exquisitely. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, Bellingham stretched his body and executed a volley. Bang! The ball thundered into the upper left corner of the net like a cannonball. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. 2-0. Here they come again, it's them again. Bellingham. A world-class shot. The commentator had completely lost control, an incredible combination. Li Wei's pass was full of imagination. Bellingham's run and shot were nothing short of perfect. The stadium was in a frenzy. Applause, cheers, and shouts resounded like thunder. All doubts were shattered by this astonishing goal. Lin Feng nodded continuously on the sidelines. That barrier had finally been broken. His tactics were immensely successful. The following matches fell completely into Reading United's rhythm. The players, brimming with confidence, unleashed their full potential, attacking like a flood, wave after wave. The dual core of Bellingham and Li Wei was nearly unanswerable. One controlled the tempo and orchestrated the attack, while the other surged through, creating scoring opportunities. The wingers repeatedly broke through and crossed, and the center forward seized opportunities to score with headers and volleys. Even the center-back Brown took advantage of a corner kick opportunity to score with a header. When the final whistle blew, the scoreboard read 5-0. A resounding victory. Reading Park Stadium turned into a sea of joy. The fans were reluctant to leave their seats, singing the names of every hero. At that moment, they believed the team had truly undergone a transformation. In the mixed zone post-match, reporters swarmed in, almost shoving microphones into Lin Feng's and the players' mouths. But the questions at this moment were worlds apart from those before the match. Mr. Lin Feng, a perfect match. How would you evaluate the performances of Bellingham and Li Wei? Lin Feng faced the microphone, smiling calmly. I never doubted their abilities. This is just the beginning, we can do even better. The next day, the tide of all sports media had completely turned. The Reading Evening News headlined, "A Genius Arrives. A 5-goal victory declares a tactical revolution successful. The Sun, the £1 million man, delivers value. Bellingham's first goal shakes the football world." The Daily Mail, Lin Feng's magic, he turned a relegation team into masterpieces. The Mirror, the midfield duo dismantles. Report, the rise of Reading United officially begins. Online, the praises drowned out the previous doubts. My face hurts. But it feels so good. This midfield is so beautiful. I'm utterly enchanted. Lin Feng is incredible. His vision is unmatched. Triple X bro, weren't you the one who criticized the hardest before? We are truly about to rise. The aftermath of the 5-goal victory quickly spread throughout the entire English Football League 2, even attracting the attention of higher tiers. Reading United seemed to have opened up their meridians overnight, becoming unstoppable in the subsequent league match. On the road against the 6th-ranked Forest Green Rovers, Bellingham blasted a long-range shot from 30 meters to break through the opponent's goal, then assisted Li Wei to seal the victory 2-0. Returning home to face relegation-threatened Scunthorpe United, the team dominated the match, with Li Wei scoring twice and winger Jimmy Wu adding another, ending 3-0. Following that, a week of back-to-back matches saw them face the formidable Exeter City away. After initially falling behind, Bellingham initiated the attack, and Li Wei equalized with center-back Brown scoring a last-minute header to win 2-1. 3 consecutive victories, scoring 7 goals and conceding only 1. On the league table, Reading United's ranking soared, as if propelled by a rocket, firmly occupying a playoff spot for promotion, and even just a step away from direct promotion. Goalkeeper Zhang Hao gradually adapted to the pace of life in England and began to feature during garbage time in recent matches. Right-back Sean Dogon and attacking midfielder Jordan Green also started to make their mark in the latest matches. Especially Jordan. Having just celebrated his 16th birthday, he was much sturdier than before, serving as an excellent substitute for Li Wei in recent matches, effectively taking on the role of the team's attacking pivot in Li Wei's absence. Every match at Reading Park was filled to capacity, with a red wave sweeping the stands and cheers rising higher, and the media spared no praise, with titles like the Young Guards, the English Football League 2 Barcelona, and the Genius Factory being generously bestowed upon the team. Victory and attention brought the most direct benefits. Money. Local businesses smoothly renewed sponsorship contracts, with amounts seeing slight increases. More inquiries for commercial collaborations flooded into the club's business department. Some were even from national brands, and while the offers weren't top tier, they represented a treatment never before seen in Reading United's history. The biggest temptation came from an international sports drink giant hoping to secure the team's front-off shirt advertising and naming rights for the training base for $1.5 million over 3 years. The business director held the offer with trembling hands. Excited boss, this is nearly 3 times our current annual sponsorship fee. With this money, our transfer budget for summer will be much more ample. Lin Feng looked at the draft contract, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. 3 years, $1.5 million. For an English Football League 2 club, this is indeed a price difficult to refuse. Yet he ultimately shook his head. What might seem like a windfall to others appeared to him as a bargain too cheap. The team's bank debts had been fully repaid, and he was now free of debt. Without pressure, there was naturally no need to engage in such an unprofitable deal. Reject them, or tell them we only accept a 1-year short contract. Or a contract with a base price of $8,000, but with substantial bonuses for promotion cup performance and player selections for best 11. Lin Feng said, "Boss, this deal is guaranteed profit." The business director almost jumped up. Lin Feng shook his head. "Our value is far beyond this. Bellingham, Li Wei Zhang, Hao, and even more will come in the future. Their growth rates will far exceed your signing a long contract now would be selling the future short. If we are to gamble, let's go big, gamble that we can soar." The business director looked at Lin Feng's eyes and ultimately swallowed his persuasive words. He realized that the young boss's vision and decisiveness had already surpassed the realm of English Football League 2. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to this. His gaze had already begun to turn towards next season. With the midfield control exhibited by Bellingham and Li Wei sweeping through the English Football League 2 should pose no problem. But what about next season in League 1? The intensity of competition and tactical targeting would elevate to another level. After Tank Ferguson's departure, there was a lack of a stable finisher and a spark capable of tearing through defenses with individual prowess. Most players in the team, although diligent, had limited talent. He needed to inject fresh blood, and that meant blood with high potential. As he contemplated further strengthening the squad, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Main task release. Step onto a higher stage. Task requirements. Lead Reading United to successfully qualify for the English Football League 1 through the playoff by the end of the 2018-2019 season. Task rewards: 1. System points, 3,000 points. 2. Club facility upgrade package. Choose one from basic training facility optimization or basic youth academy expansion. 3. Special reward intermediate potential star lottery ticket. X1 can be used to randomly select one player with CA70 and PA150170 from a specific range along with their approximate information. Failure penalty: deduct 2,000 system points and randomly freeze one unlocked system function for 30 days. Indeed, as Lin Feng anticipated, the system task had finally arrived. The difficulty and rewards of the task had been elevated to another level. However, his goal was always to strive for League 1. 3,000 points were sufficient for him to conduct multiple global searches or unlock new functions. Facility upgrades were crucial for the long-term development of the team, and that intermediate potential star lottery ticket was particularly enticing to Lin Feng. This was equivalent to securing a future core-level immediate impact player. Yet the penalties for failure were also quite severe. His consciousness sank into the system, and the global player search function lit up again. His consciousness sank into the system, and the exhilarating global player search function lit up once more. Lin Feng took a deep breath, carefully setting the conditions. Position winger forward, age U18, no contract, high potential. Consume points. The system interface flickered as countless names and data rapidly scrolled by. Most players had potential values between 130 and 150, decent, but not enough to excite Lin Feng. Suddenly, an extraordinarily special name, and the data that followed captured his attention. Name: Gao Ning, age 17, nationality Dragon country, position winger, LW forward, SDCA 43, extremely low, severely lacking system training and match experience, PA 166, possesses immense potential to become a top-tier winger in the English Premier League. Key attributes: speed 15, acceleration 16, agility 12, stamina 18, talent 15, weaknesses: passing 5, tackling 3, strength 3, a jumping 1, defensive positioning 1, current status without a contract. System evaluation: possesses astonishing explosiveness and ball control with a rapid step frequency, whose dribbling breakthroughs are highly threatening. Due to heavy academic burdens, he has currently abandoned the path of professional football and requires substantial match experience to accumulate. Note: excels in academic performance. PA 166. A player from Dragon country. No contract. A speed demon. Another genius, and right here in Dragon country. And it's free. Yet the phrase heavy academic burdens felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. He knew all too well the environment back home. No matter what, I must give it a try. Lao Wang, there is an urgent assignment that needs your immediate attention. Use every resource at your disposal. This must be done. Lin Feng handed him the printed dossier on Gao Ning. Because of Zhang Hao's exceptional performance last time, Lao Wang had already been promoted and given a raise, now serving as the head of scouting affairs for the Asia region. Lao Wang took the papers and wore a troubled look. Boss, this information is a bit vague. The country is so vast. This might be difficult to locate. Last time they had known an exact location for Zhang Hao. This time, there was only a rough area. I know. Lin Feng cut him off. Do not complain about difficulties. I want results. Dig to the ends of the earth if you must find Gao Ning. He stressed solemnly. Remember, be discreet and covert. Do not let any other clubs catch wind of this. Lao Wang drew a deep breath and nodded heavily. Understood, boss. I'll get on it immediately. Even if it's like finding a needle in a haystack, I'll pull him out for you. In the days that followed, Lao Wang threw himself into the task with every ounce of effort he had. He mobilized decades worth of connections throughout the domestic football world. From retired provincial teammates, to familiar football reporters, from coaches at various sports schools, to those at football academies. He worked like a detective, painstakingly tracing a few crucial leads through the vast sea of people. The process proved far more convoluted than imagined. There were many kids named Gao Ning, several fit the age and the description of being exceptionally fast. But either the identities did not match, or those boys had long since entered professional setups. Lao Wang, the kid you mentioned, we haven't heard of him. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Coach Wang, any promising youngster here wouldn't have time to play casual street football. They'd be in training already. Lao Wang, we checked. It seems there was a boy like that who trained at an amateur sports school, but he quit in his third year of middle school to focus on academics. The family is extremely strict. Just when Lao Wang was about to give up, an old friend who had once worked at a Southern City Football Association sent a key message. Brother, I asked around. A few years ago in an amateur youth tournament, there was a boy called Gao Ning, fast as the wind. Later I heard his family forced him to quit. After several twists and turns, Lao Wang finally obtained contact information. The first call was exceptionally difficult. On the other end was Gao Ning's father. After hearing Lao Wang's introduction and purpose, he refused outright. Mr. Wang, is it? Thank you for your and the club's kindness. But our Gao Ning is preparing for the Gaokao, aiming for a top university. Football was only a past hobby. With his studies so tight, he cannot consider such matters now. Please do not disturb him. He would not let Lao Wang say more. Courteously but decisively he hung up. Lao Wang gritted his teeth and tried again. This time Gao Ning's mother answered, her tone even more agitated and anxious. What are you people doing? We said no football, no football. The Gaokao is imminent. Are you trying to ruin my son's future? Call again and I'll report you to the police. Communication hit an absolute impasse. Lao Wang, crestfallen and embarrassed, reported back to Lin Feng with a face full of shame. Boss, I'm sorry. Their stance is immovable. They won't listen. Lin Feng listened, fell silent for a moment, but offered no reproach. You did very well, Lao Wang. At least we found them and learned their attitude. This isn't your fault. This is a matter of beliefs. He tapped the tabletop and thought swiftly. Change the strategy. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Stop calling them directly. Find a reliable intermediary, preferably someone from the education system or a respected local figure, to make contact indirectly and ease the situation. Then I will speak with them in person. After several rounds of communication through the intermediary and the prompting of a carefully written letter, Gao Ning's parents' attitude finally began to soften. Lin Feng proposed a short-term football cultural exchange experience. Hartlepool United Club would underwrite all expenses and invite Gao Ning to the UK for a week of visits and trial training during the summer. He pledged his personal and the club's reputation. Regardless of the trial's outcome, Gao Ning would be safely returned home after 1 week, and his university admission would not be jeopardized. After repeated assurances of no impact on his studies and that everything would be completely free, they reluctantly agreed. They did, however, insist on one condition: they wanted to experience a complimentary week in Britain themselves. Lin Feng did not hesitate and agreed to everything. 2 weeks later, accompanied personally by Lao Wang, Gao Ning arrived at Hartlepool in England. He was short, under 1.7 meters, and very slight. Yet he had a keen light about him. The trial was arranged mainly with the U21 squad. Although Gao Ning's frame was slight, easily knocked off balance, and his technique appeared rough and unrefined from a lack of systematic coaching. The instantaneous explosiveness, the absolute pace, and the delicate touch, as if the ball were grown to his foot, made every observer nod in appreciation. Most importantly, the boy did not merely run fast. He ran with an inexhaustible feel. With an 18 in stamina, his endurance left every current team player far behind. The academy coach burst into Lin Feng's office exhilarated. My God, boss, this kid is a treasure, a raw gem on the wing. With proper training and time, he could reach the English top flight. Lin Feng, now certain of his potential, went to watch an internal training match. Gao Ning made a sequence of 3 successive wing breaks before reaching the byline and sending in a cross. Though the final delivery was wild, the sheer destructive power of that run sent Lin Feng's blood racing. While others panted exhausted after the game, Gao Ning looked as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng grew increasingly fond of him. The current team, anchored by 2 superstar midfielders, played a stable but somewhat conservative style. If the midfield failed to perform, the team would fall into a goal drought. What they lacked was someone who could tear open defenses with pure speed. But when he again met face-to-face with Gao Ning's parents to propose a professional contract, their stance hardened once more. This time, even more vehement than before. Absolutely not. Mr. Lin, we agreed only to a trial. If he signs a professional contract, he'll be training and playing every day. When will he study? At the same time, the club director delivered a cold dose of reality. Boss, even if we convince the parents, Gao Ning's work permit problem is orders of magnitude harder than Zhang Hao's. He has no national level experience, no professional record. Under the current rules, it's a dead end. Absolutely impossible to pass. With the parents adamant, and the work permit system like an iron wall, every obvious path seemed blocked. Lin Feng shut himself in his office, brow furrowed. He read through the UK Home Office's visa provisions again and again, his mind racing. He needed to find a solution that would satisfy Gao Ning's parents' core demands, circumvent the work permit barrier, and still keep Gao Ning inside the club system. Then his gaze stopped on the fine print regarding the student visa, particularly the clauses that allowed part-time work, internships, and course-related practical placements. A brilliant plan flashed through his mind. The director and legal advisor were both bewildered. That's right. Lin Feng nodded and said the club will sign a special football scholarship apprentice contract with him. The contract stipulated that the club would cover all his expenses at a quality private high school or preparatory school in the UK in the form of a scholarship. In return, he would need to serve the youth training team during his spare time and participate in training, which would count as part of his practical coursework. This way he will have a completely legal student visa protected by the Home Office and won't need that damned work permit. His primary identity is that of a student with academics as the top priority, and training matches mainly in the youth team, where the intensity is manageable, perfectly meeting his parents' core demands. And we in turn will gain priority rights for his development and the first signing rights for a future professional contract. It's a complete win-win. The office fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The director and legal advisor widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, and after a few seconds they burst out in astonishment. Genius. Boss, this is simply a brilliant idea. The legal advisor excitedly flipped through the visa clauses, completely compliant. Flawless. So clever. This is simply a tailor-made solution for him. The director was equally thrilled. Lin Feng personally met with Gao Ning's parents for a 2-hour discussion. Gao Ning's parents looked at the detailed plan and school materials provided by the other party, and the ice on their faces finally began to melt slowly. This plan nearly perfectly addressed all their concerns. It preserved their son's academic future while giving him a chance to chase his dreams in a top football environment, all within a safe and secure framework. Ultimately, Gao Ning's father took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with his wife, and slowly nodded. Boss, thank you for considering so much for Gao Ning. We hope you will keep your promise and always prioritize his education. I guarantee in the name of the club and myself. Lin Feng solemnly promised. Soon a groundbreaking football scholarship apprentice contract was officially signed. Gao Ning remained in the UK as a student, embarking on a completely different overseas journey. In the deep of night, Lin Feng closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness on the system interface in his mind. His gaze swept across the data of the players under his command. Bellingham, CA 88, PA 190, undoubtedly the absolute core dominant force in the English League 2. Li Wei, CA 83, OEPA 185, the technical soul, with an increasingly refined synergy with Bellingham. Zhang Hao, CA 62, PA 171, excellent in reactions and explosiveness, but currently hasn't mastered the language. Dagan, CA 68, PA 142, fast, but still weak in defense, currently only capable of playing as a winger. His gaze continued to drop. Brown, CA 72, PA 75, Morris, CA 75, PA 76, Dawson, CA 70, PA 72, Wu, CA 71, PA 74. These already modest stats now seem even less impressive. They are already close to or have reached their potential ceiling. They were the contributors to Reading Town's climb from the bottom back to mid-table in League 2, but their talent will likely struggle to keep the team in League 1. They might be adequate substitutes, but they lack the capacity to be regular starters in League 1. Jordan Green, CA 51, PA 156, a hope from the youth training. His training attitude greatly improved after using the character modification voucher. Gao Ning, CA 43, PA 166, perhaps a future breakout star, but currently unable to quickly form combat power. After assessing everything, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and exhaled a long breath. He had only been here for half a year, but the roster had already made significant progress. But it still seemed insufficient. In the final sprint phase of the league, Reading Town was like a tightly wound red chariot thundering forward on the pitch of League Two. With Bellingham and Li Wei as the golden midfield, the team's play became increasingly fluid. Bellingham's performance completely surpassed expectations for a 15-year-old. His physique grew stronger, no longer being disadvantaged in confrontations, covering ground from his own penalty area to the opponent's arc. Long shots through balls, interceptions, orchestrating plays. He was capable of everything, already resembling the midfield commander of the team. Li Wei played even more freely beside him, reducing unnecessary dribbling and adding quick passes and agile off-the-ball runs. His passing and final touches remained the sharpest weapons of the team. Veteran Dawson acted like an anchor, using his rich experience and tireless running to provide solid support for the free play of the front two cores. A wave of strong consecutive victories was set in motion. At home, they triumphed 41 over a lackluster opponent, with Bellingham scoring twice and assisting. Away, they defeated a mid-table team 20, with Li Wei scoring directly from a free kick and Bellingham assisting Wu to seal the victory. During a week of back-to-back matches, Lin Feng made moderate rotations, but the team's momentum did not diminish. Each victory was like a solid step, causing Reading Town's ranking to soar, even beginning to threaten direct promotion spots. The entire city of Reading was ignited by the performance of this young team. Reading Park Stadium was packed for every match, with red flags and scarves becoming the city's symbol. The media calculated points and rankings daily, going from ridicule at the start of the season to astonishment and praise now. In the 40th round of the league, they faced a mid-table team away. As long as they won, Reading Town would secure qualification for the promotion playoffs 2 rounds in advance. The match held little suspense. Reading Town, at the peak of their strength and confidence, completely controlled the game. In the 28th minute, Bellingham intercepted in the center and made a long run, passing 2 players before distributing the ball to Li Wei on the left. Li Wei sidestepped the defender and calmly shot into the far corner for the goal. 10. In the 65th minute, Bellingham took a corner kick and center-back Brown out-jumped the opposing striker to head the ball into the net. 20. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score was set at 20. It's over. The match is over. The commentator's voice spread through every corner of Reading via the radio. Reading Town has won. They gained valuable 3 points. With 78 points, they are ranked 5th. Let's see the other matches. Congratulations to Reading Town. They secured qualification for the 2018-2019 English Football League 2 promotion playoffs a round in advance. From being at the bottom of the league at the beginning of the season, entrenched in a financial crisis and deemed certain to be relegated, to now being a playoff team. This is an astonishing, incredible comeback. Boys, you have created a miracle. The news spread back to Reading, and the entire city fell into a frenzy. Fans flooded the streets, waving team flags and singing team songs, with car horns blaring through the night sky. Bars were packed, everyone cheering for the team. In the locker room, Lin Feng was drenched in champagne by the players. Everyone celebrated wildly, shouting and releasing all the pressure and passion of the season. The next day, the Reading Evening News reported this miracle on the entire front page: from hell to heaven. Reading Town secures playoff qualification. Meanwhile, the FA officially announced that Reading Town's head coach Lin Feng was nominated as one of the final 3 candidates for the League 2 Manager of the Season due to his remarkable turnaround with the team. The draw ceremony for the semi-finals of the promotion playoffs took place at the headquarters of the English Football Association and was broadcast live on television. Lin Feng, along with the coaching staff and several core players, gathered in front of the large screen in the conference room, anxiously awaiting the results. When the draw guest announced the name Reading United, there was a brief pause, and the name of their opponent immediately silenced the entire conference room. AFC Wimbledon. A clear stir and whispers erupted from the media reporters present on the screen. Clearly, the reunion of these frenemies was the storyline the media eagerly anticipated. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled the crushing defeat of 0-3 at the beginning of the season, the rough actions of the opposing players, and their provocative glares. He also remembered how in the second leg at home the opponents had barely forced a draw, with almost foul tactics, with Li Wei and Bellingham being fouled more than 10 times in that match. Damn it, it's really them. Assistant coach Old John spat. This is going to be a tough battle, veteran Dawson said gravely, his expression serious. Bellingham and Li Wei exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. Sure enough, less than an hour after the draw results were announced, Wimbledon couldn't wait to fire back. Their head coach Dave Bassett, known as Big Mouth, was interviewed and spewed passionately at the camera. Reading United. Well, that's the team that relies on 2 kids who haven't even weaned yet to play ball. Listen, the playoffs aren't child's play. There are no gentlemen here. We will make them understand what true English football looks like. We will take special care of their core players and ensure they go home crying to their mothers. This hostile and personal attack was immediately sensationalized by the media. Bassett issues a challenge to Readington United's dual core. Wimbledon's head coach vows to break Readington United's inexperienced midfield duo. On social media, fans from both teams quickly erupted into a fierce war of words, attacking each other, settling old scores and new grudges with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Faced with the provocation, Lin Feng remained surprisingly calm. The next day before training, he was surrounded by reporters who pressed him for his thoughts on Bassett's remarks. Facing the camera, Lin Feng's expression was calm. The result of a football match ultimately depends on the players kicking the ball on the field, not on what the coaches say off the field. AFC Wimbledon is a respectable team, and we respect every opponent. But at the same time, we are also prepared to meet any form of challenge. Let the playoffs reveal the truth. This composed response won him the favor of many neutral media outlets. However, behind closed doors, Lin Feng and the coaching staff felt immense pressure. They spent the night repeatedly studying match footage of Wimbledon, the conference room filled with smoke, every face wearing exhaustion and seriousness. Their playing style is very clear: a high-intensity midfield strangulation, breaking your rhythm with fouls and physical contact, then taking advantage of set pieces and chaotic situations. Look here and here, they frequently foul technical midfielders, often on the edge of what the referee could call. We must protect Jude and Lee. Old John said worriedly. Protection is one aspect, but we also need to exploit their weaknesses. Look at their two fullbacks. They contribute significantly to attacks, but leave huge gaps behind them. Their center-back pairing consists of one tall and clumsy player and another who is reckless and easily angered. Lin Feng scanned the group and made a decision: we need to adjust our strategy. Give up some possession, retract our formation, and play counterattacking football. In the next match, promote Gao Ning temporarily. His speed is the sharpest dagger we have to pierce through their defense. Jude, you need to reduce ball holding and pass quickly to exploit the space on the flanks. Li Wei, drop deeper to avoid their first wave of pressing from the midfield, and use your long passes to initiate attacks. The tactical deployment was meticulous. At the same time, Lin Feng also had the team doctor and fitness coach prepare thoroughly for the grueling match ahead. During the final pre-match motivational meeting, Lin Feng stood in the center of the locker room, the large screen behind him quickly playing clips of Wimbledon's rough fouls and close-ups of Bassett's mocking face. The atmosphere in the locker room was oppressive, with flames of anger evident on the players' faces. After the video finished, Lin Feng turned off the screen, his gaze sharp as he slowly scanned each player. Did you all see that? Did you hear what they said? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every player's ears. In the eyes of those people outside, we are just a bunch of decorations, fragile and easily shattered. They think they can bully us while trampling our skills with their brutality. He paused for a moment, allowing the anger to ferment in the locker room. Tomorrow, when you step onto that pitch, forget that it's a green turf. Treat it like the Colosseum of ancient Rome. There are no gentlemen, they're only warriors. They want war. Then let's give them war. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, but not in their way, it's in the way of Readington United. Use your minds. Use your skills. Use your impeccable teamwork. Crush their brutality. Shut the mouths of those skeptics. Let the boos from those bastards become the background music for our victory celebration. For Readington. Fight. All the players, including young Bellingham and Li Wei, flushed with excitement, veins bulging, and let out deafening roars. Lin Feng looked at this group of ignited warriors and nodded slightly. He knew that the purpose of the pre-match motivation had been achieved. Wimbledon's Kings Meadow Stadium is renowned for its fervent and even frenzied home atmosphere in lower league football. As Readington United's bus slowly approached, they could already feel the hostile energy. A large number of Wimbledon fans gathered along the roadside, vehemently banging on the bus, emitting a cacophony of boos and insulting shouts, with some even throwing objects at the windows. The windows had to be tightly closed, and even the soundproof glass could not block out the piercing noise. Li Wei looked at the distorted faces outside and instinctively clenched his fists. Bellingham, meanwhile, remained expressionless, his eyes growing even colder. During the warm-up before entry, this hostility peaked. The overwhelming boos seemed ready to tear off the roof, and the laser points constantly danced on Lee Weiss and Bellingham's faces and eyes, attempting to disrupt them. Even coins and lighters were thrown from the stands, landing around them. Don't look up, don't pay attention, focus on the warm. Captain Dawson loudly reminded the young players, using his body to shield Bellingham and Li Wei. Lin Feng stood on the sidelines, surveying the filled with resentment stadium, his expression grave. He knew that for this team, especially for the young core players, the real test was about to begin. From the very beginning, the match plunged directly into the most brutal melee mode. The Wimbledon players, as if fueled by adrenaline, strictly executed their coach Bassett's strangle tactic. Their movements were fierce, with every challenge marked by ferocity and an utter disregard for bodily contact. They frequently committed fouls to disrupt the attacking organization of Reading Town, especially targeting Bellingham and Li Wei. The referee's whistle sounded repeatedly, yet the cards were issued with great caution, undoubtedly condoning the actions of the home team. On his first touch, Bellingham was brutally floored by an opposing midfielder from the side, taking both man and ball down, yet the referee only awarded a regular foul. Lin Feng animatedly protested to the fourth official on the sidelines, receiving nothing but a cold response. Li Wei attempted to turn, but he was immediately besieged by at least two players. With constant little pulls and shoves, he struggled to maintain his balance. Throughout the first half, Reading Town was completely suppressed, playing extremely awkwardly. Pass errors increased, and they could hardly organize any offense, merely defending in a frantic manner. Goalkeeper Zhang Hao became the busiest person on the field, making several crucial saves by blocking two highly threatening shots from the opponents, keeping the goal intact. Hold the line. Everyone hold the line. Dawson roared from the defensive line, directing with precise positioning and critical blocks, supporting a wavering defense. In the locker room, Lin Feng refrained from hysteria, quickly deploying his strategy. Their momentum cannot last forever. They will tire in the second half. Let's pull the formation back a bit, inviting them to push forward. In the second half, the situation indeed unfolded as Lin Feng had anticipated. The intensity of Wimbledon's pressing decreased, and Reading Town began to stabilize their formation, managing to move the ball forward through several effective passes. In the 65th minute, Lin Feng made a bold decision. He substituted Gao Ning for the exhausted Li. Gao Ning, wearing the number 3 jersey, stepped onto the battlefield, his slightly frail figure instantly capturing everyone's attention, accompanied by a mixed chorus of curiosity and derision from the home fans. Clearly extremely nervous, he lost control of the ball on his first touch, which was quickly intercepted by an opposing defender. However, just a few minutes later, he astonished the entire crowd. A cross from Wimbledon was headed away by Dawson, and Li Wei seized the second ball near the center circle, sharply noticing that Gao Ning had already begun his forward run along the right flank. Without any hesitation, Li Wei delivered a precise over-the-top pass, aiming to exploit Gao Ning's speed against the advancing left back of the opponents. The ball traced a low arc, landing deep. Gao Ning burst forth like a wild stallion, instantly reaching. In just a few steps, he outran the chasing Wimbledon left back, reaching the ball just before it crossed the goal line. So fast, a spontaneous gasp erupted from the stands. However, Gao Ning's lack of experience and physical disadvantage soon became apparent. Upon reaching the ball, he found the opposing center back had swiftly closed in, using his strong body to block the inside path, while another defender quickly approached to provide support. Gao Ning was caught in a squeeze, attempting to feint several times, but the opponents weren't fooled. They relentlessly forced him toward the dead angle outside the baseline. In the end, his desperate cross was easily collected by the opposing goalkeeper. The brutality of the match showed no signs of diminishing as it progressed. Physical contact between both teams became increasingly frequent, and chaotic scenes unfolded repeatedly. In the 75th minute, Reading Town finally mounted their most threatening attack of the match. Zhang Hao fantastically saved an opponent's close-range header, quickly getting back on his feet to initiate a fast break with a throw. The ball passed through Bellingham and a midfielder in 2 rapid touches, arriving at Li Wei's feet as he dropped back near the center circle. Facing the advancing opponent's midfielder, Li Wei executed a deft touch and turned, glancing forward, while noticing Gao Ning had already started his forward run on the right flank. Without any hesitation, he sent a precise lofted pass, with his left foot perfectly clearing over the head of the Wimbledon left back, landing in a vast open space behind him. Gao Ning surged forward like a red flash, catching up to the ball. He utilized his speed to bypass the returning defender, cutting into the penalty area. Near the baseline, he refrained from being greedy, decisively passing the ball back in a triangle near the penalty spot. At this moment, Bellingham was charging in from behind. He outmuscled an opposing midfielder, meeting the ball with a header. Bang! With a dull thud, the ball crashed against the intersection of the crossbar and post, rebounding back into the field. Oh! A massive gasp and sigh erupted from the entire stadium, as if they had survived a disaster. Bellingham held his head in disbelief, while Lin Feng on the sidelines leaned back in regret. After missing this golden opportunity, the Wimbledon team seemed to break into a cold sweat, their attacking momentum slightly waning. The midfielder, who had viciously tackled Bellingham multiple times, even deliberately slowed his pace as he ran past the Reading Town bench. He flashed a malicious grin towards Bellingham. Lin Feng watched this clearly from the sidelines, and his heart, an ominous premonition, surged within him. "Keep an eye on that number 5, he nearly shouted to Dawson and Li Wei on the field. "Protect Jude." However, just a few minutes after the warning, disaster inevitably struck. In the 83rd minute, Bellingham dropped back to receive Dawson's pass. He had just steadied the ball and hadn't even turned around when the very same Wimbledon midfielder, who had been grinning, charged in from behind like a bull. A sliding tackle with exposed studs clearly aimed at him brutally kicked Bellingham's supporting right ankle. Bellingham let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony on the grass, clutching his suddenly swollen ankle, his face pale. The team doctor rushed onto the field. Lin Feng's heart leaped to his throat as he dashed to the sidelines, anxiously scanning the scene. Through the system, he could clearly see the bright red, injured, indicator flashing in Bellingham's status bar. Meanwhile, the culprit stood up with an innocent expression, even spreading his hands to argue with the approaching referee, as if claiming he had touched the ball first. That hypocritical demeanor made the usually composed old John flush with anger, suddenly standing up from the coach's bench, wanting to rush onto the field to argue, but fortunately, he was tightly held back by the defensive coach Harrison. Lin Feng's heart twisted in anguish. That was his precious Jude, the absolute core of the team, the foundation for the future. What if something were to happen to him? Outrageously, some Wimbledon fans even began to boo loudly, believing Bellingham was exaggerating to waste time. After a tense examination, the team doctor gravely gestured for a substitution to the sidelines. Bellingham, unable to continue, was supported by two teammates as he limped off the field, his right ankle visibly swollen and unable to touch the ground. Lin Feng's face turned ashen as he forcibly suppressed his boiling anger, making a final adjustment with the last shred of reason, substituting a defensive midfielder for Bellingham. Strengthening midfield interception, striving to hold onto this damn draw. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. A match filled with physical confrontations and malicious fouls ended in a controversial draw. From a tactical perspective, securing a draw against a formidable opponent away from home without conceding a goal is an acceptable result. The players of Readington United displayed remarkable resilience and discipline. Yet the atmosphere in the locker room was unusually heavy. No one spoke. Zhang Hao's outstanding performance, Dawson's leadership, the team's tenacious defense, and even Gao Ning's fleeting moments of brilliance. Lin Feng praised everyone's efforts and fighting spirit, but he looked at Bellingham's ankle thickly wrapped in ice with a furrowed brow. The initial diagnosis from the team doctor was not optimistic, suspected severe sprain of the ankle ligaments, and there is even a possibility of a fracture. The exact severity can only be determined after an immediate MRI back in Readington tomorrow, to make it in time for the life-or-death second leg in 4 days. The hope is extremely slim. Outside the window, the Wimbledon fans were still celebrating their tactical victory. Meanwhile, the playoff prospects for Readington United were suddenly shrouded in gloom. In the first leg's fierce battle, they withstood the pressure, but possibly paid the heaviest price. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Upon returning to Readington Park, the air seemed to freeze, filled with a suffocating tension. On match day, the area outside the stadium was already packed with fans. All 12,000 seats were filled, and red flags and scarves formed a boiling sea. The fans' singing was louder than ever, using their voices to inject strength into the team, building a solid wall for the 12th man. In the locker room, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could squeeze out water. The team doctor was applying final fixes and bandages to Bellingham's swollen right ankle. Thick bandages and tape almost wrapped his ankle into a white bundle. Each touch made Bellingham's brow twitch in pain, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. "Jude, are you sure you can do this?" Lin Feng's voice was low. The MRI results were not ideal. There was a slight tear in the ligaments, and the doctor's advice was at least 3 weeks of rest. "Boss, I have to go on." Bellingham lifted his head, the blue of his eyes burning with an almost obsessive fire. "This isn't a matter of choice. Even if I have only one leg left, I will stand there." Lin Feng looked into the determined eyes of the young man, patted his shoulder heavily, and did not advise further. He knew that some wills could not be measured by medical reports. The system indicated he was currently in a slight injury state, and the CA value had dropped a bit, but he could still barely participate. In this match, he would keep a close eye on Bellingham. If anything went wrong, Lin Feng would not hesitate to abandon the game and substitute him. As Bellingham limped out of the player tunnel following his teammates, the entire Readington Park erupted in a roar of applause, and cheers mingled with worried gasps. The Wimbledon players looked at his ankle, their eyes revealing disbelief. But soon that turned into aggression. It was evident that they would focus heavily on his ankle in this match. The game fell back into the mud of the first leg from the very beginning. Wimbledon's tactics were simple and brutal: physical confrontations, frequent fouls disrupting the rhythm. They were clearly not satisfied with the draw from the first leg and played with great aggression. Bellingham's movements were clearly affected. He could not weave through as he usually did, and every touch and exertion felt particularly difficult. Yet he continued to grit his teeth and persist, using his excellent awareness and passing to try and orchestrate the offense. Li Wei faced even tighter marking, often finding himself surrounded by 2 or 3 opponents the moment he received the ball. Although Readington United dominated the game and had a far higher possession rate than their opponents, they struggled to break through the opponent's dense defensive formation. Time passed quickly amid unsuccessful crosses and disrupted penetrations. In the second half, Lin Feng was the first to make adjustments, substituting an attacking midfielder for a defensive midfielder to further strengthen the offense. The formation pushed higher up the pitch. However, sometimes football is just that cruel. In the 60th minute, Wimbledon earned a corner kick. This was almost their first entry into Readington United's penalty area in the second half. The ball was taken and chaos erupted in the penalty area. Amid the turmoil, a tall center-back from Wimbledon managed to get to the ball, delivering a powerful header. Zhang Hao reacted swiftly, diving to save his fingertips grazing the ball, but the speed was too fast, and the power too great, causing the ball to hit the inside of the post and bounce into the net. 0-1. The away team Wimbledon took the lead using an opportunity that was not supposed to be a chance. The aggregate score is now 0-1. After scoring, the Wimbledon players celebrated wildly, while the entire Readington Park fell into a deathly silence, as if all the air had been sucked out. Countless fans held their heads in disbelief and despair. Lin Feng's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. He glanced at the scoreboard and the time with less than 30 minutes remaining. He did not panic, walked to the sideline shouting at the top of his lungs, signaling for his players to remain calm. At the same time, he played his last two cards, using his final two substitutions to replace a center-back with a tall striker, shifting to a three-defender, all-out formation. Everyone push forward. Li Wei, hang it in the box. Charge, damn it. Especially you, Gao Ning, don't stop, keep running, run them to death. The last 30 minutes turned into a relentless offensive drill. The players of Readington United attacked Wimbledon's goal like madmen. The ball flew back and forth in the opponent's penalty area, with thrilling scenes unfolding, yet always missing the goal by a hair's breadth. It was either blocked desperately by the opposing defenders, saved by the outstanding goalkeeper, or simply shot wide. Time cruelly ticked away, and the fourth official raised the electronic board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. The fans in the stands could no longer bear to watch. Some began to cover their faces and cry. Was the path to a miracle about to come to an end? In the second minute of stoppage time, Readington United earned a free kick about 28 meters from the goal on the right side of midfield. From this position, a direct shot was a bit far while a cross was a bit close. Wimbledon, sensing the danger, formed a solid wall. Li Wei held the ball and walked to the penalty spot. His breathing was a bit hurried and sweat soaked his hair. Bellingham wanted to walk over, but after looking at his foot, he stopped. The entire stadium fell silent, with all eyes focused on the frail Asian boy. Lin Feng also. Li Wei placed the ball down, took a few steps back, and took several deep breaths. He glanced at the injured Bellingham, then fiercely fixed his gaze on the goal. With a powerful run-up, he planted his left foot firmly, leaning his body, and with his right foot he struck a beautiful arc. The ball traced an elegant, yet lethal arc, soaring perfectly over the leaping defensive wall and spiraling fiercely toward the top left corner of the goal. The Wimbledon goalkeeper launched himself sideways in a desperate dive, his fingertips nearly grazing the ball, but its spin and angle were simply too cunning. SSSSH. The ball skimmed beneath the crossbar and slammed violently into the net. Goal. An astonishing free kick. He has saved Readington United at the very last moment. The score is 11. The entire Readington Park Stadium was instantly ignited. The despair and oppression that had built up for nearly 90 minutes erupted at this moment. The earth-shattering cheers seemed to threaten to overturn the roof. Li Wei was instantly engulfed by his ecstatic teammates as he excitedly ran towards the corner flag, tears glistening in his eyes. The match entered the brutal overtime. In 30 minutes of extra time, the players from both sides were nearing their physical limits. Movements became distorted and cramps were frequent. Lin Wei substituted Bellingham. He looked at the system's alert and dared not let him continue playing. Even if they lost the match, risks could not be taken. The pace of the match slowed down, and both sides seemed cautious, fearing that any mistakes would be exploited by the opponent. The first half of extra time ended without any change in the score. In the second half of extra time, at the 110th minute, Wimbledon failed to score in an attack, and the ball was barely intercepted by Li Wei at the top of the penalty area. He stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance, but still managed to pass the ball to Gao Ning nearby on the wing. Gao Ning received the ball and turned. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire raucous Wembley Stadium fell silent. In front of him was the open wing. Wimbledon's right back, still caught up in a previous attack, had not yet retreated to position. Without hesitation, and without even looking up, Gao Ning thrust the ball forward forcefully. He shot forward like a bullet out of a gun, racing down the sideline. Gao Ning. He has the ball. There is a vast expanse of space in Wimbledon's backfield. The commentator's voice rose in pitch, filled with incredulous astonishment. Everyone had the same thought flash through their minds: this kid. How does he still have the energy to run? The match had already gone on for over 110 minutes, and nearly everyone was exhausted. But Gao Ning, this young man who had played nearly the entire match, at this moment resembled a cheetah that had just broken free from its cage. Every step he took was packed with explosive power, and his speed was breathtaking. A midfielder from Wimbledon gritted his teeth and chased back, trying to block him with his body, but Gao Ning deftly accelerated again, effortlessly bypassing him without even touching the edge of his jersey. In an instant, Gao Ning had penetrated deep into the opponent's territory. Another center back was forced to rush over to block his path inward. Gao Ning made no flashy moves. He simply thrust the ball forward with force again, using his absolute speed to overpower his opponent. The center back stretched out his hand in despair, but couldn't catch him. It's a unknown. Wimbledon's goalkeeper rushed out of the goal, trying to cover more ground. Gao Ning brought the ball into the penalty area, his gaze fixed firmly on the lower right corner of the goal. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly swung his right leg, executing a powerful shot toward the far corner. The goalkeeper instinctively dove to his left to block. It was a feint. Just before making contact with the ball, Gao Ning's ankle twisted subtly, transforming the push into a delicate chip. The ball gracefully leaped, tracing a small parabolic arc, just clearing the completely grounded goalkeeper, and then obediently fell into the empty net behind him. The goal is scored. Goal. Gao Ning. Gao Ning. Unbelievable. In the 110th minute of extra time, he destroyed Wimbledon's entire defense with a personal run of over 60 meters. The commentator's voice was hoarse, almost breaking. He is like a red lightning, splitting the night sky of Wembley apart. The entire Wembley Stadium exploded. The fans of Hartlepool United went completely crazy in the stands. The despair that had been suppressed throughout the match completely transformed into a tsunami of joy at this moment. Gao Ning, who had scored the goal, did not stop running. He rushed towards the corner flag, tearing at his jersey with fervor as he ran. A mix of excitement and a hint of ferocity was on his face as he let out a roar that came from the depths of his. All his teammates, whether on the field or on the bench, surged towards him like a tide, piling on top of him, wildly patting him and ruffling his hair. Lin Feng on the sidelines was equally ecstatic, embracing each assistant coach and substitute player tightly, vigorously raising his fists and shouting. This goal was worth its weight in gold. His strategy worked. Only this fast, indefatigable young man could accomplish it. This was someone who could truly pierce through the opponent's defense with sheer willpower. Still a citizen of the Dragon Country. However, the miracle was not yet over. Wimbledon's players were evidently stunned by this sudden blow, their morale severely shaken. After the restart, their passing seemed somewhat frantic. A few minutes later, Hartlepool United intercepted the ball again in midfield. Li Wei keenly noticed the looseness in the opponent's defense. Without making any adjustments, he sent a long, lofted pass directly to the successfully timed Gao Ning. It was almost a mirror image of the previous script. Gao Ning once again utilized his seemingly inexhaustible stamina and absolute speed advantage, shaking off all defenders and charging straight into the penalty area. This time, facing the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly executed a shot aimed at the far corner. The ball found the net again. The score is 3-1. Here it comes again. Gao Ning. He scores again. He has killed the game. He has utterly extinguished the suspense of the match. The commentator was already at a loss for words. Wembley has been defeated. They cannot stop this incredibly fast player from the Dragon Kingdom. He has single-handedly destroyed everything. Gao Ning dashed towards the sidelines to celebrate again. At this moment, he seemed to have found his own way to play. The players from Wimbledon appeared dazed, completely losing their fighting spirit. Their stamina had already run out, unable to cope with Gao Ning's unreasonable assaults. In the final minutes, it completely turned into garbage time. As the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, Wembley Stadium became a sea of red celebration. The players of Reading Town once again rushed onto the field, embracing and crying. They achieved an incredible comeback, advancing to the playoff finals. Bellingham, despite his injuries, excitedly rushed onto the field. Li Wei was the first to rush to Gao Ning's side, excitedly hugging him and shouting something in Chinese into his ear. Gao Ning grimaced in pain, but wore the brightest smile. Reading Town, a team that was on the brink of death at the beginning of the season, miraculously advanced to the playoff finals, with Li Wei's equalizing free kick and Gao Ning's divine performance in extra time. Wembley, the holy temple of football, is beckoning to them. London Wembley Stadium. The massive arch glimmers under the sunlight, resembling a rainbow bridge leading to glory. The stands with 90,000 seats gradually fill with an overwhelming tide of people, and the air is thick with the clamor of fans. For the team of Reading Town, hailing from a small town, simply stepping onto this turf is already the greatest honor. In the players' tunnel, the Warriors of Reading Town don new red jerseys, quietly waiting. Captain Gary Dawson stands at the forefront, his gaze intense. This is his first time participating in such an important match. Behind him stands Jude Bellingham, his ankle still wrapped in heavy bandages. Li Wei stands behind, watching the outside with slight curiosity. Lin Feng stands to the side, taking one last look at his players. He says little but firmly pats each on the shoulder, and in the exchange of glances, everything is understood without words. Their opponents are Exeter City, who also emerged from the brutal playoffs, a team renowned for discipline and resilience. Remember why we are standing here. Lin Feng's voice is not loud, yet it resonates clearly in every... Forget the pressure, forget the stands, just remember your brothers beside you, recall the sweat and effort we have poured into this season. Enjoy this match and bring the victory home. As the solemn tune of God Save the Queen echoes through this football sanctuary, when the cheers of 90,000 fans converge into a tsunami that sweeps everything away, this ultimate battle of fate finally begins. Perhaps inspired by the grandeur of Wembley, or perhaps the near-death experience of the semi-finals forged them into steel. Under immense pressure, the young players of Reading Town completely shed their burdens. From the very start of the match, they exhibit astonishing calmness and technical superiority. Though Bellingham cannot dribble and sprint as he usually does, every pass and movement is clear and rational, firmly controlling the rhythm of the midfield. Li Wei flits like a nimble butterfly, weaving gracefully between Exeter City's midfield defenders, linking the attack with his exquisite footwork and imaginative runs. Gao Ning, having performed excellently in the last match, is now heavily marked, though he can only exhaust the opposing defenders with his relentless running. Dawson commands the defense with steady calls, ensuring the team can attack without worries. The balance of the match is broken in the 25th minute. Li Wei drops back to the midfield to receive Dawson's pass. With his back to the attacking direction, he appears to be making a safe back pass, but in a split second performs a convincing feint, spinning around gracefully and deftly slipping past the opposing midfielder. As another Exeter City midfielder lunges to block him, Li Wei hesitates not for a moment and sends a surgical through ball with his left foot. The ball precisely penetrates the seam of Exeter City's defense, rolling towards the open space in the left side of the penalty area. A red figure darts into the box like lightning. It's Bellingham. He understands the situation perfectly, using his explosive power to spring into action, catching up to the ball ahead of all the defenders. Exeter City's defense is spread wide to contain fast players like Gao Ning. However, this creates an excellent opportunity for Bellingham, and they realize too late that they cannot compress their defense in time. The Exeter City goalkeeper has no choice but to charge out his massive frame, trying to block the angle, inevitably colliding with Bellingham, who has already touched the ball first. Bang! The whistle shrills sharply. The referee unhesitatingly points to the penalty spot. A penalty. The Reading Town fans in Wembley instantly erupt in a frenzy. Seeing that Bellingham's ankle is still a bit unsteady, Li Wei takes the ball and walks toward the penalty spot. He takes a deep breath. The whole stadium falls silent, all eyes and cameras focus on him, and the ball at his feet. He takes a run-up and shoots. A clean, decisive push. The ball is fast with a tricky angle, heading straight for the bottom right corner of the goal. The Exeter City goalkeeper misjudges the direction, helplessly watching the ball find the net. Goal. He scored. Li Wei. He withstood the pressure. Reading United is leading at Wembley. The commentator shouted hoarsely. Li Wei ran in excitement, sliding on his knees on the Wembley grass, freely expressing the passion within his heart. His teammates rushed over wildly and tackled him down. A wave of red surged in the stands. After taking the lead, Reading United played with even more composure and confidence. They patiently controlled the pace of the game, utilizing their technical advantages to continuously pass and wear down the opponent's stamina and will. Exeter City attempted to counterattack, but time and again their efforts were thwarted by Dawson's commanding defense and Zhang Hao's steady guarding. The match approached the 70th minute amidst intense confrontations. Bellingham received the ball on the right side of midfield, attracting the attention of two opposing defenders. He didn't seek personal glory. Instead, he astutely observed the gap on the right flank and delivered a clever pass with the outside of his right foot. Right back Sean Dagon understood, immediately sprinting forward like a wild horse chasing the ball. Without hesitation, he executed a rapid cross that skimmed the ground, the ball whistling towards the edge of the small penalty area. At the near post, a nimble red figure burst forward at high speed. It was Gao Ning. His sprint was incredibly fierce, forcing Exeter City's defenders to hurriedly block his attacking route. The ball swiftly grazed past the goal. Everyone's attention was drawn to Gao Ning at the near post, completely overlooking the far post. Another Reading United player arrived just in time. It was winger Jordan Green. He appeared in the perfect position, and facing an almost open goal, all he had to do was gently push the ball with the inside of his foot. The ball hit the net with a resounding thud. Jordan Green has sealed the victory. A classic team collaboration. Reading Town has extinguished the suspense of the match. They are heading to League One. The commentator's voice had become hoarse with excitement. The entire Wembley was once again ignited in red. Green excitedly ran towards the corner flag, wildly waving his arms as all the players on the field rushed towards him, including Dagan, who provided the assist, and Gowning, who completed the interference. This is a goal that belongs to the entire team. The remaining 20 minutes transformed into an ode of joy for the Reading Town fans. The singing resonated through the skies with red flags dancing endlessly. As the clock approached the end, and the referee blew the final whistle with 3 long peeps. Roar! The entire Wembley Stadium had turned into a jubilant sea of red. All restraint, all pressure was completely released at this moment. Some players on the field ran and shouted madly, some collapsed on the grass covering their faces and crying while others embraced tightly. Lin Feng and all the coaching staff and substitute players surged onto the field like a tide. They embraced, jumped, and high-fived the heroes on the field. Veteran Dawson was in tears, kneeling on the grass, tenderly kissing the team badge on his chest. In the Wembley, Bellingham and Li Wei held each other tightly, and the mature face of youth finally revealed a brilliant smile that belonged to their age. Zhang Hao excitedly high-fived every defender. Jordan Green was tossed into the air repeatedly by his team. Lin Feng stood among the jubilant crowd witnessing this incredibly shocking and beautiful scene, gazing at the young faces filled with extreme joy. His eyes finally could not help but become moist. The hardships, doubts, despair, struggle, and perseverance along the way. All the images flashed rapidly through his mind, ultimately condensing into an unparalleled sense of achievement and happiness in this moment. They succeeded. The Reading Town team, which was on the verge of bankruptcy and deemed certain to be relegated at the start of the season, created an unprecedented miracle. For the first time in team history, they have ascended to the English Football League One. A perfect conclusion to their The news quickly spread from Wembley Stadium in London to the entire city of Reading. The next day, as all members of Reading United boarded an open-top bus to commence the victorious parade through the city, they were greeted by a city completely engulfed in celebration. The bus slowly rolled along the main street, flanked by crowds of people who had already taken over both sides. Men and women, young and old, all donned red jerseys, waving red scarves and flags, their faces painted, singing every song about the team with hoarse voices. Reading, Reading, Lin Feng, the miracle creator. Jude, our genius. Li Wei, the magician. Gao Ning, the cheetah. The cheers, applause, songs, and car horns merged into a deafening roar as if the entire city was vibrating with the sound. Red confetti and streamers cascaded down from the windows of the tall buildings lining the streets, resembling a grand and festive snowfall. Children rode on their fathers' shoulders, excitedly pointing at the heroes. The elderly wiped their tear-filled eyes, perhaps never having imagined they would witness their hometown team achieve such glory in their lifetime. The players stood atop the bus, reveling in this glorious moment of their lives. They held the playoff championship trophy, taking turns speaking into the microphone to the fans, although their voices were quickly drowned out by the louder crowd. Lin Feng held the microphone, continuously waving to the fans lining the road, expressing gratitude for their support. Bellingham and Li Wei were undoubtedly the center of attention, shy yet excited as they responded to the fans' cheers. Li Wei was even pushed by enthusiastic teammates to sing a line from a Chinese song, igniting even more laughter and applause. Veteran Dawson appeared particularly emotional, blowing kisses to the fans, as if to engrave this moment in his heart forever. This once quiet little town had never been so alive, so united, so filled with pride and hope. That evening, the club booked the best banquet hall in Reading for a grand celebration dinner. All players, staff, local dignitaries, and important partners were present. Lin Feng donned a well-tailored dark suit, standing on the stage in the center of the banquet hall, microphone in hand. The spotlight shone upon him, and at that moment he was no longer the newcomer, but a true miracle creator and leader of the club. He surveyed the joyful and expectant faces in the audience, beginning his season summary speech. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice resonated through the microphone. A year ago, if someone had told me that we would be here, celebrating our promotion to League One, I would likely have thought they were crazy. A light chuckle and applause arose from the audience. What did we have back then? We had debts we could not pay, a fragmented squad, core players wanting to leave, a skeptical media, and, well, perhaps the eternally malfunctioning shower system at the training ground. A bigger wave of laughter erupted, accompanied by reflections on the difficult times of the past. But we had one thing. Lin Feng's tone became solemn, and that was belief, the fighting spirit, the sweat, sacrifice, and unyielding spirit of each and every one of you present. He detailed several key moments from the season and expressed gratitude for each player's hard work. He specifically acknowledged the contributions of several key players, as well as the coaching staff for their tireless tactical studies. He also thanked the logistical team for their silent efforts and once again expressed gratitude to the fans for their unwavering support. Some say we relied on luck, but I know we relied on every extra shot taken after training, every backtrack until we cramped, and every word of encouragement and support during adversity. This is a true miracle that we all wrote together. His gaze turned back to the audience, precisely finding, I want to invite a young man up here. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with admiration and pride. Li Wei, come. The spotlight instantly focused on Li Wei. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, he stood up, slightly awkwardly walking to the stage amidst the audience's gaze and warm applause, his cheeks flushing. Lin Feng placed an arm around his shoulder and addressed the audience. At the start of the season, when I first saw him at the edge of the training ground, he was a very, very skinny kid. Many, including our own coaches, thought he could not handle the intensity of English football. Good-natured laughter and murmurs of agreement arose from the crowd. But I saw something different in him. Lin Feng looked at Li Wei, his gaze affirming. I saw unparalleled football talent, a pure love for the game, and behind that silence and shyness, a tremendous will and courage. A season has passed. Lin Feng turned to the audience and asked loudly, "Tell me, did he do it? Did he prove he did?" A thunderous, unanimous affirmation erupted from the audience, applause flooding in like a tide. "Yes, he did it," Lin Feng declared emphatically. With imaginative passes, crucial assists, and goals, particularly that priceless penalty at Wembley, he proved his worth to the world. He is not only the main contributor to the team's promotion, but also the undeniable present and future of Reading United. He is our banner. Li Wei's eyes instantly turned red, deeply bowing to the audience. This was far more warming and exhilarating than any cold statistics. The audience stood up, giving persistent and enthusiastic applause in honor of this young hero. Next, Lin Feng acknowledged the steady progress of goalkeeper Zhang, how the remarkable talent of Bellingham Gao Ning's timely rescues, Dawson's leadership, and the contributions of all the players. Finally, he announced loudly, to thank everyone for their hard work and outstanding contributions throughout this season, the club has decided to grant a generous promotion bonus to every player and staff member. Wow! The atmosphere was instantly ignited to its peak. Players and staff erupted in joyous cheers, high-fiving and hugging each other, transforming the banquet hall into a sea of joy. This was the most direct affirmation of their efforts. The dinner continued in a warm and lively atmosphere. Lin Feng, holding a glass, mingled among the crowd, toasting and chatting with every valued member. At this moment, a striking figure approached him with a glass in hand. Sushi Carter, the beautiful journalist from the... Tonight she had shed her usual professional attire, donning an elegant champagne-colored off-shoulder evening gown, her golden hair styled up, revealing her fair neck, appearing radiant and completely different from her usual capable and intellectual image. "Lin, congratulations." Sushi smiled, raising her glass, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. "A wonderful speech. You achieved what everyone initially thought was impossible, creating a real miracle. I apologize for the doubts expressed in my initial report." "Thank you, Sushi. Your later reports were much more objective, and that was the real help." Lin Feng clinked glasses with her, the glasses ringing with a clear and pleasant sound. Their fingers lightly brushed against each other at the base of the glasses, a subtle feeling quietly spreading. She smiled gracefully, taking a small sip of her drink, gazing intently at Lin Feng. "So, Miracle Creator, what are your plans next? The challenges of League One are far more brutal than League Two. Tonight, I just want to savor this moment." Lin Feng felt the warmth in her gaze, feeling joyful, a smile tugging at his lips. "As for tomorrow, perhaps we could find a time to talk privately about the club's more detailed future plans." Sushi raised an eyebrow, a deeper smile on her lips. "Oh, an exclusive interview with Boss Lin. It would be my honor. I am very much looking forward to it." The city's celebration lasted for several days, yet Lin Feng remained clear-headed. He understood that indulging in past achievements was perilous for a club with aspirations for the future. Moreover, this team had merely progressed from the lowest tier of the English Football League Two to League One. For him, this was just the beginning. The interview request from Suchin Carter was a minor interlude. He agreed, but scheduled it for a few days later. Right now, he had more pressing matters. The system's season summary. After declining several trivial social invitations, he returned alone to the somewhat desolate office. Outside, the distant chants of fans could still be faintly heard, but he needed to calm his mind and assess his greatest gains. Closing the office door, the world fell silent. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his thoughts stirring. Ding. The 2017-2018 season summary is complete. Season final goal: ensure the league ranking remains above the relegation zone, 23rd and 24th place. Actual completion: 5th place in the league, promoted to League One through the playoffs. Goal exceeded. Promotion: playoff champion, honor bonus calculation in progress. Final reward summary. System points: 15000 points. Base relegation reward: 100 points. League ranking reward: 40 points. Successful promotion core reward: 100 points. Club facility blueprints: Advanced Medical Center X1. Youth Academy upgrade X1. Special reward: designated attribute training package X1 can be assigned to one player, significantly enhancing a specific technical or mental attribute. Effectiveness depends on the player's potential and effort. 4. Personal honor nomination for League Two's coach of the season. Slight increase in reputation. Looking at the dazzling data that floated in his mind, even Lin Feng, who had long been psychologically prepared, couldn't help but gasp. So generous. Too generous. 15,000 points. This was far more than he had accumulated throughout the entire season. The two facility blueprints were invaluable treasures directly related to the club's long-term foundation. Just as he was ecstatic, the system interface suddenly shimmered with golden light. The originally simple menu structure began to expand and reorganize. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the miracle upgrade. Core milestone. System permission level increased. System version updated to 2.0. New functional modules unlocked. Function 1. In-depth scouting network. By consuming a certain amount of points, you can initiate a deep investigation into any specified player worldwide, obtaining the most detailed hidden report, including precise CAPA, all attribute values, etc. Function 2. Player Recruitment Center Marketplace opens the function to exchange points for players. The system will connect to a mysterious global player network, regularly refreshing a list of recruitable players. The host can pay the corresponding points to directly complete the signing of that player. The system will automatically intervene in reality to rationalize and complete all transfer processes. Lin Feng's heart jolted, followed by a surge of immense joy. That's more like it. This is the Football Manager game he was familiar with. He couldn't wait to use his thoughts to click on the Player Recruitment Center icon. A sparse listing of 7 or 8 player avatars appeared. A championship-level rotational winger CA 118 PA 132 required points 3.0 points. League 1 starter-level defensive midfielder CA 79 PA 83 required points 1650 points. Eastern European U20 genius attacker CA 72 PA random maximum up to 160 required points 380 points. Special genius clause application tool X1 African powerhouse center back CA 75 PA 140 required points 2.0 points. Work permit application support package X1. Lin Feng looked at his freshly acquired 1500 points, then glanced at the prices of these players in the marketplace. In an instant, he was pulled back to reality from the extreme joy, calming himself down. Damn, it still broke. He couldn't help but curse with a laugh. This 1500 points seemed like a fortune. However, in the marketplace, it could at most buy a League 1 starter-level player or be used as a wager to bet on a future potential star. Yet what he truly desired was a core player capable of genuinely changing the team's strength, and their prices were all exorbitant. However, the opening of this door meant much more than the points themselves. It meant he had access to a reinforcement channel that transcended the rules of the real transfer market. Some players that could not be bought with money or were extremely difficult to negotiate could be purchased with a single click through points. This is too insane. Having experienced the frequent wranglings with various teams last season, no one understood the significance of this function better than him. He suppressed the urge to immediately try the in-depth scouting network function and pulled his attention back to reality. Points must be spent wisely. Good steel must be used on the blade. System display Zhang Hao's detailed attributes. Lin Feng muttered. A translucent data panel unfolded. Name Zhang Hao. Position goalkeeper GKCA 65 PA 171. Key attributes reaction 15, onion 114, hand control 10, goal kicking 9, aggression 11, composure 12. System evaluation possesses excellent neural reactions and unknown save potential, but technical details are rough with significant flaws in handling high balls and catching technique, still lacking in match experience, requiring extensive high-level match practice. Hand control is only 10. This is a very low value, meaning he is prone to mishandling when receiving the ball, giving opponents opportunities for follow-up shots. In the more intense and intricate shooting environment of League 1, this weakness would be magnified infinitely. Lin Feng made a decision. System used the designated attribute training package on Zhang Hao specifically to enhance the attribute of hand control. Command confirmed. Designated attribute training package has been used. Player Zhang Hao's hand control attribute will receive significant enhancement in subsequent training. Maximizing the effect requires coordination with specialized goalkeeper coaching and extensive practice. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This investment is very worthwhile. A more reliable goalkeeper is the cornerstone for the team to establish itself in higher-level leagues. He then unhesitatingly chose to use the two blueprints immediately. Advanced Medical Center Blueprint has been loaded. Estimated construction period 3 months. During the construction period, the medical team's work efficiency will be slightly improved. Club funds required 300,000. Youth Academy Upgrade Blueprint has been loaded. Estimated construction period 4 months. During the construction period, the growth rate of youth team players will be slightly enhanced. Club funds required 250,000. An investment of over £500,000, but this money must be spent and it must be worth it. Lin Feng immediately called the financial director, instructing her to prioritize arranging these two budgets. Tell the contractors that I want to see them in use before the summer window closes. After handling the system rewards, Lin Feng did not stop. He summoned the coaching staff and chief scout for an internal strategic meeting. On the whiteboard in the meeting room, Lin Feng wrote down the core goal for the new season: Our goal is to challenge for the championship. In the conference room, everyone looked astonished. Although the team has now advanced to League One, their skill level is at best mid to lower tier. Setting such high goals now is the boss out of his mind. Lin Feng's tone was serious. Gentlemen, the celebration. I know League One and League Two are completely different worlds. Our lineup is top-notch in League Two, but in League One we might just be a relegation team. He walked to the whiteboard and began analyzing first the forward line. We sold Ian, losing our most stable pivot and scoring point. We need at least one experienced League One striker or a dynamic young forward. Secondly, the defense. Dawson's experience is irreplaceable, but his age and fitness are concerns. We need to add at least one speedy center back, a more stable fullback, and depth in overall defense. Lastly, the overall lineup. Our core framework is great, but too young. Bellingham, Li Weizhang, Hao Gaoning. They need time to grow. We can't put all the pressure on them. We need to bring in some experienced players in their prime to balance the lineup, ensuring immediate fighting strength, while also mentoring the young ones. This summer transfer window, our task, is very challenging due to limited budget. Lin Feng looked at the chief scout. Expand your search range, not just the British Isles, but lower leagues in Europe, even South America and Africa. I want you to put any potential talent information on my desk as soon as possible. The meeting continued for a long time. Lin Feng's clear thoughts and incisive analysis of the team's shortcomings quickly brought the management team, still immersed in the joy of promotion, back into work mode. A lengthy scouting report and potential transfer target list began to take shape. A few days later, Lin Feng was set to accept a special interview with Su Qian. However, he chose not to do it in his cluttered office, but rather at a stylish and quiet cafe in downtown Reading. The afternoon sun poured through the glass windows, casting warm spots of light on the wooden table. The air was filled with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee and soft jazz, a stark contrast to the fierce clamor of the football world. Su Qian arrived on time. Today she unusually wore casual clothes instead of professional attire, appearing more approachable. Seeing Lin Feng, who had been waiting, a perfectly timed smile spread across her face. Great choice of location, Mr. Lin. This place is much more relaxing than your office. Su Qian took her seat, pulling out a voice recorder and notebook. Just call me Lin Feng. The office is a bit messy with post-match tasks. I worry it might affect your professional judgment, Miss Carter. Lin Feng smiled as he ordered her a cappuccino. The formal interview began. Su Qian's questions were indeed very professional and profound, far beyond the ordinary concerns of fans and media regarding scores and stars. She began with Lin Feng's team-building philosophy. The promotion of Reading United has been referred to by many as a youth storm. You seem particularly fond of young players, even willing to sell core players in their prime. Is this a reluctant choice based on funding, or is it a football philosophy you consciously adhere to? Lin Feng spoke eloquently. It's a bit of both. Funding is a reality, but the ideology is more critical. Young players are more malleable and hungry. They can accept advanced tactical ideas more quickly and form a long-term core of fighting strength. We aren't buying finished products. We are investing in the future and growing together. You mentioned tactical philosophy. We noticed that towards the end of the season, Reading United's playing style gradually shifted from traditional English long ball tactics to a more ground-oriented passing and technical control style. Was this planned from the beginning? Did you encounter any resistance in implementing this style in League Two? It's a gradual process. Lin Feng leaned slightly forward, his gaze focused. I do hope the team can play a more modern, controlling style of football, but this requires suitable players. The arrivals of Li Wei and Jude provided this possibility. There was indeed resistance, but when you let victories speak for you, resistance becomes motivation. Next, Su Qian asked about youth training plans, views on the English football pyramid, and how to balance short-term results with long-term development. Lin Feng's responses were clear and his views distinct. They demonstrated insights into the macro landscape, supported by specific details. He even inadvertently referenced some football data analysis concepts that would only become widely discussed in the future, making Su Qian's eyes light up as she nodded, probing deeper. She looked at the man in front of her, who was a few years younger than herself. It was hard to connect him with the club owner who passionately directed from the sidelines and stirred up the transfer market. The depth of his thinking and strategic vision created a stark contrast to the charm of his youthful appearance. To be honest, Lin Feng. Su Qian set her pen down, leaning back, slightly a hint of curiosity in her eyes. You surprise me. Managing a club, handling business operations, leading transfers, and even deeply engaging in tactical design. You seem to be capable of anything. You just received the Best Manager and Best Coach awards in League Two. With so many responsibilities, don't you feel exhausted? How did you accumulate such knowledge and insight? Lin Feng, however, remained calm on the surface, taking a sip of his coffee to gather his thoughts. Of course it's tiring. He chuckled, choosing a half-truthful answer. But I really enjoy this process of creation and building. As for knowledge, I might just be a more focused fan who has watched many matches, read a lot of books, and played plenty of football games. Games sometimes offer different perspectives. Games. Su Qian smiled. That's quite an interesting response. The formal interview content was about to conclude, but neither of them seemed ready to get up and leave. The conversation naturally shifted from work to life. What about you? Lin Feng retorted. As a woman working as a football journalist, it must not be easy in this industry. Su Qian smiled, a hint of nostalgia in her expression. It's indeed not easy. I fell in love with this sport from a young age, watching matches with my father. During college, interning in the sports department at a newspaper, being looked down upon by male colleagues and players was a common occurrence. I had to work harder than others, preparing more thoroughly, using my professional skills to silence them. She spoke lightly, but Lin Feng could imagine the hardships. The atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant. They chatted about their favorite music and movies, even joking about the terrible weather in England. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall unnoticed, the raindrops streaking across the glass, leaving trails of watermarks. Time quietly flowed by. It seems like the rain's getting heavier. Lin Feng glanced outside. Yeah, I didn't expect it to start suddenly. Su Qian also looked out, frowning slightly. Lin Feng naturally stood up, took off his lightweight casual jacket, and draped it over Su Qian's shoulders without waiting for her to refuse. Put this on, don't get wet. He'll call a cab for you. His actions were natural and gentlemanly. Su Qian was taken aback, but did not. The jacket still held Lin Feng's warmth and a faint scent of male perfume blending with the light fragrance she wore, creating a subtle atmosphere. Lin Feng walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi for her. Su Qian got into the car, and Lin Feng carefully closed the door for her. Before the car window rolled up, Su Qian suddenly turned her head, raindrops dampening a few strands of her golden hair sticking to her cheek. She looked at Lin Feng, a gentle smile on her face. Lin Feng, her voice came through the sound of the rain. Next time, it's my turn to buy you a coffee. The taxi slowly drove away, merging into the traffic. Lin Feng stood in place, the light rain soaking his hair and shirt, but he seemed completely indifferent. In the rain, readings seemed to become gentler. After bidding farewell to Su Qian, Lin Feng did not head straight home, but took a stroll by the roadside. The light rain gradually subsided, and sunlight peeked through the gaps in the clouds. He opened the mobile banking app, gazing at the 180 in his account. Most of this was his salary and bonuses from the past year as the club's chairman and director. After successfully advancing, the players' market values soared. In recent days, he had sold a batch of fringe substitute players. The club's account had gained several £100,000, but that money was untouchable, and he had no desire to touch it. He had already thought clearly about the next recruitment target, players' salaries, and infrastructure development. However, he wanted to do something for himself with the personal funds in that account. He recalled his second-hand Ford Focus, which he had bought cheaply when he first took over the club, accompanying him through those initial frantic days. Now it seemed it was time for it to retire gracefully. A thought naturally emerged: it's time to get a new car and treat. Most importantly, he was a boss after all. This time, when having coffee with Su Qian, he didn't dare to drive his old Ford. He felt it would be embarrassing. He didn't hesitate too long, as he already had his eye on a desired target. He found the phone number of a Porsche center in London online and made an appointment for a test drive. In the afternoon, Lin Feng stood in the exhibition hall of the Porsche center, his gaze falling on a sleek Panamera 4S. The graphite metallic gray exterior and Bordeaux red interior were perfectly matched. The test drive experience was perfect. The powerful performance, precise handling, and the satisfaction brought by the brand made him feel the money was well spent. Without much haggling, he chose the test drive car, and the final price landed at $8,200. The paperwork was completed quickly. Driving his new car, he did not head straight home, but took a detour along the suburban roads of Reddington, enjoying the freedom and tranquility brought by the speed. Just then his phone rang. It was the transfer director calling, his tone excited. "Boss, it's crazy. Everyone has gone mad. Our phone is about to explode. Slow down, what's going on?" Lin Feng frowned. "Offers, it's all offers, mainly targeting Jude and Li Wei." The transfer director's voice trembled. "Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga has officially made an offer for Bellingham. The total price is $5 million. A down payment of $2 million, with the remaining $3 million to be paid over 3 years, along with a clause for a share of the next transfer. God, we only spent $1 million to buy him 6 months ago." Lin Feng's voice remained calm. "What else?" Li Wei's situation is similar. Although the offer isn't as exaggerated as Jude's due to work permit and nationality issues, several Premier League and Championship teams have also inquired. The highest offer is from Southampton, $3 million. Other clubs are also interested in Dawson and Dagen, with bids significantly higher than their previous market values. Lin Feng fell silent. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. When he signed these two young men against the tide of public opinion and the world's mockery, who could have imagined that within just one season their value would multiply several times? Especially Bellingham. Dortmund, renowned for nurturing young talents, had a scouting system that could be described as having a discerning eye. Their offer was the utmost affirmation of Lin Feng's vision. Even in his past life, Bellingham's market value at this age was nowhere near this high. As long as he nodded at this moment and agreed to any offer concerning the dual cores, the club could instantly gain several £1,000,000 in pure profit. However, Bellingham's future market value could reach nearly 200 million. With this thought, Lin Feng smiled. Their potential had not yet peaked, and their value was far beyond this amount. They were the cornerstone of Hartlepool United's rise and the key to reaching greater heights. Selling them would be akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, potentially extinguishing the miracle spark that had just been ignited. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and spoke with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for negotiation. Listen, reply to all clubs. Jude Bellingham and Li Wei are not for sale by Hartlepool United. No matter the offer, refuse all of them. As for other players, unless the offer is excessively unreasonable, let's set them aside for now. Our plan is to strengthen, not to cash out. The transfer director on the other end seemed stunned, confirming after a moment, boss, even the 5 million from Dortmund. Is that a refusal? Refusal? Lin Feng's voice showed no fluctuation. Tell them Bellingham's stage is still in Reddington for. As for the others, tell them if they want to poach our players, they need to present an offer that we cannot refuse, not just these trivial benefits. After hanging up, Lin Feng returned to his office, pulling his focus back to the initial plan. The primary task remained strengthening the team. He reactivated the system and entered the area search function, setting the search range to England. Inputting the filtering criteria: position forward, SD age 28 years, CA 90, APA 130, ensuring there is room for growth, not completely veteran players. Price range, setting a relatively conservative upper limit considering the club's financial situation. The system interface refreshed rapidly, displaying a long list of names and rough data reports. Many names had high estimated prices, often exceeding £1 million, which Lin Feng promptly eliminated. His gaze swept across like a radar, finally settling on an inconspicuous name that matched various conditions quite well. Name: Andrew McKinley, nationality Scotland, age 25, club League One Welling United, position center forward, SDCA 102 PA 135, key attributes: shooting 14, heading 13, off the ball movement 12, strength 15, balance 14, work rate 13, estimated value 3.0, system points consumed 0 points. System review: a typical British center forward, physically strong, reliable, shooting ability in the box, adept at positioning, can serve as a tactical pivot. Weaknesses: relatively slow, rough technique, average passing ability. A cost-effective choice. CA 101. Enough to serve as a main striker for a mid-to-upper League One team. His strengths are clear: scoring. A robust physique can withstand League One defenders, and decent shooting skills ensure a good conversion rate of chances. Moreover, at 25 years old, he is in his prime, and a PA of 135 means he still has a bit of room for improvement. Most importantly, the price seems very reasonable, well within Hartlepool United's budget. This is the one. Lin Feng immediately picked up the internal phone and connected to the chief scout. It's me, Lin Feng. Immediately organize a team to focus on scouting Welling United's forward, Andrew McKinley. I want the most detailed match report possible, the more detailed the better. Get it to me as soon as you can. After hanging up, Lin Feng relaxed slightly, but another thought emerged. However, when he reopened the area search, he found that it had already begun its cooldown. A wait of 30 days was required. He shook his head. The cooldown for area search was still too long. The Dragon Country is so vast, how long would it take to search? Moreover, with the country's large population, even searching within a single province consumed points equivalent to searching a football powerhouse in Europe. With this thought, he picked up the phone again and called Old Wong. Old Wong, I have a task for you now. Go collect information on young players aged 16-19 in the lower leagues of the Dragon Country. I need a comprehensive and detailed report, especially for those from average backgrounds who can't play due to lack of connections. Don't worry about the budget. Just go for it. No positional restrictions. Yes, the more the better. A few days later, a detailed scouting report on Andrew McKinley landed on Lin Feng's desk. The aroma of slightly bitter coffee wafted through the office air. The chief scout stood in front of the desk, succinctly reporting, "Boss, the center forward from report has his strengths and weaknesses as obvious as his height. In the penalty area, he's a beast, strong in confrontations, fierce in seizing opportunities, and his shots are both precise and powerful, a pure finisher. But outside the box, his speed is slow and his technical skills are poor. He basically has nothing left and relies heavily on the midfield to feed him." Lin Feng quickly scanned the data and analysis in the report, which matched the evaluations provided by the system perfectly. This was exactly the role he wanted. A finisher who could reliably convert passes from Li Wei and Bellingham. "What's report's stance?" Lin Feng asked as he set the report down. "They're asking for 350,000, and they sound quite firm, hinting at other potential buyers." "Understood." Lin Feng nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. He was not surprised, as the system had marked it at 300,000, so it seemed the other side had raised the price by 50,000. Afterward, he personally dialed the number of the director of football at report. Ding. Basic negotiation skills activated. Analyzing the opponent's financial situation. The system's assistance made his thoughts exceptionally clear. Skipping unnecessary pleasantries, he got straight to the point. 350,000. That price strays far from market norms. McKinley's attributes determine his value ceiling. 200,000 pounds. This is a much more reasonable offer. The other party clearly did not expect Lin Feng to be so direct and attempted to argue Mr. Lin Andrew was our top scorer last season as goals. That's why I'm willing to sit here and negotiate rather than turn to other targets. Lin Feng interrupted him, but I need to see your sincerity. As far as I know, your club has some financial needs. A timely cash injection is far more attractive than an asset that may depreciate over time, isn't it? There was a moment of silence on the other end. 300,000, that's our bottom line. The tone of the other party had clearly softened. 250,000 cash one-time payment. Or we could discuss additional clauses such as extra payments if certain goal numbers are reached in the future. But for the fixed part, this is my final offer. You can consider it, but my patience is limited. Lin Feng picked up the freshly brewed coffee on the table and took an elegant sip. Ultimately, after several rounds of back and forth, the fixed transfer fee was settled at 250,000 pounds with the additional clauses set at high triggering conditions that would be nearly impossible to fulfill. The subsequent processes went exceptionally smoothly. Medical examinations, negotiations on personal terms. A few days later, Reading Town officially announced the signing of 25-year-old Scottish centre forward Andrew McKinley from Wearport in League One with a contract duration of 3 years. This signing sparked a discussion on fan forums. A centre forward who has proven his scoring ability in League One is exactly what the team needs most after being promoted to the league. While it may not be a sensational signing, the pragmatic and targeted approach reassured supporters of the management. With McKinley's arrival, Reading Town's summer training entered a new phase. The high-intensity physical conditioning and tactical drills promoted by Lin Feng left the players privately groaning, but the results on the field silenced everyone. The speed of McKinley's integration was astonishing. He indeed was as described in the report, technically rough with average mobility. But once he entered the penalty area, the tall figure in the number 9 jersey seemed to transform. His positioning, confrontational play, and the calm precision of his final strikes were truly eye-catching. In the group training matches, Bellingham's surgical through balls or Lee Weiss's deft crosses were consistently converted into goals by McKinley in the most straightforward and efficient manner. The approach was direct and effective. Good ball. Old John, standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but nod repeatedly. This money was well spent. As expected of Boss Lin. What was even more pleasing was the evolution of the midfield dual core. The synergy between Li Wei and Bellingham had reached a level of almost telepathic understanding, with their continuous one-touch passes, overlapping movements, and intricate combinations, often wreaking havoc on the opponent's defense. Especially Li Wei, after reaching 10 appearances and completing the season, the system rewarded him with an exclusive training package. After he used it, Li Wei's skill level improved rapidly. He even subtly hinted at surpassing Bellingham. The current Li Wei can be described as a complete player, adept in any position in midfield. This also gave Lin Feng great confidence in deploying various tactics. The presence of McKinley seemed to provide them with a clear and reliable ultimate target, making their passing and organization more purposeful and threatening. At the same time, he also arranged passing and crossing courses for Gao Ning and Jordan, who had been promoted from the youth team to the first team. This allowed their combination to become the most fluid attacking partnership in League One. The biggest surprise still came from the goalkeeper Zhang Hao. The effects of the designated attribute training package were remarkable. He handled the ball with exceptional steadiness, whether it was high balls or powerful shots from close range. He could calmly catch them or punch them out of dangerous areas. His reaction speed had also reached a new level, making incredible saves during training matches, drawing rounds of applause from the sidelines. In an internal practice match, Gao Ning, using his explosive speed, forced his way past on the right flank and unleashed a powerful shot from a tight angle with tremendous speed and a tricky angle. Zhang Hao instinctively reacted, diving to his side, and managed to poke the ball out of bounds with his fingertips. Wow! This time, even the players from the opposing team couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The veteran goalkeeper Carlson, standing on the sidelines, clapped vigorously, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions. He felt comforted that the team had such an outstanding goalkeeper, but deep down he understood that his own era had probably passed. The healthy competition for the goalkeeper position had become one of the most eye-catching focal points on the training ground. To test the results of the training camp, Lin Feng specifically contacted an old opponent from their League 2 days for a warm-up match. In this match, Reading Town showcased a completely revitalized appearance. Although it was merely a warm-up, the team adhered to initiating plays from the back, progressively advancing through ground combinations. McKinley's strong presence in the penalty area created vast spaces for Bellingham, Li Wei, and the two wingers making late runs. Li Wei and Bellingham completely controlled the tempo of the midfield. Their orchestration and passing appeared calm and unhurried, leaving the opposition players exhausted. The match ended with a score of 2-0. McKinley connected with a corner taken by Bellingham, overpowering the opposing center-back with a powerful header to score first. Subsequently, Li Wei received a return pass from McKinley just outside the penalty area, made a slight adjustment, and executed a precise low shot that flew straight into the bottom right corner of the net, sealing the victory. The score was not exaggerated, but the control, tactical execution, and improvement in individual player abilities displayed during the match made Lin Feng, who stood on the sidelines, wear a satisfied smile. The new signing was immediately impactful. Core players continued to evolve, and promising young stars progressed rapidly. This upgraded and strengthened lineup seemed to truly possess the foundation to stand firm in League One and even the potential to climb higher. The summer training progressed methodically with an intense workload. To assess the training results and depth of the squad, Lin Feng leveraged his connections to arrange a match against a championship team. Sheffield Wednesday played a closed friendly match. The game took place at Reading United's training base and was not open to the public, nor was there any media presence. Sheffield Wednesday fielded most of their main players, mixed with a few substitutes, clearly not considering a newly promoted League Two team as a significant threat. However, the match unfolded in a way that left all the Reading United staff on the sidelines holding their breath. The intensity was indeed high. Sheffield Wednesday's players were physically stronger and more experienced, initially using their physical advantage to suppress Reading United. But soon the midfield duo of Bellingham and Li Wei began to make their presence felt. Bellingham's coverage and calm passing, along with Li Wei's ability to evade defenders' vision and precise through balls, showcased a synergy that seemed innate. They managed to match Sheffield Wednesday's midfield, which was mid-table in the championship, and occasionally even gained the upper hand. Gao Ning's several incursions down the flanks also posed a considerable threat, as his speed troubled Sheffield Wednesday's fullbacks. Zhang Hao made several crucial saves, displaying a composure that belied his status as a young goalkeeper. Although Reading United ultimately lost by a single goal due to differences in overall strength and defensive cohesion, they held their own and even created several excellent scoring opportunities, though McKinley and another substitute forward were just a bit unlucky. The team's cohesion still needed improvement. Lin Feng stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, yet felt no disappointment. The value of the dual core exceeded expectations. The new signings integrated swiftly, and the potential talents continued to grow. The ceiling for this team might be even higher than he had imagined. After the match, Lin Feng and the coaching staff had a brief debrief before allowing the players to head back for some rest. He walked alone towards the parking lot, replaying certain moments of the match in his mind and contemplating which aspects needed further enhancement. The air after the rain carried the fresh scent of soil and grass. As dusk fell, the lights of the training base began to illuminate. Just as he approached his newly purchased black Panamera, a slender figure appeared. "Good evening, Boss Lin." "What an exciting match," Sushi Carter said with a smile. She was not dressed in her professional attire today, but rather in a simple white shirt paired with jeans topped off with a khaki trench coat, exuding a casual yet charming vibe. "Sushi." Lin Feng was indeed a bit surprised. "How did you get in? This is a closed match. Journalists have their ways, especially when they want to surprise a friend." Sushi blinked, stepped forward, and naturally extended her hand to gently brush off an almost non-existent speck of dust from Lin Feng's suit shoulder. "It seems your team has gained some strength. You could play like this against Sheffield Wednesday." Her fingertips through the thin fabric of his suit seemed to convey a subtle touch. Lin Feng could catch a faint fragrance from her hair mingling with the dampness of the rain, filling his nostrils. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous in the night and the empty parking lot. "It was just good luck. They didn't really exert themselves." Lin Feng tried to keep his tone casual, but his heart involuntarily raced. "Excessive modesty is a form of pride, you know," Sushi chuckled, looking up at him. "Are you ready to head back?" "Yes," Lin Feng nodded and strangely added, "It's raining. Would you like me to give you a ride?" Sushi readily agreed. "Sure, I didn't drive here anyway." She waved her small bag with a deeper smile. Lin Feng opened the passenger door for her. Sushi bent down to get in, her gaze scanning the interior, teasing, "A Porsche? Looks like the club's finances are quite healthy now." "It's a necessary investment in image," Lin Feng replied as he settled into the driver's seat and started the car. "And it was bought with my personal funds." The engine let out a deep, powerful roar, and the car was filled with the scent of leather and a hint of fragrance. The vehicle smoothly drove out of the training base. Raindrops began to fall again, pattering against the car windows, forming fine streaks of water. Soft jazz played on the radio, and the melody flowed through the enclosed cabin. The two chatted casually. They talked about the recent match, McKinley's integration, Bellingham and Li Wei's impressive talents, and the situation in the new season of League One. Occasional silences fell, but instead of feeling awkward, there was a peculiar tranquility and rapport that spread through the air. Lin Feng could clearly hear Su Zai's breathing and his own somewhat hasty heartbeat. The Panamera's performance was excellent, maintaining stability on the slippery roads. The warm air inside the car contrasted sharply with the rain outside. Soon they arrived at Su Zai's apartment building. However, the rain began to pour down unexpectedly harder, drumming loudly on the car roof and windshield. "It's pouring too heavily. Wait a moment," Lin Feng said as he retrieved an umbrella from the car storage compartment. He got out first, opened the umbrella, and walked around to the passenger side to open the door for Sushi. Sushi ducked out from the car and stood under the umbrella. The umbrella wasn't very large, and to cover both of them their distance inevitably closed in their arms, almost brushing against each other. Lin Feng could distinctly smell her hair's fragrance, which was even more pronounced. He sheltered her as they walked to the entrance of the apartment building. Above them was an old street lamp casting a dim yellow glow, illuminating the dense rain and stretching their shadows, which blurred and intertwined. The noise of the rain seemed to isolate them from everything else. "Thank you for the ride, and for the umbrella, Su," she turned to Lin Feng, looking up at him. Her eyes sparkled and tiny raindrops seemed to cling to her eyelashes. "You're welcome," Lin Feng replied, lowering his head to meet her gaze. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. An indescribable atmosphere lingered in the air. Lin Feng could see Su Zai's slightly flushed cheeks and her gently trembling lips. He instinctively leaned a bit closer to her. Sushi did not retreat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Feng's phone vibrated in his pocket, intrusively breaking the moment. Lin Feng's body stiffened abruptly, and all the atmosphere vanished in an instant. Sushi too seemed startled, instinctively taking half a step back, the blush on her cheeks fading rapidly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the intense irritation and regret within him. He pulled out his phone to check the caller ID. It was the head of the club's transfer department. He helplessly smiled at Sushi. "Sorry, it's a call from the club. It might be urgent." Sushi brushed her damp hair away from her forehead, struggling to regain her professional composure. She softly said, "It's okay. Oh, work is important." She paused, looking at Lin Feng, her lips suddenly curling into that familiar, slightly teasing and seductive smile, adding, "Next time, don't let it ring again." After saying that, she turned, entered her password, pushed open the door to the hallway, and quickly disappeared behind it. Lin Feng stood under the pouring rain, with the umbrella staring at the already closed door, her last words echoing in his ears. "Next time, don't let it ring again." The phone continued to ring unceremoniously. Lin Feng glanced at the screen resignedly, answered the call, his voice returning to its usual calmness. "Hello, it's me. What's the matter?" The call came from the head of the transfer department, reporting that there had been some setbacks with a young South American defender's work permit application, requiring Lin Feng to make a decision by early tomorrow. He hung up the phone and glanced once more at the tightly shut door and windows of Su Qian's apartment. The lights inside flickered on, reflecting a vague silhouette that flitted past the window. He took a deep breath of the chilly, damp air, then turned back to the car. Inside there still lingered a faint fragrance of her hair, along with a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere. He shook his head with a smile and started the car. In the following days, Lin Feng would devote most of his energy back to the team's training camp. As for the team, their cohesion was becoming increasingly smooth. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Amidst the tense atmosphere of preparation, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the drums of the first round of the English League One had already sounded. The stands at Basingstoke Park were packed with Peterborough United's fans, welcoming the newly promoted rookie team in their own fervent way. Even inside the away team's locker room at Basingstoke Park, the thunderous roars from the stands could not be drowned out. This was League One, a more brutal battlefield. Lin Feng took a final look around at his players. "Remember what we practiced?" His voice cut through the noise out. "They will definitely try to seize the initiative, using their bodies to intimidate you. Don't be afraid. Keep the ball moving and tear apart their encirclement with passing. Bellingham, leeway the midfield, is up to you. Steady now. McKinley, your task is to stay in the box and force that damned ball into their goal." He paused, his gaze sharp. "As for defense, Dawson, it's up to you. Zhang Hao." He turned to the increasingly composed young goalkeeper, shouted out loud, "Direct them." Without further impassioned words, Lin Feng clapped his hands firmly. "Let's go. Show them that Reading Town is here." All the players shouted excitedly. At the tunnel entrance, as Reading Town's blue jerseys appeared beside Peterborough United's white shirts, the massive roar nearly swept everyone off their feet. A small patch of blue and white on the away stand jumped wildly the melodies of Li Wei's song, and Bellingham, our genius, stood defiantly amidst the home fans' fierce booing. The referee's whistle sounded, and the battle commenced. As Lin Feng had predicted, Peterborough United's players stormed onto the field with bloodlust. With fierce tackles and relentless physical confrontations, every touch seemed to reverberate with the sound of colliding muscles. They aimed to crush this team that had just been promoted from League Two in the simplest and most brutal manner. In their eyes, Reading Town was not even in the same league as them. In the opening minutes, Reading Town's passing indeed felt a bit sluggish, pressed into a corner. But soon one figure stood out. A robust midfielder from the opposing team attempted to lean on Bellingham to turn and organize, but felt a strong force surge from behind. Bellingham made a precise move, his studs cleanly poking the ball away, while his solid shoulder sent the opposing player stumbling, nearly falling to the ground. Even after intercepting the ball, Bellingham did not look up. Relying on instinct and the countless times of tacit understanding from training, he delivered a delicate through ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball seemed to have eyes, skimming the grass and slicing through the narrow gap between the opposing midfield and defense. Almost simultaneously, another blue figure shot forward like lightning. Li Wei, understanding the play, successfully broke the offside trap, plunging like a dagger into the heart of the defense. Unknown. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Li Wei calmly took a shot, but the ball brushed against the outside of the far post and rolled out of bounds. Li Wei knelt on the ground, pounding the turf in frustration. Yet this sharp collaboration, despite not resulting in a goal, sent a chill down the spines of the aggressive home team. Peterborough United's pressing momentum visibly stalled, and their gazes towards Bellingham and Li Wei bore a hint of seriousness. Reading Town gradually stabilized their footing. Bellingham and Li Wei began calmly passing the ball in midfield, using quick, simple exchanges to draw the opponent in and wear them down. On the right flank, Dagan became the most active piece, repeatedly making high-speed incursions and executing simple wall passes with McKinley. In a classic combination of wing and midfield play, Dagan shook off his defender and crossed low. McKinley, like a boulder, forced a half-turn shot. The action was fierce and powerful, but unfortunately the ball was heroically saved by the opposing goalkeeper. In defense, veteran Dawson became the most reassuring link. He always positioned himself in the most critical places, using his experience to judge the landing spots or employing straightforward but highly effective positioning and interceptions to extinguish the opponent's counterattacks repeatedly. The balance of the match was broken in the 40th minute of the first half when Reading Town earned a right-side corner kick. Li Wei stood at the corner flag but did not take the kick directly. He raised his right hand and signaled. Bellingham quickly ran over to respond. Tactical corner. Li Wei lightly pushed the ball to Bellingham and nimbly made an inward cut. Bellingham understood without needing any adjustments. With a flick of his toe, he sent the ball back into Li Wei's running path. Just that simple 1-2 move instantly drew the attention of two defenders away. In that fleeting moment, without stopping the ball, Li Wei took a step to adjust and raised his golden left foot to deliver a rapid low-arching cross. The ball sailed past the front post, precisely flying towards the penalty spot. There, McKinley had already carved out a small area with his body, pinning the opposing center-back behind him. With a roar, he sprang into the air, his whole body taut, like a bowstring, meeting the incoming ball with his forehead, smashing it fiercely into the center. Bang! The ball changed direction in response, shooting like a white flash towards the upper left corner of the goal with astonishing speed. Goal. 1-0. The Scottish striker roared after landing, charging toward the corner flag and delivering a powerful punch to the flagpole. The blue figures surged toward him, engulfing him. The away stand went completely wild, with songs and curses erupting in frenzy. In the second half, the trailing Peterborough United launched a furious counterattack. Long passes and long shots followed one after another like a tidal wave, crashing toward Reading Town's penalty area. In the midst of the storm, the final defense stood tall. A precise long pass cut through the defense, and the opposing forward successfully broke the offside trap, forming an unknown. The heart of the entire stadium leaped into their throats, yet Zhang Hao showed no fear, decisively charging out. He was incredibly fast, executing a precise sliding tackle just before the opponent could touch the ball, clutching it tightly in his arms. A few minutes later, an opposing midfielder unexpectedly fired a powerful long-range shot straight toward the corner. Zhang Hao dove laterally, fully extending his body, and with his fingertips, he barely deflected the ball off the crossbar. A godly save. A corner was taken, and amidst the chaos, the opposing center-back headed the ball toward goal. The distance was too close, and the force too great. Zhang Hao, who was on the ground, instinctively raised his leg to block. With a bang, the ball was deflected out of bounds. Time and time again, he resolved crises. His commanding shouts to the defense grew louder. Phew! Jude, watch the ball. Don't keep passing it to me, I have to defend against them, and you, it's like 1 against 21. In his clumsy English, he even slipped in a curse. The defense, which had been somewhat flustered, became unbreakable. Finally, the final whistle blew. 1-0. The players roared and embraced each other. Lin Feng walked onto the field, giving Zhang Hao a firm pat on the back and ruffling the hair of his sweat-drenched teammates. The first battle in League One, a triumphant start. After a victory, everyone returned to the training ground of Reading United. Lin Feng did not organize a celebration, but instead had everyone immediately engage in intense training. On the training field, everyone played with great confidence, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful. The opening win in League One brought not only 3 points on the scoreboard, but also unprecedented confidence to the players. This proves that there is nothing to fear from the teams in League One. Zhang Hao's miraculous performance has already exploded across fan forums and social media. Amidst the overwhelming celebrations, a resounding nickname spread: the Great Wall from the East. This nickname left even his boss secretly impressed. It suited Zhang Hao, who was tall and strong. The wisdom of the fans was sometimes terrifyingly accurate. On the sidelines, assistant coach Old John's whistle was sharp and powerful as the group drills intensified. The blue and yellow vests intertwined as they ran. The ball flowed quickly across the grass. Undoubtedly, the most dazzling core remained that pair of midfield partners. Li Wei and Bellingham seemed to be connected by an invisible thread, whether through a simple yet precise pass or their intuitive runs, making it exhausting for the defenders. The others often could only watch helplessly as the ball was delivered through their most vulnerable areas. Keep your distance. Don't let them turn so easily. Old veteran Dawson's roar was like a rock firmly anchoring the defense. His experience was a valuable asset to the team. His keen vision always allowed him to foresee danger. After just reminding the young center-back of his positioning, he immediately turned to the right flank. Sean, go all out when you push up, but return as fast as possible. Don't leave any gaps. Right back Sean Dagan nodded, panting. He had indeed returned a bit slowly after a daring forward run earlier, nearly getting caught out. He wiped the sweat from his face, his gaze sharpening. In another area, new striker Kenny Miller was engaging in. The assistant coach continuously sent balls from both sides as the tall Scotsman repeatedly leaped to powerfully head the ball towards the designated corners of the goal. His expression was serious to the point of stubbornness, clearly striving to digest and adapt to the new tactical system, focused on ground passing complemented by a combination of wide and central play. He needed to integrate better, not merely as a pivot in the penalty area. Lin Feng stood quietly on the sidelines with his hands in the pockets of his training jacket. His gaze swept over each player, observing their condition, technique, and determination in executing tactics. Finally, his eyes lingered on the goal. There, Zhang Hao was undergoing specialized training on reaction speed with the goalkeeping coach. The coach's powerful close-range shots, tricky low balls, and simulated rebounds continuously tested the young goalkeeper. He dove to make side saves again and again, his movements graceful yet decisive, rejecting the vast majority of shots. After several world-class saves, he even got up and clapped his gloves. Name: Zhang Hao. Position: goalkeeper. GK. CA 99. PA 171. Key attributes: reaction 19, 1 onion 117, 1 hand control 16, 2 goal kicks 14-3, coming off the line 15, 2 composure 16-2. System evaluation: after systematic training and match experience, significant improvements in technical details have been observed, with a substantial rise in ability, yet skills in handling high balls and commanding the defense still need refinement, requiring continuous high-level match practice to realize his talent. Rapid progress. Looking at the system attributes, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly upward. Zhang Hao at this moment was already fully capable of handling the League One stage. Boss, I have something to report to you. A voice sounded beside Lin Feng. He turned to find the club's football director had arrived at the sidelines at some point. Go ahead. Lin Feng nodded. The director handed over a confidential report that was just a single page. Lin Feng took it, glanced quickly, and his brow furrowed slightly. In the last match against Peterborough United, teams from the Championship, including Queen's Park Rangers and Blackburn Rovers, surprisingly appeared in the stands at the same time. Their focus of observation was highly consistent: our team's organizational core, Dragon Kingdom midfielder Li Wei. It was just unexpected that they also noticed the goalkeeper Zhang Hao, who earned the Best Player of the Match award. According to reliable sources, many teams are now starting to show interest in Zhang Hao. We need to be careful of their poaching. Lin Feng nodded, indicating he understood. He cast his gaze once more towards Zhang Hao, who was making desperate saves, and Li Wei, who was coordinating runs with Bellingham on the other side. The winds of change were swift. Just one round into the league, greedy eyes had already sharply focused in. The Championship. It was a platform with almost a fatal allure for the current players. A bigger stage, higher exposure, and doubled salaries. He had to ensure promotion to the Championship this season without fail. Lin Feng took a deep breath of the air from the training ground, feeling the weight on his shoulders quietly increase. Yet within this weight, besides pressure, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. The pressure lay in the fact that he must lead this young team to stabilize in League One, achieving continuous victories to retain their support. The opportunity was that being noticed by Championship teams proved just how correct his team-building vision and judgment were. When did Dragon Kingdom footballers receive such attention? In his past life, this was unimaginable. He thought of Old Wong, whom he had just sent to investigate Dragon Kingdom. Hopefully a few months later, Old Wong could bring him some surprises. He clapped his hands vigorously, the crisp sound resonating across the training field, attracting everyone's attention. All right, let's stop for now. His voice was not loud, yet every person heard him clearly. Now forget about the victory from the last match. Completely forget it. The players paused their movements, looking at him with flushed faces from exertion and a hint of confusion. From now on, we start from zero. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the field, finally landing on Li Wei and Bellingham. Our next opponent, Bolton Wanderers, is surely studying the footage of our last match repeatedly. They will come at us like hungry wolves, trying to choke off our passing points and strangle our midfield. He paused, therefore relying on individual brilliance to win the match will become very difficult. We need to think faster, run smarter, and play more cohesive football. Everyone is a link in the chain of passing, and defense starts the moment we lose the ball. His words ignited a flame in the players' eyes. No one liked to be underestimated, and no one wanted to stop winning. Now put aside that little bit of pride you just had. Let's start with targeted strategies. John, bring out the defensive positioning maps from Bolton's last 3 matches. We need to let them know that Reading United's arsenal is not limited to just 1 or 2 weapons. The journey of the English League One is suffocatingly tight. 3 days later, they faced their next opponent, Bolton Wanderers. On the day of the match, the Madejski Stadium erupted. The roar of nearly 20,000 voices crashed against the stands and rebounded, causing pain to the eardrums. Bolton Wanderers are notoriously tough opponents in League One, difficult to conquer. Their coach had clearly studied the footage of Reading FC seriously. From the moment the referee's whistle blew, a premeditated strangulation tactic unfolded. They showed no hesitation in relinquishing possession, retreating deep into their formation, leaving almost no gaps between the 2 tightly packed defensive lines. Their midfield, especially the 2 muscular defensive midfielders, clung to Bellingham and Li Wei like sticky can. Every touch of the ball was accompanied by fierce physical confrontations, and every attempt to turn would meet with significant interference or even fouls from 2 players. Their goal was crystal clear: to suffocate Reading FC's sharpest 2 blades, rendering their elegant passing system ineffective. The match indeed fell into an exasperating deadlock. Reading FC controlled over 70% of the possession, but the ball passed back and forth at their feet, unable to penetrate the opponent's defense into the most lethal area. Bellingham was still able to complete tackles with his extraordinary calmness and strength, but his attempts to connect with Li Wei were consistently anticipated and cut off. Li Wei also worked hard to drop back for support, trying to open up the situation with dribbling, but often found himself surrounded by 3 or 4 opposing players, ultimately losing possession. On the right flank, Sean Dagan still attempted to break through, but his coordination with McKinley had been thoroughly read by the opponent, and most of his crosses were preemptively intercepted by the tall and strong center-backs. McKinley was like a caged beast, grappling with the opposing defenders inside and outside the penalty area, exhausting his stamina, but struggled to receive decent support. Veteran Dawson constantly shouted in the backfield, directing the defense to maintain patience and formation. His extensive experience allowed him to notice that the opponent's offensive threat primarily came from quick counterattacks after regaining possession. Thus, he was particularly cautious about protecting the spaces behind. Time flew rapidly in the face of fruitless passes and intense physical confrontations. The fans in the stands were still cheering, but their voices had weakened considerably. On the sidelines, Lin Feng quietly observed this scene. With his arms crossed in the coaching area, he could clearly see the mounting fatigue and sense of defeat on his disciples' faces. This was a war of attrition. The opponent was successfully wearing down Reading FC in their own way. In this stalemate, someone needed to step up to break the deadlock. However, he still had a backup plan. He looked at the tireless figure running back and forth on the field. The match was exceptionally tense. With 40 minutes into the first half, the score was nearly rewritten. Bolton seized a rare counterattack opportunity, sending a long ball from the back to find a forward who had quietly made a forward run. The opposing forward skillfully controlled the ball and turned instantly, creating a clear chance. The hearts of all the fans in the stadium leaped to their throats. At the critical moment, a figure rushed out to challenge the goal without hesitation. It was Zhang Hao. His speed was astonishing as he lowered his stance and expanded his defensive area, executing all movements seamlessly. The opposing forward clearly did not expect the goalkeeper to charge out so decisively, and in a rush his shot was firmly blocked by Zhang Hao's leg. Brilliant! A tremendous cheer erupted from the stands, followed by a synchronized chant. Great wall! Great wall! This crucial save was like a shot of adrenaline injected into the already somewhat anxious team. However, the score still remained unchanged. During halftime, Lin Feng quickly adjusted in the locker room, urging the 2 flanks to make bolder forward runs, utilizing width for distribution, and encouraging the players to attempt long shots more frequently to break the opponent's dense defense. In the second half, the scene remained tense. Reading FC's siege continued, but Bolton's defense was organized and impenetrable. Bellingham and Li Wei's connections were still being closely monitored, and McKinley's aerial duels in the penalty area were becoming increasingly difficult. The stamina warning lights were gradually illuminating on both teams' players, and everyone was slowing down. Time ticked toward the end second by second, and a draw seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Lin Feng continuously made substitutions on the sidelines, attempting one last effort. Just as the match was about to enter stoppage time, and everyone thought it would end in a dull draw, a turning point appeared. Dawson intercepted the opponent's aimless long clearance in the backfield. Instead of opting for a short pass, he looked up at the field and delivered a precise over-the-top long pass. The target of this pass was not center forward McKinley, but rather the massive gap behind the opposing defenders. There a red figure suddenly burst into motion like a long-hidden cheetah. It was Gao Ning. The opponent had been setting traps for him all along, successfully doing so throughout the match. But this time Gao Ning played it smart, maintaining a conservative positioning. He waited until they relaxed their vigilance before launching a surprise attack. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. In the astonished gazes of the opponents, Gao Ning accelerated past them, racing towards the airborne football. His speed was astonishing. Gao Ning successfully timed his run, perfectly controlling the ball to form a clear chance. He charged straight towards the penalty area, while the opposing defender frantically chased from behind, only able to watch as the distance between them widened. Faced with the on-rushing goalkeeper, Gao Ning's expression was remarkably calm. He gave the opponent no time to think and made no unnecessary movements, slightly adjusting while running at high speed before executing a ground shot with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the grass, racing towards the far corner of the goal. The opposing goalkeeper dove to the side, but his fingertips could not touch the ball. In the next moment, the ball thundered into the net. The goal is scored. A dramatic win. Goal. Gao Ning. He completely shattered the opponent's defense with a stunning half-field raid. The commentators shouted towards the field. For a brief moment, the entire Medeski Stadium fell into silence, then erupted into a tidal wave of cheers. All the suppressed emotions from nearly 90 minutes were completely released at this moment. Gao Ning, who scored the goal, immediately dashed towards the corner flag, sliding on his knees in celebration, leaving a clear mark behind him. All his teammates, the players and staff on the bench, rushed towards him in a frenzy, piling on top of him. This usually taciturn winger, in the most despairing moment, used his most primitive and effective weapon to pierce through the strongest shield. With Gao Ning's golden goal, Reading Town painstakingly seized 3 points from Bolton Wanderers, achieving their second consecutive victory in the league. In the post-match mixed zone, the atmosphere was lively. Lin Feng wore a professional smile as he accepted interviews. Sushi Carter from the Times squeezed to the front, beaming as she handed over the microphone. "Mr. Lin Feng, congratulations on your second consecutive victory." Bolton's defense was nearly flawless, making the match suffocating for most of the time, yet the team ultimately found a way to win. Is this more satisfying than a resounding victory? Lin Feng smiled as he answered her question, and the interview concluded in a friendly atmosphere. In a moment of noise and crowd movement, she skillfully slipped a lightly fragrant piece of paper into Lin Feng's hand while turning to grab her bag. Her movements were natural and smooth, maintaining a professional smile at the corner of her mouth, and then she elegantly turned and blended into the bustling crowd. Lin Feng maintained his composure as he opened the note. Italian restaurant Amber House, 8 o'clock tonight. At 8 in the evening, Lin Feng arrived punctually at the entrance of the Italian restaurant. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he saw Su Qian already seated inside waiting. As he pushed the door open, soft jazz music flowed through the restaurant, and the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of olive oil and herbs. Su Qian looked entirely different from her usual self tonight. The black dress she wore perfectly accentuated the curves that were usually concealed by her professional attire. Her hair was loosely styled, with a few strands casually falling beside her neck, adding to her delicate charm. In that moment, she was radiant, occasionally drawing the discreet glances of other diners in the restaurant. "Sorry, am I late?" Lin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. "Not at all, I arrived early," Su Qian replied with a slight smile, her eyes appearing particularly gentle under the candlelight. "You look great tonight." "You too," Lin Feng said sincerely. "That outfit is beautiful." A waiter approached, pouring them mineral water and handing over the menu. After ordering, their conversation naturally shifted to football. "I watched your match against Charlton," Su Qian said. "Li Wei and Bellingham's coordination is becoming increasingly harmonious." Lin Feng nodded. "They really do have a natural understanding. Sometimes on the training ground, just a glance is enough to convey each other's intentions." "I heard Blackburn sent scouts again, didn't they, eh?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Not just Blackburn. Now at every match, there are at least 3 or 4 scouts from championship clubs in the stands. Do you worry about losing them?" Su Qian gently swirled her water glass. "I worry every day," Lin Feng admitted openly, "but that's football. Smaller clubs nurture excellent players and larger clubs poach them. It's a cycle that repeats. All I can do is to prolong this cycle for as long as possible." The appetizers arrived consisting of Italian beef carpaccio and seafood salad. As they dined and chatted, their conversation gradually expanded beyond football. Lin Feng recounted amusing anecdotes from when he first took over the club. For instance, how the coaching staff mistook him for a trial player when he first arrived, and how he felt surrounded by the skeptical gazes of the players on his first day in the locker room. Su Qian listened intently, occasionally bursting into bright laughter. When it was Su Qian's turn to share, she spoke about the challenges she faced as a female sports journalist. Sometimes in the mixed zone, those male colleagues would deliberately take up space or show impatience when I asked questions. "What do you do then?" she asked. With a mischievous smile, she replied, "I regain control by asking questions that are more professional than theirs. And now I have exclusive sources, don't I?" As she spoke, she raised her glass to Lin Feng. The main courses were Milan-style veal and seafood pasta. The food and wine made the atmosphere increasingly relaxed and enjoyable. Su Qian mentioned she had played as a forward on her college team, and Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You didn't expect that, did you? I scored quite a few goals too," Su Qian said proudly. "Looks like I need to invite you for a trial then," Lin Feng joked. "We're in need of a forward." As dinner drew to a close, Su Qian's gaze became somewhat dreamy. She gently swirled her wine glass, the candlelight flickering in the deep red liquid. "Lin, don't you feel exhausted pouring all your energy into the team? Have you thought about stopping to enjoy life?" Lin Feng looked at her, the candlelight glimmering in her eyes. "Exhausted, but it's worth it." However, he paused for a moment, smiling as he said, "Maybe right now is just enjoying life." They exchanged smiles, and the distance between them under the table seemed to draw closer without intent. Su Qian's toes gently brushed against Lin Feng's shoe, but did not immediately pull away. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang sharply. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from the club director. A call this late usually indicated an emergency. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Qian's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. "Do you need to take it?" Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. But when he looked up and saw Su Qian's face under the candlelight, her eyes brimming with anticipation, he made his decision. Lin Feng hung up the phone directly, then pressed the power button long enough to turn it off. "Nothing is more important than this moment," he said softly, placing the phone beside the table. The corners of Su Qian's mouth lifted into a lovely arc, and the light in her eyes brightened once more. At that moment, the waiter brought over dessert, a tiramisu and a panna cotta. Su Qian scooped a spoonful of panna cotta and naturally offered it to Lin Feng's lips. "Try this, it's their signature dish." Lin Feng was a bit surprised, but still opened his mouth to catch it. The panna cotta melted in his mouth, sweet, but not cloying. "Is it good?" Su Qian asked expectantly. "It's great," Lin Feng smiled, "but not as good as the chef's recommendation." His gaze meaningfully settled on Su Qian. Her face flushed slightly, appearing particularly enchanting under the candlelight. She did not shy away from Lin Feng's gaze, but rather leaned into it. After dinner, Lin Feng naturally took Su Qian's coat and draped it over her shoulders. As they stepped out of the restaurant, the night breeze felt slightly cool. Su Qian unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Feng, her arm gently brushing against his. "Do you need a ride home?" Lin Feng asked. Su Qian shook her head, then nodded and finally said softly, "My apartment is nearby. Would you like to come up for a cup of coffee?" Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He looked at Su Qian, the night wind tousling her hair, and she instinctively tucked it behind her ear. "Sure," Lin Feng finally said, "I'd love to." Su Qian's apartment was warm and elegant, with shelves filled with sports biographies and journalism books, and several reproductions of modern art hung on the walls. She brewed coffee for Lin Feng, and as they sat on the sofa, the distance between them felt even closer than in the restaurant. They continued to chat, but the topics gradually grew more personal. At some point, their hands had intertwined. Su Qian's fingers were delicate and warm, and Lin Feng could feel the pulse of her heartbeat. When Lin Feng gently pulled her closer, Su Qian did not resist. Outside, the lights of Reading Town flickered, witnessing this sweet night. For Lin Feng, this was the first time since his crossing that he forgot about football, completely immersed in the tenderness of the moment. As the first rays of morning light streamed through the curtains gap, Lin Feng opened his eyes to see Su Qian still sound asleep. Her head rested in the crook of his arm, breathing steadily. Everything from last night felt like a beautiful dream. He gently got up, trying not to wake her. In the kitchen, he found the coffee machine and began preparing breakfast. As the aroma of coffee filled the air, he opened his phone to see several missed calls and a few messages. The latest message was from the football director, Wilson. "Urgent. Call back immediately." Lin Feng frowned, but did not reply right away. He glanced back toward the bedroom. Su Qian was still peacefully asleep. This morning was so tranquil and beautiful that he decided to take a little more time to savor this rare moment of calm. He poured coffee into 2 cups, adding the right amount of milk and sugar, then carried the cups back to the bedroom. The battle was not over yet. The midday sun filtered through the Venetian blinds, casting several beams of light on Lin Feng's desk. After fighting All morning he just returned to the office and found that the football director Wilson was already waiting inside. He wore a look of helplessness on his face. In his memory, the boss had never gone out of contact. "Good morning, Lin." Wilson greeted him and turned the tablet in his hand towards Lin Feng. "You might not have checked your phone last night. The draw results for the second round of the League Cup have been announced." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and took the tablet. The screen was replaying clips from the League Cup draw ceremony. When the guest for the draw dramatically announced the name, Reading Town, followed immediately by Chelsea, the footage was punctuated by low laughter and whispers. "Stamford Bridge. Reading Town's luck is just fantastic." The host exaggeratedly shrugged, his expression speaking volumes. "A free trip. A one-sided slaughter. Reading Town can focus entirely on the League One stage now." The scrolling news headlines at the bottom of the screen echoed this sentiment. The reports were filled with predictions of how many goals Chelsea would score and speculations on which young talent from the Blues would seize this opportunity to shine. "We really are lucky," Lin Feng said as he set the tablet down, his face revealing little emotion. He strolled over to the coffee machine and casually poured himself a cup. "The media seems even more excited than we are." After just experiencing 2 victories in League One, facing such a formidable opponent in the League Cup was daunting. It would not only lead to a loss, but also damage the confidence of several young key players just beginning to establish themselves. Wilson sighed and rubbed his forehead. This is indeed one of the worst draws. Going to Stamford Bridge will be a huge drain on the team's morale and energy, and it's almost certain to be a defeat. Should we consider a strategic withdrawal? Let the substitutes and young players experience it. He offered a pragmatic suggestion. Lin Feng took a sip of black coffee, the bitter liquid invigorating him. "No, Wilson," he shook his head. "Tell the entire team we are facing Chelsea in the League Cup. Tell them this is not a match we are destined to lose, but an opportunity for them to prove to the world that they deserve a bigger stage. Forget Stamford Bridge, forget the name Chelsea, and just treat it as an ordinary 90-minute match. Play against Chelsea. This is a true Premier League giant with a team full of stars all in their prime." Wilson looked incredulously at Lin Feng, but seeing the determination in his eyes, he ultimately nodded. "All right, you're the boss. They'll convey the spirit." "And also," Lin Feng added, tapping his fingers on the desk, "formally contact Chelsea on behalf of the club to request adaptive training at their Cobham training ground before the match." "What?" Wilson was completely stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Cobham? Boss, that's Chelsea's core facility. How could they possibly agree? This request seems..." He felt it was absurd, even somewhat disrespectful. "The reasoning is well-founded," Lin Feng said with a slight smile. "Just say we hope to allow our players to adapt to the pace of the game on a world-class pitch, while also letting our lads from League One experience the professionalism and depth of a top club, igniting their ambition. Lower the tone a bit, be sincere, and fully express our respect for the Premier League giants." Wilson found it utterly absurd, but seeing Lin Feng's seriousness, he had no choice but to agree. "They'll give it a try, but don't hold your breath." After saying this, Wilson hurriedly left. To everyone's surprise, perhaps, because they didn't take Reading Town seriously, they felt letting them visit would be harmless. Perhaps it was also meant to observe several core players from Reading Town. Chelsea actually agreed. The day before the match, Lin Feng personally led the entire team to the Cobham training ground located in the suburbs of London by bus. As soon as they entered the gate of the facility, the players were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at the modern training pitches and dazzling rehabilitation facilities, excitement mixed with an undeniable envy. However, Lin Feng's mind was completely not on adapting to the field. He calmly scanned everything around him, especially the Chelsea youth team that was training. Wilson followed beside him, still chattering about Chelsea's investment and luxury in youth training. Soon Lin Feng's target appeared. In the distance, on one training pitch, an internal practice match was taking place at the U18 level. A black teenager, noticeably smaller than his peers, wore a blue vest and stood out in the crowd. It was as if his feet were magnetized. The ball stuck to him with incredible speed, and almost no one could steal. Lin Feng's thoughts stirred slightly, and the system interface instantly popped up in his view, with golden text appearing again. Name Jamal Musiala, age 16 years, position attacking midfielder, EMC winger, Amla Mercier, 68, talent is visibly apparent, but physical development is lagging with poor physicality. PA 187, key attributes: technique 15, dribbling 16, agility 14, flair 19. Speed 12, acceleration 13, critical weakness, physicality 9, stamina 8, strength 6, determination 13, hidden attributes: injury proneness 7, stability 11, 8, big match performance 13, professionalism 16, adaptability 15, system evaluation, possesses unparalleled football talent and ball sense with a vivid imagination, and his technical skills are beginning to exhibit a master's style. His body is the greatest obstacle. His frail physique currently cannot adapt to the intensity of the senior team. He needs the most scientific physical training system and immense patience. A talent capable of laying the foundation for a dynasty, but also easily extinguished in the cruel competition due to physical reasons. It's him. Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly tighten, then began to race wildly. The excitement of discovering a rare treasure filled his entire being once more. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, maintaining an expression of calm on his face. After all, there were Chelsea staff members nearby, watching the boy get knocked down repeatedly by stronger white teammates during the scrimmage, yet, without hesitation, getting back up each time to continue dazzling opponents with his skills. Lin Feng nodded secretly. Yes, it's you, the one who will dominate in the Bundesliga in the future. Known as the most unconventional young man of this era, his playing style resembles a classic artist from the Golden Age. A terrifyingly complete talent excelling in dribbling, passing, and finishing. Jamal Musiala. Boss, look at that little black kid. Old John had somehow also come over, smacking his lips. His footwork is so delicate like an eel, but his build too thin, he gets knocked over with a bump. In a place like Chelsea, it's tough. Yeah, that's indeed the case. What a pity. Lin Feng nodded with a slight smile, as if the turbulent waves in his heart had never occurred. A few days later, Stamford Bridge resembled a boiling blue castle. The roar created by over 40,000 home fans nearly threatened to lift the roof. They arrived with a relaxed and joyful mood, anticipating a resounding victory for the home team to easily advance. The small cluster of Reading Town fans in the away section seemed insignificant amidst the overwhelming atmosphere. Despite Chelsea making significant rotations with many substitutes and young players on the field, the technical foundation and tactical proficiency of this Premier League giant remained evident. As the match began, Reading Town found themselves in a state of complete defensive passivity. Bellingham and Li Wei fought fiercely in midfield to intercept and sweep, while Dawson shouted hoarsely to command the defense. The whole team, united, constructing their defense with flesh and blood. The disparity in strength was objectively evident. Chelsea's ball circulation was far more fluid, and the players' individual abilities were clearly superior. In the first 20 minutes, Reading Town defended exceptionally tenaciously. Zhang Hao decisively came off his line to catch two not-so-threatening crosses. McKinley even made a crucial tackle at the edge of his own penalty area with a vigorous defensive effort. Everyone participated in the defense, sharing the pressure. However, the absolute disparity in strength quickly became apparent. In the 27th minute, Chelsea's right winger executed a simple change of rhythm, shaking off Reading Town's left back. Upon entering the penalty area, he selflessly passed the ball back to the vicinity of the penalty spot. The player who surged forward from midfield met the ball with a powerful shot. The ball was incredibly fast and angled sharply. Stamford Bridge was ready to erupt in cheers. But a figure darted out like lightning. It was Zhang Hao. He made his judgment almost the instant the ball left the striker's foot, fully extending his body, and his fingertips barely grazed the ball. With a thud, the ball changed direction, brushing the post and flying out of bounds. A huge sigh of disappointment rose from the home crowd. Damn, Zhang Hao shouted in frustration. The pressure from Chelsea was immense, but it also ignited his fighting spirit. Having endured harsh days under the sun and wind at the construction site, what was this? I will compete with you giants. Well done, Hao. Dawson rushed over, giving Zhang Hao's hair a hearty ruffle. This save greatly boosted morale, and Reading Town's defense became even more vigorous. Every successful interception and every selfless block drew wild cheers from the away section. Yet Chelsea's offensive onslaught continued to rise. In the 41st minute, they finally seized an opportunity. A free kick just outside the penalty area saw Chelsea's center-back overpower McKinley and Dawson, delivering a powerful header. The ball struck the ground, bounced up, and veered towards the goal. Zhang Hao reacted swiftly to make another save, but this time the ball's rebound was too peculiar. Although he managed to touch it, it still surged into the net. The first half ended with Reading Town trailing by 1 goal. In the locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The players were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Lin Feng walked in. Well done. His first words caught everyone off guard. Aside from that conceded goal, you performed perfectly in the first half. Did you see that? They aren't that impressive. Aside from the free kick, did they have any absolute chances? He picked up the tactical board. In the second half, they will surely slack off. This is our opportunity. Defensive counterattack. Li Wei dropped deeper in position, and when you get the ball, look for the two wings or directly headed across. Gao Ning. He looked at the speedy winger. Use your speed to break through them. As the second half began, Chelsea indeed seemed somewhat lackluster. Reading Town followed Lin Feng's instructions, moderately advancing their formation and intensifying their pressing. In the 53rd minute, a miracle occurred. Bellingham made a clean tackle in midfield, pushing the ball to Li Wei, who had dropped back to receive it. At the same time, Gao Ning began to sprint. However, the opposing fullback was equally fast, immediately moving up to completely seal off his attack. Truly a strong team. Lin Feng frowned. The quality and awareness of their defense were far beyond what teams in League One could compare to. Just as Gao Ning drew the opposing formation, Li Wei moved. He received the ball with his back to the goal and, relying on instinct and the rapport formed through countless training sessions, delivered a ground pass with the outside of his right foot that was nothing short of artistic. The ball sliced through the gap between Chelsea's two center-backs like a scalpel. At the moment of the pass, McKinley had already initiated his run, successfully beating the offside trap. He charged into the penalty area like a heavy tank, calmly pushing the ball into the far corner with his left foot as the goalkeeper charged out. The ball went in. Goal. It's a goal, how incredible. Reading Town has equalized. The commentator shouted excitedly, his face filled with disbelief. After scoring, McKinley wildly rushed toward the away fans, excitedly pounding on the team badge on his chest. All the Reading Town players, including goalkeeper Zhang Hao, rushed past half the field and tackled him to the ground. The away stands went completely wild. They actually equalized at Stamford Bridge. This goal ignited Chelsea's fury and shame. They substituted two key attackers and launched a tidal wave of fierce attacks. The defense of Reading Town was under immense pressure. Zhang Hao became a hero once again, first saving a close-range shot from the opposing forward and then blocking a long-range shot heading straight for the corner with one hand. Lin Feng constantly waved his hands on the sidelines, signaling for everyone to calm down, regroup, and defend with all their might. Every player was giving their all, with each clearance accompanied by a roar of frustration. Even the players on the bench stood at the sidelines, shouting hoarsely. The match fell into a stalemate again, with Reading Town United in their defense, and Zhang Hao making saves to keep the goal intact. Lin Feng's gaze occasionally drifted towards the area behind the home team's bench. He was searching for that slender. Finally, he spotted Jamal Musiala and some other young players from the training team sitting there fully engrossed in watching the match. The thrilling match firmly held their attention on the field. Lin Feng nodded and smiled slightly. This was what he needed to let Musiala witness firsthand the teamwork and talent of Reading Town, to show him that Reading Town's strength was not just that of a League One team. As the match reached the 75th minute, Chelsea regained the lead once again with their overwhelming overall strength. Their winger made a beautiful individual breakthrough and crossed the ball, where a player charging in the center headed the ball past Zhang Hao's fingertips. In the end, the score settled at 12. Reading Town regretfully fell and was eliminated. However, within the away team's locker room, there was no sign of defeat. Though the players were exhausted, their faces radiated light. They earned respect, proving they were no pushovers. After all, they had just scored a goal at Stamford Bridge. This was undoubtedly a strong team in the Premier League. Even the home fans gave them applause. Lin Feng walked in, clapping vigorously. Well done, boys. Raise your heads high. Today you can leave Stamford Bridge with pride. You made Chelsea sweat. Remember today's feeling and take all your energy back to the league. His words ignited the emotions and the players began to slap hands in encouragement. After giving Old John a few instructions, Lin Feng said no more. He turned and walked into the small manager's room attached to the locker room, shutting the door behind him to isolate himself from the outside clamor. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, yes, it's me, Lin Feng. I need the complete background information on a kid from Chelsea's youth team named Jamal Musiala, as well as any leads on his closest agent or family contacts. I need to see the information in my email before midnight tonight. The results of the best player evaluation for this match have been revealed. It is neither a player from Chelsea nor McKinley who scored for Reading Town. Instead, it is Zhang Hao, the goalkeeper from Long Country. Despite the defense being battered, he endured the most concentrated bombardment from Chelsea. In such circumstances, his save rate astonishingly reached an impressive 83.3. The two goals conceded were due to a bizarre rebound and a shot into the dead corner, truly beyond saving. Post-match comments from the media indicated that if it weren't for Zhang Hao, this match would have been exceedingly bleak. After analyzing his own team, Chelsea's head coach rarely praised Zhang Hao's performance. This legendary coach did not spare his words of praise. First of all, we deserved the victory. We created enough. However, I must specifically commend the opposing goalkeeper Zhang. His performance tonight was phenomenal. He paused, delivering a weighty assessment. To be honest, based on the level he displayed tonight, I believe the young man is already capable of being a reliable backup goalkeeper in the Premier League. Reading Town has truly acquired a treasure. This statement quickly spread through the media. The endorsement from a Premier League heavyweights coach undoubtedly served as the most authoritative affirmation of Zhang Hao's skills. This made Lin Feng suspicious of the opponent's intentions. That old fellow is definitely doing this on purpose. He is fanning the flames, telling all potential buyers that there's a cheap and excellent prospect available. However, Lin Feng didn't have the time to dwell on this matter. He did not return to Reading Town with the team. Rarely he requested a leave of absence from the coaching staff. Rather than a request for leave, it was more of a notification that he would not be with the team for the next few days and should not be disturbed. He left the coaching matters to Old John, while Wilson would handle other affairs. He stayed alone in London, cautiously contacting Musiala's mother and arranging a secret meeting. The location was chosen at a members-only cafe far from the financial district, ensuring excellent privacy. Lin Feng arrived early and selected the most secluded corner. Musiala currently does not have a formal agent. Everything is managed by his mother. He is even here to play football because his mother is studying nearby. When Musiala and his mother arrived, Lin Feng immediately stood up, behaving humbly and sincerely. Musiala, still a bit shy, quietly sat beside his mother. Lin Feng talked with them for 2 hours. It was not a one-sided pitch, but rather an in-depth and professional exchange. Lin Feng, who had done extensive homework, made the conversation flow exceptionally smoothly. He even prepared a long-term development plan tailored for Jamal Musiala, outlining how to gradually adapt to the intensity of adult team competitions while maintaining technical advantages, including suggestions for psychological counseling and language learning. The entire plan was exceedingly detailed. Finally, Lin Feng looked into Musiala's eyes and said kindly, "Jamal, I believe your talent is enough to establish yourself in any major club. But the question is, do they have the patience to give you the time and resources you need? At Reading Town, you will be a key part of our plan, one of the cores of our future blueprint. Our team has many players around your age. You will grow alongside Bellingham, Li Wei, and others." His words precisely hit the concerns that Musiala's mother held in her heart. Attitude, environment, growth. Meanwhile, Lin's friendliness also won Musiala's favor. After receiving a nod from Musiala's mother, Lin Feng immediately took action. He officially sent a fax to Chelsea Football Club to inquire about a price. The offer 1000. When this fax from a League One team regarding a 16-year-old was laid on the desk of Chelsea's youth development director, his first reaction was one of absurdity and laughter. But soon a sense of alertness and doubt washed over him. How could a League One team accurately identify a prospect from their youth team? This sudden attention itself hinted at something unusual. 1000. Is Mr. Lin serious? The voice of Chelsea's director on the phone carried sarcasm. "Jamal is one of our most valuable assets at Cobham. At least 2000. That is our bottom line." He deliberately quoted a doubled price, intending to scare off the other party. He even calculated that if the other side haggled, settling around 1500 would still be an unexpected profit. However, Lin Feng's response was so swift it took him by surprise, and so calm it made him uneasy. "Agreed. 2000. My lawyer will communicate the details with you. Please prepare all contract documents immediately. I hope to complete all procedures before 4 p.m. today." Lin Feng's voice showed no sign of emotional fluctuation, as straightforward as if confirming a trivial matter. The Chelsea director on the other end of the phone was completely stunned, all prepared remarks and negotiation strategies caught in his throat. This agreement was too easy. Such decisiveness instantly calmed him down. Have we severely underestimated Musiala's true potential? What does this long countryman know that we do not? Are we making a huge mistake? But the price was set by ourselves, and the conditions were proposed by us. The other party accepted everything. If they were to backtrack now, it would not only show a lack of professional credibility, but also become a laughingstock in the football community. Chelsea is actually going to backtrack because the other party agreed too quickly. There are plenty of young prospects in the team. He really couldn't fathom what this kid had that was so special. In his view, this kid's current market value was at most 2000, and that was with some premium. Alright, deal. We will prepare the documents immediately. The Chelsea Youth Development Director nodded. After coming to his senses, he probably thought Lin Feng was a bit unhinged. This previously unheard-of long country owner really does not understand football, although Lin Feng had previously handled transactions in the million-pound range. But in England, where strong teams are abundant, that number is not particularly striking. His achievements are not well known in the Premier League. After hanging up, the youth development director directly prepared the documents to hand over to Chelsea's sporting director. As expected, the sporting director did not even inquire, simply signed his name. He also instructed that the operations be expedited, making it a done deal, fearing that if they delayed, the money would be lost. Youth development is essentially a link in a commercial chain. If the other party's price is reasonable, they have no reason to refuse. This is exactly what Lin Feng wanted. Both parties felt they had struck a great deal. In the following hours, everything progressed at an astonishing speed. The fax machine buzzed furiously, and the lawyers from both sides communicated efficiently over the phone regarding the details of the terms. That evening, Reading Town Club officially released a brief announcement. Reading Town Football Club is pleased to announce that we have permanently signed 16-year-old attacking player Jamal Musiala from Chelsea Football Club. The transfer fee is undisclosed. Welcome, Jamal. As soon as the news broke, the media and fans reacted with collective astonishment, followed by an overwhelming chorus of voices. There were doubts and mockery, as well as recognition. Has Reading Town gone mad? Buying a scrawny kid from Chelsea's youth team? Given Lin's character, he must have spent a fortune, right? Chelsea made a comfortable profit by clearing out a player they had no use for. A League One team poaching from a Champions League giant. This is undoubtedly the most ridiculous joke I've heard this year. No, I trust Boss Lin. His choices seem to have never gone wrong. You haters. Can't Bellingham, Li Wei, and others prove Lin's vision? Yes, I believe in Lin too. Morning sunlight streamed into Lin Feng's office as he set down his coffee cup and sketched something on the tactical board. Boss, he's here. Assistant coach Old John pushed open the door and tapped lightly on the doorframe. Lin Feng rose, smoothed his suit jacket, and said, "Let's go welcome our new prospect." In the training facility's main hall, a tall, slender teenager stood quietly, eyes darting curiously around the surroundings. "Welcome to Hartlepool United, Jamal." Lin Feng smiled warmly. Musiala offered a modest smile and returned, speaking English with a gentle German accent. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm truly honored to be here." After completing the formal signing and photo session, Lin Feng personally guided Musiala through the facility. They walked down a long corridor lined with photographs of the club's historic matches. "Our philosophy is simple," Lin Feng said as they walked, "to grant exceptional young talent ample space and unwavering trust. I've watched your matches, Jamal. This is where you'll spread your wings and soar." Musiala listened intently, nodding occasionally, his gaze never leaving Lin Feng's face. As they passed the training pitch, several first-team players engaged in extra drills glanced over, curiosity flickering in their eyes. The moment Lin Feng led the new recruit into the locker room, the atmosphere shifted perceptibly. Bellingham was the first to stand, grinning and waving. "Welcome to the squad, Jamal." Li Wei stepped forward too, extending a friendly hand. "We've been looking forward to playing alongside you. Let me formally introduce everyone. This is Jamal Musiala. As of today, he's one of us." Lin Feng clapped his hands once and continued, "I hope you support each other not only in training and matches, but also in life, forging genuine friendships. Many of you are close to his age. It won't take long before you're all like family. Reach out, talk freely, help him settle in quickly, and make this team feel like home." A wave of enthusiastic applause broke out across the locker room. Before training began, Lin Feng pulled Musiala aside. "Don't pressure yourself. On the football pitch, theory matters little. Your feet do the talking. That's the hardest truth of all." Musiala took a deep breath and nodded firmly. As players began their warm-ups, glances kept drifting instinctively toward the newcomer. Musiala's warm-up routine was distinctive. Rather than merely stretching like the others, he juggled the ball effortlessly with every part of his body, as if the ball were grafted to his skin. Lin Feng divided the squad into two teams for an intra-squad match, and deliberately placed Musiala on the reserve side, pitting him directly against the full-strength starters. For the first 10 minutes, Musiala appeared hesitant, barely touching the ball. Each time he received it, 2 or 3 starters instantly converged to press him. "Looks like the lad still needs time to adapt to League One's tempo. The intensity is unlike anything he faced in youth academy training." Defensive coach Harrison murmured through his pipe, voice muffled. Lin Feng remained silent. Genius requires only one chance, one fleeting instant capable of rewriting everything. That instant arrived at the 15th minute. Musiala dropped deep into midfield to receive the ball, and the starting defensive midfielder immediately closed in to mark him. Everyone expected a safe back pass, yet Musiala deftly feinted with the inside of his right foot, twisted his hips, and slipped past his marker with surgical precision. A soft murmur of astonishment rippled along the sideline. 3 minutes later, he received the ball again in the same zone, this time flanked by 2 defenders who seemed to have sealed off every passing lane. Yet Musiala flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, sending it gliding cleanly through the narrow gap between them, while darting past on the opposite side, executing a flawless give-and-go with himself. "Brilliant." Old John couldn't contain himself, growing increasingly animated. "Boss, I'm genuinely impressed. Your eye for talent is uncanny. We've just unearthed another gem, a true prodigy, and one perfectly suited to our system." Lin Feng smiled faintly, saying nothing. The display of brilliance was far from over. Near the edge of the penalty area, Musiala received the ball with his back to goal, closely shadowed by Dawson, the squad's most physically imposing center back. Everyone assumed he'd lay it off, but instead he cushioned a delicate heel flick that sent the ball whispering through Dawson's legs. In the same fluid motion, Musiala spun away, surged past the defender, and chased down the ball. The entire sequence unfolded without pause. By the time Dawson reacted, Musiala had already completed his shooting motion. Only Zhang Hao's lightning-fast dive prevented a certain goal. Zhang Hao's heart lurched. Good heavens! A cold sweat broke across his back. He hadn't anticipated the shot piercing straight through the defensive line. The practice match froze for 5 seconds. Everyone on the pitch stood utterly transfixed. How on earth does his mind work? Bellingham shook his head, grinning with undisguised admiration. Li Wei approached Musiala. That move was extraordinary. Musiala responded with another shot. Lin Feng stood at the sideline, pretending to study his tactical board. While actually reviewing Musiala's attributes on his system interface, physical dueling remained a relative weakness, yet his technique and intelligence more than compensated. He needed a bespoke tactical framework, one that maximized his offensive ingenuity while shielding him from excessive defensive burden. After the session ended, Lin Feng waited until the locker room had thinned before approaching Musiala, who was packing up his gear. "How did it feel today?" "Very good, boss. My teammates are outstanding. I'm still adjusting to the rhythm here," Musiala replied politely. Lin Feng nodded. "I watched your performance closely. You were excellent. Especially that heel flick. It was audacious, inventive, exactly the kind of spark I brought you here to ignite." He retrieved his tactical board and sketched a few positions. "Look, during attack, don't anchor yourself to one. I want you roaming freely, operating in the space between the opponent's midfield and defense. Receive the ball, turn, and then do what feels right. Thread a thruff ball, drive forward, or switch play wide. All options are open." Musiala's eyes lit up, clearly captivated by the proposition. "But one condition," Lin Feng added, tone shifting slightly. "If possession is lost, you must win it back immediately. Don't let the opposition build smoothly. I won't ask you to track back deep. That's the job of the defensive midfielder and center backs. You're exempt." "Understood. Understood, coach," Musiala replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Feng slid the board away and clapped the young man's shoulder. "You'll be named to the squad for next week's match against Charlton Athletic. I can't guarantee minutes, but you must be ready. When opportunity knocks, I expect you to deliver today's level." Musiala nodded vigorously. As Lin Feng exited the training complex, he encountered Coach Harrison smoking by the gate. "That boy has real substance," Harrison said, frowning with concern, "but League One's veteran defenders won't treat him with the courtesy our lads showed today. They might break his leg." Lin Feng glanced toward Musiala, who was still practicing shots on goal in the distance, and smiled. "Then it falls to us how we protect him, and how we wield his talent." Outside the window, the sun was setting, and only Musiala and a coach remained on the training field practicing shooting. The young boy tirelessly shot the ball into the net again and again, each touch precise and creative. Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng glanced at the training ground one last time. Musiala was attempting a lob shot, the ball tracing a perfect arc as it sailed over the goalkeeper's fingers and into the goal. Lin Feng nodded. He simulated various formations using the system and ultimately settled on a 4231 variant. He assigned Musiala as a playmaker, placing him at the attacking midfield position, but granted him lateral and vertical freedom. Bellingham and Li Wei were positioned on either side, providing protection and support. The puzzle of Reading United was slowly coming together. He called over the fitness coach Steve O'Neill and the chief team, Dr. Rachel Carter. Both had been recruited at a high cost this season, and with so many young talents in the team, he couldn't afford any mishaps. "Steve, Rachel." Lin Feng's expression was serious as he pointed to Musiala, who had just finished training and was walking back to the locker room. "Do you see that kid? From today onward, he is one of the club's top priority protected assets." The two exchanged surprised glances. "Steve," Lin Feng looked at the fitness coach, "I need you to tailor a long-term scientific strength training program. The goal is not to turn him into a muscle monster, but to gradually increase his core and lower body strength, enabling him to better cope with challenges and avoid injuries. I want to see detailed progress reports every week." "Understood, boss. We'll start with a comprehensive assessment using the fitness testing equipment before formulating the plan," O'Neill quickly replied. "Also," Lin Feng added, "his training must be distinct from the other players. The intensity can be slightly lower, but the frequency and precision need to be increased. His skills and ball sense do not require excessive training. The focus is on addressing his physical shortcomings. Moreover, you must personally supervise the warm-up and recovery sessions before and after each training. Leave it to me." Then Lin Feng turned to the team. "Dr. Rachel, your task is even more critical. I want you to lead the medical team in monitoring and assessing his physical condition daily. His diet must also have a tailored plan from a nutritionist aiming to build muscle while maintaining flexibility and agility. We'll immediately establish a small team dedicated to this, Mr. Lin Dr. Carter nodded. "We will closely monitor his physiological indicators and minimize any potential injury risks." "Good," Lin Feng finally emphasized, "do not worry about costs. If you need any equipment or additional professionals, just submit a report for approval. What I want is results and absolute certainty. His health and development take precedence over everything." The two took their leave. Lin Feng knew that for a talent like Musiala, who was at the pinnacle of technical ability, physical training would be key to whether he could reach the expected heights. Compared to Bellingham and Li Wei, Musiala needed more careful nurturing. He recalled that in his past life, Musiala had faced a major injury that nearly ruined his entire career. He could not allow such a thing to happen again. Then he seemed to think of something and called Sushi. The phone rang twice before connecting, and a familiar female voice came through. "Boss Lin, is this call to arrange dinner, or is there official news for the Times?" Lin Feng instinctively smiled, his tone relaxing a bit. "Both. Let's first talk business, sushi. The other side chuckled. Go ahead, Lin. I hope it's something substantial. Whether it's substantial is for you to judge, but it's definitely an exclusive. Lin Feng gazed outside at Musiala walking away. The German kid we just signed, Jamal Musiala, will have an exclusive interview tomorrow. Oh. Suzai's voice immediately perked up, filled with surprise. You're willing to reveal the secret weapon? I heard that during the training match this afternoon, he left your defense bewildered. You're quick on the uptake, Lin Feng did not deny. So what do you think? Is the Times interested? This exclusive is only for you. Of course. Suzai's tone grew serious. But I must state up front that if I take this on, it can't be a standard press release. I will ask probing questions, and they might be sharp. You need to decide whether you want a pleasant promotional piece or a professional interview that helps establish his image and spark discussion. This kid can't afford to be coddled. That's why I'm looking for you, Lin Feng affirmed. I trust your professionalism and that you know how to balance things. We have a tacit understanding. Deal. Sushi agreed readily. You know my principles, I don't engage in foolish acts of coddling. Besides, she paused, smiling slightly. How could I do something that wouldn't benefit you? Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock at our training facility. All right. Oh wait. Suzai's voice had a mischievous tone. Now that business is done. What about personal matters? Lin Feng smiled, glancing around the empty office. You pick the place you'll treat. But I need to delay a bit to ensure that kid doesn't get too nervous in front of your camera tomorrow. Got it. Work comes first. Suzai's tone became more playful. That bottle of whiskey in your office should be good, right? Should I bring some snacks? Lin Feng paused, chuckling softly. Is this a surprise inspection? Sure, you know the way anyway. I'll be there in half an hour. You prepare the drinks, Sushi said cheerfully before hanging up. Lin Feng put down the phone and looked around. Tonight's office was bound to be lively. A few days later, the stadium of Reading United was roaring with excitement, scarves and flags in red and white flying in the stands. Having just experienced an epic battle against Chelsea and secured 2 consecutive league victories, the fans' enthusiasm reached unprecedented heights. Songs, drum beats, and cheers converged into a powerful wave of sound, as if they could lift the entire stadium. Inside the locker room, however, the atmosphere was not as relaxed as the outside world imagined. Lin Feng stood in the center, his gaze sweeping over each player. He could see the excitement in the young men's eyes, but he also keenly detected a trace of barely noticeable fatigue. Especially Bellingham and Li Wei, though they tried hard to appear spirited, the system clearly indicated a significant decline in their stamina reserves. Young men, Lin Feng began, his voice calm, yet penetrating. I know you are all tired. In the battle with Chelsea we exhausted almost everything. But this is professional football. There isn't much time to dwell on the past, whether in glory or regret. He walked up to the tactical board and tapped on the opponent's name. Charlton Athletic, a team known for its experience and ball control. Today's opponents will certainly believe that after the last fierce battle we are now vulnerable. Lin Feng's voice gradually rose. Then let them see the resilience of Reading United. Let us tear apart their defense with our skills and passing, and let our goals tell them that we are stronger than they imagine. The match began, and Charlton Athletic's tactics caught everyone by surprise. They abandoned their previous style of play and adopted a solid 442 middle defensive system. The goal was to strangle the midfield of Reading Town. The 2 defensive lines maintained a compact distance, initiating organized pressing from the midfield, especially focusing on Bellingham and Li Wei, the 2 core playmakers. Once the 2 players received the ball, 2 to 3 opponents would immediately surround them, their defensive actions firm and seasoned, constantly testing the referee's tolerance. They are playing with experience. Assistant coach Old John shouted anxiously from the sidelines, every action is on the edge of a foul. Lin Feng's expression grew serious. What he saw was not only the opponent's tactical discipline, but also the fatigue displayed by his own players. Bellingham's passes lost their usual precision, and Li Wei's movements were noticeably less active than in previous matches. The entire front line resembled a malfunctioning machine, with a sharply declining pass success rate. In the 28th minute, the crisis struck. Charlton Athletic launched a quick counterattack, with the right midfielder executing a clever 1-2 with the forward before crossing from the byline. Dawson desperately cleared the ball, which fell to the Charlton midfielder just outside the penalty area. He adjusted his position, took a shot from distance. The ball wasn't fast, but had a tricky angle. Zhang Hao's view was obstructed, and his reaction was a bit slow. Although he got a hand to the ball, he couldn't stop it from rolling into the net. 0-1. Charlton Athletic took the lead as the away team. The stadium fell silent, with only the away fans erupting in frenzied cheers. Stay steady. Stick to the plan. Lin Feng shouted from the sidelines, pressing his hands down to signal the players to remain calm. But the situation did not improve. The team appeared anxious, with an increase in passing errors, and the attack became increasingly chaotic. McKinley was isolated and helpless under the tight marking of the opponent's defense. Even when the ball reached his feet, the poor opportunities prevented him from launching an effective offensive. In the locker room at halftime, the atmosphere was oppressive. The players hung their heads, towels draped over them, with only heavy breathing breaking the silence. "Lift your heads," Lin Feng's voice shattered the stillness. "We haven't played well, but this is not the end. The opponents are smarter than we imagined. They are not playing with brute force, but executing a mature defensive system." He walked to the tactics board, quickly drawing several new movement routes. "In the second half, we need to change." John let Jamal and Gao Ning warm up. Old John was taken aback and quietly said, "Boss, Jamal hasn't adapted to the rhythm of the game yet. Is it too early?" "Now is exactly the time for change." Lin Feng shook his head. "We need new rhythms and breakthrough points." When the second half began, Lin Feng did not immediately substitute players. He gave the starting players 10 minutes, but the situation still showed no signs of improvement. Charlton Athletic's defensive system operated even more smoothly and began to consciously control the pace of the match. In the 60th minute, Lin Feng made a decision to substitute. Musiala and Gao Ning finished warming up on the sidelines, waiting for a stoppage in play. A murmur arose from the stands. "Substituting starting players." At this moment, "Listen," Lin Feng wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the two young men. "Jamal, I want you to move freely in the front, drop back to support, and use your skills to break their defensive rhythm. Gao Ning, use your speed to constantly threaten their defense, especially the gaps between the fullbacks and center backs. Do you understand?" The two nodded heavily. This was one of the tactics Lin Feng wanted to experiment with. He believed that the combined impact of these two players on the flanks would be enough to dismantle a League One team. Musiala took a deep breath and stepped onto the League One pitch. Unlike Gao Ning, who had sprinted madly for opportunities upon entering the field, Musiala appeared somewhat nervous at first, opting for the safest methods of handling the ball during his first few touches. The players of Charlton Athletic, seeing a newcomer, immediately pressed forward, aiming to give this rookie a harsh welcome. In a midfield confrontation, the experienced opponent's midfielder closely marked him. Musiala stumbled, but still managed to protect the ball and passed it out. Applause erupted from the stands in encouragement. Lin Feng held his breath on the sidelines. This was a crucial moment. 3 minutes later, he received the ball back to goal in midfield, with the opponent's defensive midfielder immediately applying pressure. Everyone expected him to pass back, but Musiala gently nudged the ball with the inside of his right foot, spinning around in a graceful 360-degree turn like a ballet dancer, perfectly evading the defense. "Marseille turn," the commentator exclaimed. "Oh my, this young man has incredible skills." The stands erupted in gasps and applause. This evasion seemed to activate some sort of switch. In the 78th minute, Dawson intercepted the ball in the backfield and directly found Musiala, who had dropped back to provide support. The young man controlled the ball and turned seamlessly, raising his eyes to observe. He quickly spotted the gap in the opponent's defense. The defensive players of Charlton Athletic thought he would pass wide, but Musiala sent a precise ground pass with the outside of his left foot. The ball accurately pierced through the entire defensive line, rolling towards the open space on the right side of the penalty area. There, a red flash surged forward at full speed. "So fast. It's Gao Ning," the commentator marveled. Gao Ning understood the signal successfully, timed his run to avoid offside. He caught up to the ball, faced with the advancing goalkeeper, and calmly shot for the far corner. 1-1. The ball went in. Goal. Musiala has completed his first assist for Reading Town, the commentator shouted excitedly. An assist in the first match is incredible. The entire stadium erupted. Gao Ning rushed to the corner flag to celebrate, but was quickly surrounded by teammates. Musiala ran over with a smile, and the two embraced tightly. "That was a great pass," Gao Ning exclaimed excitedly. "You made a beautiful run." Musiala responded with a smile. Lin Feng punched the air on the sidelines, embracing the assistant coaches. This goal perfectly illustrated the football he envisioned. Technique, awareness, and speed, a perfect combination. After equalizing, Reading Town's morale soared. Musiala completely let go and began to showcase his magic. In the 85th minute, he received the ball on the right side of midfield, facing two defenders. He feigned an inward cut, but suddenly nudged the ball backward with his heel, while swiftly turning to bypass the defender from the outside. Another brilliant dribble passing moment. The stands erupted in cheers. In the ensuing attack, Bellingham attracted three defenders at the edge of the penalty area and cleverly passed the ball to Li Wei, who was making a run on the left, who then returned it with a cutback. Musiala ghosted into the path of his pass. "It's Musiala? How did he suddenly appear in this position?" the commentator exclaimed in surprise. Musiala calmly took a shot and scored. 2-1. "Oh my, this is insane. Reading Town has taken the lead." The commentator's voice was hoarse from shouting. "He has scored his first goal for Reading." Finally, the score. As the final whistle blew, the crowd rose to applaud. The applause was especially fervent for Musiala, the young genius who changed the game with a goal and an assist. In the post-match locker room, the atmosphere was extremely lively. The players sang and danced celebrating this hard-fought comeback victory. Lin Feng looked at Musiala, who was surrounded by teammates teasing him, and smiled with satisfaction. However, as he opened the system interface and looked at the slightly increased fatigue levels of core players like Bellingham and Li Wei, a hint of worry resurfaced in his heart. The morning light had yet to completely disperse the mist over the training ground, but the rich aroma of coffee already filled Lin Feng's office. He stood before the tactical board, his gaze shifting back and forth between several names. Several newspapers spread across the desk, all reporting yesterday's match in large headlines. Reddington's new star shines, 16-year-old genius, changes the game. Lin Feng's magical eye, from doubt to cheers, the youth storm of Reddington. Beneath these headlines were large photos capturing Musiala's dribbling moments along with close-ups of cheering fans in the stands. Just a week ago, the same media were questioning why Lin Feng had spent heavily to recruit and improve in youth play. The office door was gently pushed open and old John walked in, with several freshly bought sports newspapers, a smile creasing his wrinkled face. "Boss, take a look at these. Now all of England is discussing our new star. Even the most critical commentators have started to change their tune." Old John spread the newspapers on the desk. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the tactical. There were names and statistics of players from Reddington's attacking lineup: Bellingham, Li Wei, Musiala, Gao Ning, McKinley, Jordan Green. "John, do you think this is a good thing?" Lin Feng suddenly asked, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping the table. Old John paused for a moment, then understood. "You mean, too many geniuses can sometimes be a burden. The atmosphere in the locker room has started to shift subtly. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Old John pondered for a moment. "Indeed. After training yesterday, I noticed Jordan practiced shooting for a full hour extra. Li Wei and Bellingham also left later than usual." Musiala's sudden emergence had subtly changed the atmosphere within the team. At 10 in the morning, in the tactical meeting room, all members of the coaching staff sat around the conference table. The projector displayed various formation diagrams on the wall, while data and analysis reports covered the table. "I think we should revert to a 442 formation," defensive coach Harrison spoke first. "The double striker setup ensures attacking firepower, while 4 midfielders can guarantee defensive solidity." He pulled up a set of data. "Look at the last match against Charlton. Although we won, their 442 formation allowed them to create 11 shooting opportunities. If it weren't for Musiala and Zhang Hao's extraordinary performances, the outcome would have been uncertain." Assistant coach Old John nodded in agreement. "Harrison makes a valid point. The 442 formation is more balanced and can better protect the back line. We can have Bellingham and Li Wei manage the left and right wings, with Musiala and McKinley partnering in the forward line. Or let Musiala play as a shadow striker," the youth team coach interjected. "His creativity can be best utilized at the edge of the penalty area." A chorus of agreement filled the meeting room. Most people leaned towards a more conservative formation choice. Lin Feng listened silently, already simulating various lineups in his mind. The system clearly displayed the synergy and proficiency of the formations. "I understand everyone's concerns, but the 442 formation will limit the effectiveness of our strongest weapons." Lin Feng suddenly spoke. He stood up and walked to the projection screen. "We have the 3 most creative midfielders in the entire League One: Bellingham, Li Wei, and Musiala. To confine them within an outdated formation is a waste." He drew the 4231 formation diagram on the tactical board. "This formation has been validated." Lin Feng pointed at the attacking midfielder position in the diagram, "and can maximize our attacking talent." The meeting room fell into a brief silence. "But the demands for interception capabilities in the midfield are quite high, and stamina is also a concern." Harrison hesitated. "Overall, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages." Lin Feng's gaze scanned the room. "I've made my decision. This week in the match against Sunderland, we will continue with the 42-31 formation." On the training ground, the atmosphere was noticeably different from usual. Lin Feng noticed that the competition among the players had become more subtle. Bellingham put in extra effort during the group drills, often retreating to the edge of his own penalty area. Li Wei increased his off-the-ball running distance, trying to cover a larger area. Meanwhile, Musiala continually attempted creative passes and dribbles, immediately reclaiming the ball, even after failures. The most surprising was Jordan Green. He remained silent during training, but was the most diligent of all. "Boss, did you notice?" Old John approached Lin Feng and whispered, "The boys are really pushing each other." Lin Feng nodded gently. "Competition is a good thing as long as it stays within healthy limits." In the afternoon training session, Lin Feng specifically arranged an internal match. He placed Bellingham, Li Wei, and Musiala in the same team, allowing them to attempt combinations in the 42-31 formation. In the first 20 minutes, the 3 clearly lacked chemistry. There were too many passing errors and overlapping runs. Musiala tended to drop back to receive the ball, while Bellingham preferred to make forward runs, causing their zones of activity to frequently overlap. Lin Feng did not stop the training, but shouted from the sidelines, "Jamal, move to the right." Jude watches Li Wei make bold forward runs. His purpose was to quickly integrate Jamal into the starting lineup, allowing the players to adapt swiftly to the 42-31 formation. Gradually, the three began to find their rhythm. A brilliant combination caught everyone's attention. Bellingham distributed the ball from the center to Musiala on the right, then quickly made a forward run. Musiala feigned past a defender and played a through ball to the overlapping right back. The right back crossed the ball, and Li Wei made a late run for a header on goal. The ball hit the net. The entire sequence flowed smoothly, perfectly showcasing the attacking power of the 42-31 formation. After training, Lin Feng specifically kept the three behind. "How does it feel?" He looked at the panting young men before him. Bellingham spoke first. "It needs some adaptation, boss. But I believe once we get into sync, this formation will be very threatening." Li Wei nodded in agreement. "We have a numerical advantage in attack, but we do need to work harder in defense." Musiala appeared somewhat hesitant. "Sometimes I don't know where to run, afraid of overlapping with Jude." Lin Feng smiled. "That's the problem we need to address. Remember, in this system your runs shouldn't be restricted by fixed positions. What's important is the understanding and synergy between each other." He took out the tactical board. "Jude, your role is more about organizing and distributing, so you need to constantly be aware of your teammates' positions. Li Wei, your task is to connect and intercept. Your role is crucial during transitions. Jamal, you enjoy the most freedom, but you need to learn to observe your teammates' movements." The three listened attentively and nodded. "In the next match, the three of you will start together." Lin Feng patted them on the back. "Let's execute this tactic perfectly." On Saturday afternoon, Hartlepool United faced Sunderland at home. When the lineup was announced before the match, the commentator was surprised to find that Lin Feng had deployed a 4231 formation. "A bold choice," the commentator remarked. "Coach Lin Feng insists on using an offensive formation. It seems he is determined to press the attack all the way." In the early stages of the match, Hartlepool United completely dominated the game. In the 18th minute, a brilliant combination broke the deadlock. Bellingham received the ball in the center, drawing two defenders before passing it to Li Wei on the side. Li Wei did not dwell on the ball. He turned and passed it to Musiala ahead of him. After receiving the ball, Musiala accelerated just as the opponents thought he would cut inside. He suddenly flicked the ball with his heel, sending it through the defender's legs towards the penalty area. Gao Ning, understanding the situation, darted in and poked the ball into the net before the opposing center-back could react. 1-0. The entire stadium erupted. This goal perfectly showcased the power of the 42-31 formation, Bellingham and Li Wei's coordination, Musiala's creativity, and Gao Ning's ability to seize opportunities. However, the good times were short-lived. After taking the lead, Reading United became slightly complacent, and Sunderland immediately intensified their pressing. In the 38th minute, Sunderland initiated a rapid counterattack on the right flank. Their winger capitalized on the space left by Reading United's left back and drove forward to deliver a cross. The forward, making a run from the center, got to the ball ahead of Dawson and headed it into the net. 1-1. The score was leveled. Zhang Hao, frustrated, held his head and slammed his fist into the turf. During halftime, the atmosphere in the locker room felt tense. "It's my fault," defender Sean took responsibility. "I pushed too far forward and couldn't get back in time. As an attacking fullback, my defense did have its flaws." Lin Feng shook his head. "It's not all on you." The entire team's defensive collaboration broke down. When we attack, the two defensive midfielders should pay attention to covering the flanks. The forwards need to immediately recover possession after losing the ball to give their teammates time to retreat. In the second half, we need to make adjustments. Li Wei, you need to position yourself more towards the left to assist, and the same goes for the right side. We need to maintain our attacking threat, but not at the cost of our defense. In the second half, Reading United clearly strengthened their defensive discipline. Though the attack was no longer as fluid as in the first half, the defense became much more solid. The game fell into a stalemate. Sunderland earned a throw-in and threw the ball into Reading United's penalty area. In a chaotic scramble, Dawson managed to head the ball out of the penalty area, landing perfectly at the feet of Jordan Green just outside the penalty arc. Without hesitation, Green took advantage of the situation as it was his area of expertise. He skillfully controlled the ball, half-turning to launch a counterattack, aiming to send a precise long pass to Gao Ning waiting up front. However, just as he was about to strike, a Sunderland midfielder came sliding in from the side, trying to stop the quick counter. His target was the ball, but he was a moment too late, and the sole of his shoe made hard contact with Green's supporting ankle. Ugh! Green groaned in pain, losing his balance and crashing heavily onto the grass. The ball rolled out of bounds, and the referee's whistle sounded sharply. Lin Feng suddenly stood up from the coaching bench, his brow furrowed, watching intently on the field. Old John next to him couldn't hold back his anger, exclaiming, "Damn. That was a dangerous tackle." On the field, Li Wei, who was closest, rushed over angrily shouting something at the offending Sunderland player. The experienced Dawson quickly put pressure on the referee, indicating that it was a severe foul. But Lin Feng's focus was entirely on the down green. Almost simultaneously with green hitting the ground, a system interface popped up at the edge of Lin Feng's vision. Jordan Green's player status bar instantly changed from healthy green to glaring yellow. Acute injury detected. Lateral ligament sprain, moderate, estimated recovery time 34 weeks. Damn, Lin Feng muttered under his breath. A month. This was a crucial period for the team as they began to ramp up and the schedule grew increasingly dense. The team doctor rushed onto the field with a medical kit to perform an emergency examination and treatment on Green. Green held his face in pain, unable to bear weight on his ankle. Supported by the team doctor, he hopped off the field on one foot, with each jolt causing his brow to furrow even tighter. Lin Feng watched Green being assisted off the field, his expression dark. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and quickly made adjustments, substituting a reserve midfielder for Green to ensure the midfield solidity wouldn't be too affected. In the end, the team managed to secure a hard-fought 21 victory, thanks to McKinley's header in the 83rd. In the locker room after the match, the joy of victory was somewhat overshadowed by the gloom of a teammate's injury. Green had already received preliminary treatment and ice therapy. His ankle was wrapped in thick bandages, and he was placed on a therapy bed in the corner, his face filled with frustration and unwillingness. After finishing the press conference, Lin Feng hurried to the locker room. He did not celebrate the victory first, but walked straight to Green's side. "How are you, Jordan? How do you feel?" Lin Feng's voice was filled with concern. Green lifted his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't expect this. That passing opportunity was great." He seemed to want to explain the situation at that moment, regretting that he hadn't been able to evade the tackle. Lin Feng reached out gently, placing his hand on his shoulder, interrupting his self-blame. "That wasn't your fault, Jordan. Your decision-making was decisive and good. It was just an accident." He glanced at the swollen ankle. The team doctor initially suspects it's a ligament sprain. The specific degree will need to be confirmed after a detailed examination tomorrow. Right now, your task is to focus on recovery. Don't think about anything else. The club will provide you with the best treatment and rehabilitation plan. Lin Feng's words offered Green some comfort. "But boss, the upcoming matches." Green clearly worried about the team. "The team has a plan and we have other players. Your health is the top priority." Lin Feng's tone was firm. "Rest, well, we'll wait for you to come back stronger." After sending Green off, Lin Feng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "Lift your heads up, lads. Today you showed a lot of positive things." He moved to the center of the locker room. "I know winning was tough. Did you see how many opportunities we created?" The players lifted their heads in unison. "Any new formation needs time to gel," Lin Feng continued. "What's important is that we are on the right path. The 42-31 formation can maximize our strengths. That is your individual talents and skills." He scanned each player's face. "From now on, we will focus on solving defensive collaboration issues and training. But I will not change this tactical direction because our greatest advantage lies in our offense and our creativity." Bellingham was the first to speak up. "Boss, I believe in this system. Just give us time to gel, and we will become..." Li Wei nodded. "We can solve the defensive issues through hard work." Musiala softly added, "I will learn to assist in defense better." Returning to the meeting room of the Reddington office building, Lin Feng stood before the screen, his gaze cutting through each person present like a knife. Outside the window, the training ground was gilded by the morning light, and the players were warming up under the guidance of the assistant coach. "The construction of the medical center has been delayed by 15 days, Lin Feng pointed at the projection screen. "And the youth training academy is delayed by 28 days. I want to hear an explanation." The representative from the construction company subconsciously loosened his tie, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. "Mr. Lin, the recent continuous rainfall has indeed affected the progress of the foundation work. Moreover, the set of rehabilitation equipment imported from Germany has faced customs clearance procedures that are far more complicated than expected. Just the quarantine approval took an entire week." Bang! Lin Feng slammed his fist on the conference table, causing the coffee cups to clatter. The representative from the construction company flinched in fear. "I don't want to hear excuses." His voice suddenly rose. "I want solutions. Many players in the first team have already reached their physical limits." His voice grew colder. "Every day the medical center is delayed in becoming operational, we face an additional day of risk. This is a strategic issue that concerns the success or failure of the entire season, not just an ordinary construction project." He turned to the representative from the construction company, his eyes sharp. "From now on, work overtime to expedite the construction. Seek alternative solutions for that imported equipment. We need to work on both fronts simultaneously. All additional costs will be borne by the club." Financial director Miss Chen gently cleared her throat and adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. "Boss, if that's the case, our budget for this quarter may exceed by around 500. Moreover, she flipped through the report in her hand. The club has had significant expenditures recently with many areas of spending. Our cash flow is not ample. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to her, his tone resolute. The budget can be adjusted, but the progress cannot be delayed. The health of the players is vital to the club's future, and that is the most worthy investment. All right, boss, we'll do everything as you say. Miss Chen looked at Lin Feng's determined eyes and nodded. When the meeting room was finally empty, Lin Feng walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window. This is what small teams are like, lacking in everything. The road ahead still requires careful steps. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the training ground. The players had finished training and were heading towards the locker room in small groups. He saw Bellingham rubbing his thigh muscles as he walked, while Li Wei slowly stretched his shoulders. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The risk of injury for these key players on the system interface was all high. Their physical conditions were all fatigued. He knew that these players were pushing through with their exhausted bodies. The construction progress of the medical center is related to the trajectory of the entire season and may even affect the professional careers of these young players. He opened the schedule for the upcoming week's Saturday's away match against Sheffield Wednesday and Wednesday's home match against Bolton Wanderers. Both teams are strong, ranking in the top 6 of the standings, and Sheffield is a direct competitor with the same points. The morning meeting with the coaching staff saw intense disagreements. At least let Bellingham hold on for one more match. Old John pointed to the tactical board's matchups. Sheffield is a direct competitor. This 6-point match is crucial. We can rest Li Wei, but there's no one to replace Bellingham's role in midfield. Everyone's gaze finally focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up and addressed everyone. We can endure fluctuations in short-term performance, but we cannot bear the weight of multiple core players being injured. Against strong teams, we can afford to abandon tactics. But I don't want to see a second incident like Jordan's injury. The order was given decisively. All high-risk players must rest for this round of matches and not travel with the team for away games. Bellingham, Li Wei, and 5 other key players all remained in Reddington, with even more young players arranged for the substitute bench. The atmosphere at the pre-match press conference was particularly tense. When Lin Feng calmly announced the rotation decision, the audience erupted in an uproar. This is a preventive measure based on sports science data, Lin Feng said calmly, aimed at protecting player health and the competitiveness of the entire season. We have a deep roster, and I believe the players on the field will accomplish the task. On match day in the away team's locker room at Sheffield's Bramall Lane, the starting players silently organized their gear and no one spoke. This was an almost entirely new lineup, Gao Ning and McKinley leading the charge, with even a player urgently called up from the youth team on defense. During the pre-match pep talk, Lin Feng tried to keep his tone light. Remember, you're not getting this opportunity because the main players are resting, but because you deserve this chance. Use your runs and battles to show everyone the depth of the Reddington roster. However, the course of the match cruelly validated people's concerns. The new lineup lacked cohesion and midfield control had significantly diminished. Although Gao Ning tirelessly ran in the front, creating 2 decent shooting opportunities, the overall coordination was as awkward as that of an amateur team just formed. In the 73rd minute, Sheffield capitalized on a defensive error to score the winning goal. 0-1. When the final whistle blew, the Reddington players collapsed on the grass. 3 days later at home, Lin Feng made some adjustments, allowing some rested key players to return, but their physical conditions had not reached optimal levels. Li Wei came off the bench, but clearly lacked his usual vitality. Ultimately, the team lost 0-2 to Bolton, suffering 2 consecutive defeats in official matches. The atmosphere in the locker room was tense. The rested key players were anxious because they couldn't help the team on the field. The substitute players felt deep frustration due to the failed result. Lin Feng held a team meeting and stated plainly, "These 2 losses are entirely my responsibility. But with the 6 points in the standings, we avoided potential injury crises for you." His gaze swept over every face. "I won't gamble with your health. To me and the club, every player is the most precious." He walked up to several substitute players, patting their shoulders one by one. "You've given your all on the field, and that is more important than any result. What we need to do next is to learn from failure, not to blame ourselves for it." The technical team then thoroughly reviewed the match footage, pointing out tactical details and communication issues that needed improvement. A few days later, the morning light filtered through the mist on the training ground, casting on the freshly mowed grass. Lin Feng stood on the sidelines, observing the players' recovery training. On the system interface, the once yellow warnings had all turned to healthy green. Bellingham's movements were lighter and stronger. Li Wei's turns were more agile and fluid, and even veteran Dawson's steps had regained their former vitality. "Boss, you look much more relaxed than a few days ago." Old John handed over a steaming cup of coffee, his tone carrying a rare lightness. Lin Feng took the coffee, his gaze still following the players running back and forth on the field, and chuckled. "The pressure has always been there, but it's just that now I see the glimmer of hope." He took a sip of coffee, the rich aroma spreading in his mouth. It's time for the main players to return against Coventry. Old John looked slightly worried. Shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? Coventry is mid-table, but has been in good form lately. After sufficient rest, their bodies are ready. Lin Feng interrupted him. John, follow my orders. Yes, boss. On the match day, the home ground of Readington United was bustling with noise. When the starting lineup was announced on the big screen, a long-awaited cheer erupted from the stands. With core players like Bellingham, Li Wei, and Musiala all returning, the fans were filled with hope to halt the losing streak. As the opening whistle blew, Readington United displayed a completely different momentum than in the previous two matches. They employed their strategy, still utilizing the 42-31 formation. This time, however, they appeared more at ease. Bellingham orchestrated the midfield with composure, his precise long passes continuously tearing apart the opponent's defense. Li Wei breezed down the left flank, effortlessly breaking through and putting the Coventry right back under immense pressure. Musiala on the right side created opportunities, with every touch of the ball raising the tension among the opposition. In the 10th minute, a fluid team collaboration ignited the entire stadium. After receiving the ball in the center, Bellingham sharply passed it to the left flank. Li Wei dribbled towards the baseline and suddenly cut back, cleverly evading a defender before passing it across the middle. Musiala launched a high lob from the edge of the penalty area, the ball cleverly sailing over the opponent's defensive line. McKinley leaped high, scoring with a header. 1-0. The entire stadium erupted. The players embraced in celebration, this goal perfectly showcasing their familiar style of collaboration. This was merely the beginning. In the 35th minute, Readington United was awarded a free kick in the attacking third. Bellingham stood over the ball, his gaze resolute. He took a run-up, positioned his leg and shot. The ball traced a perfect arc, curling around the wall and into the bottom corner of the net. 2-0. Bellingham ran towards the corner flag, arms wide open to embrace the cheers of the crowd. Readington United was completely ignited. In the second half, they continued to control the rhythm of the game. At the 60th minute, after Musiala cut in and shot, the goalkeeper parried it, and Gao Ning followed up swiftly to score. 3-0. Oh my! Coventry's defense is being torn apart, exclaimed the commentator in disbelief. The match had completely lost its suspense. However, Readington United's attacks were far from over. The players were energized as if they had been injected with it. In the 70th minute, Gao Ning received a pass from Bellingham in midfield, dribbled 30 meters, and unleashed a powerful shot just outside the penalty area, the ball rocketing into the net. 4-0. The cheers from the stands rose higher and higher. In the 78th minute, Lin Feng made substitutions, allowing young players to replace Bellingham and Li Wei, giving them a chance to receive applause from the fans. As the match entered stoppage time, substitute young player Thompson broke down the right flank and crossed the ball, and Gao Ning appeared out of nowhere, flicking it into the net with his heel. 5-0. GL. The commentator shouted, Gao Ning has completed his first hat-trick of his career. As the final whistle blew, the entire stadium erupted. All the fans went wild, unwilling to leave. They sang the team song and waved their scarves, turning the entire stadium into a sea of red. The players held hands and walked towards the stands, thanking the fans. Some young players wiped away tears of excitement, as this was the most unforgettable match of their careers. Readington United completely dominated the match, utterly overwhelming their opponents. Statistics showed that Readington United had a possession rate of 65, with 21 shots on goal, more than 3 times that of their opponents. In the locker room, after the match, laughter and joy returned. The players high-fived and embraced each other, celebrating this long-awaited victory and the return of that familiar feeling. Bellingham, drenched in sweat and panting, said to Lin Feng, "Boss, thank you for protecting us. Now it's our turn to repay you with victory. This deal is quite worth it." Huh. Laughter and applause erupted in the locker room. Even the most critical reporters had to acknowledge Lin Feng's courage and vision were commendable. That evening, Lin Feng sat alone in his office. He held a glass of iced whiskey, taking a sip now and then. The system interface showed that the players' physical data remained in good condition, showing no significant fluctuations from this high-intensity match. His anxious heart finally eased. Outside, the training ground was deserted, with only a few floodlights shining lonely. Just as he was about to get up, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Still busy at this hour? A familiar voice came from the doorway. Lin Feng looked up to see Su Qian leaning against the door frame, holding 2 takeout bags with a slight smile on her lips. "I heard that a certain head coach is planning to spend the night in the office again." Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. "How did you know?" "The Times has very reliable sources." Su Qian walked in and placed the takeout bags on the table. "Especially when this head coach's girlfriend happens to be a reporter at the newspaper." She opened the bag, taking out steaming Chinese food. "I knew you hadn't had dinner. I especially went to the Chinese restaurant to get sweet and sour pork and squirrel fish, your favorite dishes." Lin Feng caught a whiff of the long-missed aroma, suddenly feeling a wave of hunger. "Thank you, I really forgot to eat." Su Qian walked over to his side, looking at the screen, still playing the match footage, still studying the next opponent. After winning a beautiful match today, can't you give yourself a break? Precisely because we won, we need to find areas for improvement. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Su Qian gently pressed her finger against his lips, interrupting his tactical analysis. Stop. It's dinner time, not tactical meeting time. She walked to the window, looking at the empty training ground. You know what? I love the field at this time. It's as quiet as a painting. Lin Feng joined her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Yeah, after the daytime hustle and bustle, the tranquility at this moment is particularly precious. Just like you, Su Qian turned her head to look at him. Beneath all the victories and glory that everyone sees, there are countless nights and efforts like this. She paused and teased, so Boss Lin, are you planning to spend the night in the office, or do you remember you have a home? Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Since a certain reporter specially brought dinner, I can't let this kindness go to waste. Su Qian rested her head on his shoulder, chuckling softly. You know what? In my article today, I wrote under Lin Feng's scientific training methods and strict personnel management, Hartlepool United is showing incredible team cohesion and tactical execution. Well written, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Very insightful. That's because I have exclusive insider knowledge. Su Qian looked up at him, her eyes glinting mischievously. For instance, I know that this highly praised head coach is actually a workaholic who often spends nights in the office. So how do you plan to write this exclusive news? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Su Qian pretended to think. Hartlepool United's head coach sacrifices sleep to study tactics, dedicating everything for the team's victory. How about that? Sounds very positive. Lin Feng nodded, but I prefer another title. Head coach and beautiful reporter discuss work late at night, ultimately finding the perfect collaboration. Su Qian couldn't help but laugh. Such an unprofessional title wouldn't make it to the Times. The moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft silver veil over the entire room. The lights on the distant training ground had unknowingly gone out, leaving only the warm light from the office intertwined with the moonlight. Seriously, Su Qian said softly, I'm proud of you. Not just for today's victory, but for having the courage to stick to your principles, even in the toughest times. Lin Feng tightened his embrace, holding her closer. Because you support me from behind. As the night deepened, the conversation in the office gradually quieted. The computer screen had long entered sleep mode, tactical diagrams scattered across the table next to empty takeout boxes. The moonlight moved across the wall, skimming over the Hartlepool United crest, finally falling upon the two who embraced and slept. The cold wind of late autumn swept across the Oakwell Stadium, yet it could not disperse the fervent wave of heat in the stands. After a resounding victory, Reading United arrived at the away game to face Barnsley, currently ranked second in League One. The fans of Reading United had already occupied every corner of the stands. They waved their red scarves and sang cheers, turning the entire stadium into a boiling sea of red. Lin Feng stood at the sidelines, the corners of his black trench coat flapping in the wind. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he quietly watched the players warming up on the field. Today's opponent is the traditional powerhouse Barnsley in League One. This team has consistently ranked at the top of the table, known for its sharp offense and excellent youth training system. At the pre-match press conference, the opposing coach's disdainful remarks still echoed, a decent dark horse playing with a lot of energy. But on our home turf, they will witness the true level of League One. In the locker room, Lin Feng reminded the players one last time, remember, they will definitely push forward to attack, which will give us space. Be patient in transitioning, seize the moment when we switch from defense to offense, and strike decisively. Whoosh. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Barnsley indeed launched a fierce attack, leveraging their home advantage. They relied on their strong physical condition, continuously attacking through both flanks, attempting to suppress Reading United's possession system with high-intensity pressing. In the third minute of the match, Barnsley had a golden opportunity. Their forward received a pass just outside the penalty area, created an angle, and unleashed a powerful shot. At the critical moment, Zhang Hao dove to the side, using one hand to tip the ball over the crossbar. The entire stadium erupted with gasps and cheers. Reading United escaped a disaster. The commentator's voice suddenly soared, incredible. What a move. The Great Wall Zhang Hao has saved Barnsley's sure goal. Zhang Hao, still shaken, shouted loudly to remind his teammates to stay focused. Lin Feng, also breaking into a cold sweat, rushed to the sidelines, loudly signaling to the two fullbacks to pay attention to their defensive positions and not to push up too much. Zhang Hao got up from the ground and clapped vigorously to encourage his teammates, stay steady. Stick to our rhythm. After withstanding the initial onslaught from the opponent, Reading United gradually found their pace. Bellingham calmly orchestrated the midfield, constantly using precise long passes to shift the opponent's defense. In the 11th minute, the turning point of the match arrived. After Zhang Hao once again saved a long shot from the opponent, he chose not to clear it with a big kick, but quickly threw the ball to initiate a counterattack. Li Wei received the ball on the right side of midfield, and facing two opposing players closing in, he calmly took a step forward and delivered a brilliant through ball. The ball sliced through Barnsley's midfield defense like a surgical knife, precisely finding the space on the right flank. Gao Ning surged forward like a red flash, instantly leaving the opposing left back behind. He dribbled the ball straight and slightly slowing down just before entering the penalty area, observing the goalkeeper's positioning. The opposing goalkeeper hesitated, seemingly unsure whether to charge out or guard the near post. In that fleeting moment, Gao Ning decisively took a low shot. The ball rolled swiftly along the grass and accurately drilled into the far corner. 0-1. Goal. The commentator's voice soared by 8 octaves. It's in. It's the Cheetah Gown, a spectacular quick counterattack. Reading United struck first in the away match. The away stand erupted. Lin Feng clenched his fists and waved them vigorously. A smooth attack. This is the feeling. The sensation of executing tactics with increasing fluidity is simply exhilarating. Gao Ning, who scored, ran towards the corner flag, performing a graceful slide knee celebration, followed by teammates rushing to him. After conceding a goal, Barnsley clearly became anxious. They intensified their attacking efforts, but this also meant leaving more gaps in their defense. Reading United grew increasingly composed, with Bellingham and Li Wei firmly controlling the rhythm of the match. In the 34th minute, Reading United showcased their astonishing team coordination once again. Starting from Zhang Hao, the ball was passed patiently among the defenders, drawing the opposing forwards forward to press. Suddenly, the center-back's pass found Bellingham, who dropped back to receive the ball. Without stopping the ball, Bellingham made a direct diagonal pass to the left flank, where Li Wei quickly advanced after receiving it. After a continuous series of 17 passes, the ball arrived at Musiala's feet on the right flank. Facing the opposing defender, he feigned going to the byline, then suddenly cut inside, performing a wall pass with Bellingham just outside the penalty area, effortlessly entering the box. Before the opposing defender could block him, Musiala lightly raised his left foot and executed a beautiful curved shot. The ball traced a graceful trajectory, nestling into the top left corner of the net. 0-2. The away stand erupted into deafening cheers once more. This goal from inception to completion saw the ball never leave the ground, entirely tearing through the opponent's defense with passing and movement. Musiala opened his arms and sprinted towards the away fans, a brilliant smile on his face. His teammates rushed over to hug him, celebrating this classic team effort. During the halftime break, Lin Feng, smiling, affirmed the players' performance in the locker room, but also reminded everyone leading by 2 goals is the most dangerous score. The opponent will surely launch a full counterattack. We must be prepared. Sure enough, after the second half began, Barnsley noticeably intensified their physical confrontations and pressing. With increasingly aggressive actions and more fouls, they attempted to disrupt Reading United's rhythm with tough defense. In the 57th minute, Barnsley earned a free kick opportunity in the attacking third. The ball was delivered into the penalty area, where amidst a chaotic scramble, the opposing center forward outjumped the defenders to head the ball into the net, bringing the score to 1-2. The home fans finally found a chance to vent their excitement, their cheers shaking the stadium. Beautiful. Well done. You bunch of kids who haven't weaned yet, go back to reading. What youth whirlwind. This looks like a kindergarten playtime. The Barnsley players did not waste time celebrating, seemingly feeling unprecedented pressure. They quickly retrieved the ball from the net and placed it back at the center circle, hoping to capitalize on the momentum. At this critical moment, Li Wei stepped up. He clapped his hands and shouted loudly to his teammates, "Stay steady. Play our way. Trust ourselves." The young players of Reading United remained calm, regaining control of the match's rhythm and using patient passing to wear down the opponent's momentum. In the 65th minute, Barnsley made another push. They earned a corner kick opportunity, with tall center backs and defensive midfielders surging into the penalty area, applying immense pressure on Reading United's defense. The corner kick was taken a high arc, accurately finding the near post. Their center forward outjumped Reading United's young center back, making a powerful header. The ball changed direction, curving dangerously towards the back corner of the 6-yard box. This was an extremely perilous position. Time seemed to slow down. From Zhang Hao's perspective, the spinning angle of the ball was exceptionally tricky. His position was far, and intercepting it was already too late. Just as the ball was about to cross the goal line, a red figure dashed in from the side. It was Sean Dagan. He slid in with a dangerously daring tackle, clearing the ball just before the opposing player could make contact. Wow! The entire stadium was once again shaken by this goal line save. Sean got up from the ground, excitedly pounding his chest and roaring to rally his teammates. Zhang Hao rushed over and ruffled his hair. This defensive play greatly boosted the team's morale. Lin Feng also applauded vigorously for his disciples' selfless defense from the sidelines. After withstanding the opponent's relentless assault for nearly 15 minutes, Reading United began to regain their composure. They adapted to the opponent's intensity, passing the ball with more decisiveness and simplicity. In the 80th minute, a crucial moment arrived once more. This time, it was Barnsley's turn to conduct play from the back, as they seemed to want to control the pace. However, under Bellingham's interference, the ball passed back to the center back with slightly less power. Bellingham executed a beautiful steal in midfield and immediately delivered a precise over-the-top long pass exceeding 40 yards. The ball sailed over the entire opposing defense, accurately finding space on the right flank. Gao Ning, who had been constantly seeking an opportunity, sprang into action like a lurking cheetah that had caught a whiff of blood. He made a swift advance, intercepting the ball just before the opposing center-back could touch it. A clear chance. Gao Ning charged toward the box with another center-back scrambling to defend. Facing the advancing goalkeeper and the chasing defender, Gao Ning did not seek personal glory this time. He observed his teammates' positioning and calmly laid the ball across to the center at the last moment. McKinley, who followed up, easily slotted the ball into the open net. 1-3. Readington United once again extended their lead to 2 goals. This goal completely shattered the morale of the Barnsley players. In the 85th minute, Musiala was brought down in the middle after a dribble, and the referee awarded a direct free kick. Excited Barnsley players rushed over to protest. The most agitated defender even received a yellow card from the referee. The home fans erupted in massive boos. But the referee remained unmoved, calmly tucking the yellow card into his pocket, his expression unchanged as he looked at everyone. It was as if to say if anyone else misbehaved, he wouldn't hesitate to issue another. The Barnsley coach stood by the sidelines, his face dark enough to drip water. The arrogance they showed before the match was now replaced by urgency. Losing is acceptable, but being dominated by a bunch of kids is utterly embarrassing. Li Wei stood over the ball, his gaze firmly fixed on the opponent's goal. He took a run-up, lifted his leg, and shot. The ball traced a peculiar trajectory, soaring over the wall and rapidly descending, finding its way into the top right corner of the net. Although the opposing goalkeeper dove with all his might, he still couldn't touch the ball. 1-4. It's a goal. Li Wei has scored a world-class strike. The commentator went completely wild, even questioning if this was still a League One match. Why did it feel like he was commentating on a Premier League game? Li Wei excitedly sprinted toward the away fans, accepting their adoration. This goal decisively killed off any suspense in the match. Whoosh. When the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, the score was set at 1-4. The players of Readington United formed a circle under the away stand, jumping in celebration of this resounding victory. Fans in the stands shouted, "Readington! Readington! Readington!" Pride and joy radiated from everyone. In the locker room, laughter and cheer filled the air. Players high-fived and embraced each other, celebrating this significant victory. Just then, the assistant coach burst in excitedly with his phone. "The results from other matches are in. We've climbed to 3rd place." A more enthusiastic cheer erupted in the locker room. The players embraced, celebrating this historic moment. A team that had just been promoted from League 2 had managed to break into the top 3 of League 1 in just a few months. This was a direct pathway to the championship. At the post-match press conference, the Barnsley coach wore a grim expression, forced to admit, "We were thoroughly defeated by a better team. Their passing, positioning, and tactical execution all far surpassed ours. Readington United deserves this victory. From now on, no one in League 1 will underestimate them." Lin Feng, however, maintained his usual calm demeanor. "This is a great victory, but just one match out of 46. We will enjoy tonight, but tomorrow we will start preparing for the next match." The team still has a lot of room for improvement. However, the media was not so restrained. The next day, almost all sports media featured headlines about Readington United's rise. The sports section of the Times titled, "New Kings Rising. Readington United technically takes down League 1 giants," detailing the tactical nuances of the match and praising Lin Feng's tactical arrangements and the players' execution. The Daily Mirror took a more provocative title, "The Miracle of the Promoted Team. The Red Storm Sweeps League 1, describing Readington United as the most exciting team in League 1. Even the usually cautious The Sun had to acknowledge, Readington United's performance has surpassed the ordinary underdog category. Their tactical sophistication and game control evoke memories of Watford and Wolves' magical journeys in the past. Discussions online were even more heated. Readington United's stunning highlights went viral on social media, particularly the 4 goals, each showcasing a different attacking style: quick counterattacks, teamwork, precise long passes, and direct free kicks. "This team plays a different dimension of football," one fan wrote on Twitter. "Bellingham should be called up to the Musiala is the best signing in League 1. Gao Ning's speed is simply unfair." Similar football experts on TV shows changed their perspectives on Readington United. "Previously we thought they were just an underdog, but now it seems they are a strong contender for the championship." Coach Lin Feng has built a team that combines technical prowess with tactical discipline, which is quite rare in. With the media's frenzied reporting and the fans' passionate discussions, the coaches and tactical analysts of other League 1 teams began to reassess Readington United. previously underestimated Reddington United had now become the focal point of research for all opponents. In Barnsley's tactical analysis room, the head coach watched the match footage, shaking his head and sighing. "We made a mistake thinking they were just a team relying on youthful vigor. But in reality, their tactical system is very mature. The next team facing them will never make the same mistake again." His words reflected the sentiments of many League One coaches. Reddington United was no longer a young team to be underestimated, but a true formidable opponent that all rivals must prepare for. As night fell, Reddington United's bus slowly departed from London Road Stadium. Outside, the night was cold, but inside the bus it was warm as spring. The players were still immersed in the joy of victory, singing and joking. Lin Feng leaned against the bus window, watching the rapidly passing scenery outside, a faint smile on his face. Now he truly enjoyed being with this group of kids. However, he had a premonition that the upcoming matches would become increasingly difficult as their tactical weaknesses and the players' characteristics would eventually be studied by opponents. When all opponents begin to take notice and analyze you, every match becomes exceptionally challenging. However, that is exactly what he wanted. Not as an underdog stealing a few victories, but as a true strong contender facing all challenges head-on and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the league. The bus gradually came to a stop in front of the main building of the training base. The players streamed out, still immersed in the excitement of victory. Lin Feng stood at the door, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. "All right, lads, listen to me," Lin Feng said, capturing everyone's focus. "Tomorrow's training is cancelled." The crowd paused for a moment before bursting into a small cheer. "Yes, you heard me right," Lin Feng smiled. "This victory is well-deserved. I'm giving you a day off to relax, spend time with your families, or just sleep in." "Long live the boss," someone shouted, prompting a wave of laughter. However, Lin Feng's smile slightly faded, and his tone grew serious. "Relaxation is fine, but I have two requests. First, stay safe and don't cause trouble. Second, don't forget this break is just to recharge. Tomorrow we return here to start anew. The next match is right around the corner." "Understood, boss." The players replied in unison, yet their joy remained undiminished. For these hard-working young individuals, this sudden day off was undoubtedly a great reward. The team members cheered and dispersed, and the base quickly fell silent. Lin Feng did not enjoy the break like the players. Instead, he turned and walked briskly towards his office. He had more important matters to attend to. Just after the match ended, and he boarded the bus, the system interface in his mind, which had been silent for a while, sprang back to life, emitting a clear and distinct prompt sound. He pushed open the office door, barely having time to remove his coat, and sat down at his desk, immersing his consciousness into the system. Seasonal Objective Assessment Promotion Task for the English League One in progress. Current league ranking 3rd. Assessment result excellent. Reward distribution 3500 system points high efficiency, training acceleration card team 2 coaching team ability enhancement module for 1 use 1. The generous rewards invigorated Lin Feng, but what caught his attention even more was the new task prompt that followed. Detected that the team's tactical execution and cohesion have reached a new threshold. Issuing a phased advancement task, master of control task requirements in the next 3 matches of the English League One. The team's average possession rate must reach 60 or higher and remain unbeaten. 2 wins and 1 draw or 3 wins. Task rewards slight improvement in team passing awareness and synergy. Beginner potential activation potion for players under 170 PA, 1 an average possession rate of 60 and unbeaten. This task seemed simple, yet it was challenging to accomplish. It required the team to undergo a tactical from the pursuit of winning matches to the pursuit of controlling matches. This is a crucial step from being a dark horse relying on youthful vigor to evolving into a strong team with a mature system and regal demeanor. This system is indeed continuously pushing him and the team to evolve to higher levels. Just as he was immersed in thoughts about the new task, his gaze swept over another recently unlocked item in the system warehouse, coaching team ability enhancement module. His gaze paused for a moment, and a figure instantly surfaced in his mind. Assistant coach Old John. This diligent and selfless assistant seemed to have unwaveringly supported him from his memories, handling countless tedious daily training and management tasks, and was his most capable right-hand man. What was most remarkable was Old John's hidden attributes of 20 loyalty and 19 stability. It could be said that he was a reliable and loyal assistant coach. Lin Feng directly selected that module with his mind and designated the user John Smith. "Do you confirm the use of the coaching team ability enhancement module on John Smith?" "Confirm." In an instant, the module transformed into a gentle light that flew out from Lin Feng's system, vanishing into the void. Almost simultaneously, in the equipment room of the base, Old John, who was bending down to organize training cones, suddenly paused. He felt a peculiar warmth surging into his mind without warning. He instinctively straightened up, looking around in confusion, as if trying to find the source of this sudden feeling of enlightenment. But the room contained only him. He shook his head in puzzlement, muttering to himself, strange. Could it be that I'm too happy about winning the match? He then chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling he might be overthinking it, and returned to organizing the equipment. On the system interface, old John's ability stats began to rise significantly. The numbers whirled rapidly before finally settling down. CA 115, PA 135. Even his potential value saw a considerable increase. Lin Feng let out a satisfied breath. Old John deserved this reward. In the future, he could assign more tasks to him with greater confidence. The next morning in the tactical meeting room of the training base, the atmosphere felt different than usual. Lin Feng stood at the front with old John looking revitalized at his side, as if he had aged backwards significantly. The electronic tactical board behind them was no longer just filled with simple player movements and passing routes. Instead, it was filled with more abstract terms like rhythm, space, and patience. Players in the past few matches we've played exceptionally well, unparalleled in performance. Lin Feng began by acknowledging everyone's efforts, earning proud smiles from the players. But then he shifted the conversation, introducing the new concept of controlling the game, explaining how to control the match through passing and how to patiently look for opportunities. In the afternoon training session, the content underwent significant changes. A large portion of the time was allocated to practicing passing networks and positional ball control. Lin Feng and old John supervised the training together, frequently stopping the practice to correct the players' positioning and passing choices. To Lin Feng's delight, old John's guidance seemed more precise and incisive. He could even anticipate some issues with passing route choices. This made Lin Feng nod repeatedly, and the precious module was indeed worth it. Once the training got on track, he handed the training notes to old John and patted the shoulder of this partner, who seemed to have rejuvenated a few years. John, I'm leaving the rest of the training to you. Keep an eye on them, especially on the defender DOS, and get them used to short passes and reduce long balls. I have something to attend to, so I'll head out first. Old John paused for a moment. In his mind, this boss had never slacked off. He then nodded. Leave it to me, you can rest assured and go on with your business. By the training field, She, who was taking notes on training details, looked up in surprise when she saw Lin Feng approaching. Coach Lin actually left early and handed over the training completely to John. This is truly double the headline news, she teased with a smile. Lin Feng naturally took her hand. Work and rest and harmony and talents should be utilized. John can handle it perfectly. The team is functioning well now. I should learn to let go appropriately. Let's go. I remember someone mentioning that a nice dessert shop just opened downtown. Sue's eyes sparkled with surprise, then she smiled. Timesis reporter She Carter is about to begin her exclusive interview, now themed on the art of delegation of the reading town manager and afternoon dessert tasting. The sunlight bathed the two of them, elongating their shadows. Lin Feng savored this rare moment of relaxation as he chatted with She. With the team thriving and the assistant's abilities enhanced, he felt for the first time that the burden on his shoulders seemed a little lighter. Meanwhile, on the training field under old John's command, the training continued vigorously. Soon the test arrived. In the weekend league match, Reading United hosted Wigan Athletic, a mid-table team. From the very beginning, the players of Reading United faithfully executed Lin Feng's tactics. The ball was continuously passed at their feet, moving from the backfield to the midfield, from the left flank to the right. The possession rate quickly climbed above 65. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat dull. Excessive lateral and backward passes ensured ball possession, yet lacked the forward aggression and penetration. Wigan Athletic was happy to retreat into their half, tightening their defense. The fans in the stands initially applauded the team's high possession rate, but as time passed, the repeated ineffective passes began to bore and even frustrate them. Pass forward. Attack quickly. Are you just playing around? Sporadic shouts began to emerge from this. The first half ended with a score of 0-0. As the players walked off the pitch, faint boos of dissatisfaction could be heard from the stands. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Everyone executed the tactics and controlled the ball, but failed to convert that into goals or a lead. Lin Feng entered the locker room with a smile, unaffected by the fans' boos or the disappointing score. He walked to the tactical board and drew a large arrow pointing from the backfield directly to the forwards. We did well with a high possession rate. First, I acknowledge everyone, but we made a small mistake. He looked around at everyone, raising his voice slightly. Possession is not the goal. Using possession to create opportunities is the ultimate goal. The opponent is compacting because they fear our passes can tear them apart. But if our passes lack aggression and forward intent, then that is the most comfortable rhythm for them. In the second half, I want to see a change. Pass faster. Move more actively. Off-the-ball runs need to be more decisive. Bellingham, your passes need to be more penetrating. Liwei, be bold and cut inside. Gao Ning, use your speed to penetrate behind the opponent during counterattacks. We need to use possession as bait and foundation, but ultimately what we want is a killing blow. Lin Feng's words were like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating the players. When the second half began, Reading United's passing noticeably quickened, reducing meaningless backward passes and increasing more threatening forward deliveries. Bellingham's orchestration became more fluid, and Lee Weiss linking and breakthroughs in the midfield posed greater threats. In the 67th minute, the true art of controlling the game finally unfolded. Reading United completed 8 consecutive passes from their backfield, patiently drawing Wigan Athletics forwards up to press. Just as the opponent's formation slightly advanced, Bellingham executed a low diagonal pass, finding Lee Wei, who had dropped back to receive. Lee Wei received the ball with his back to the opponent, cleverly nudging it, turning, and instantly shaking off the defender, who was closely marking him. He sent out a through ball, the ball slicing through Wigan Athletics' 2 defensive lines like a scalpel. "Here comes the classic combination," the commentator shouted. And along the path of the pass, a red figure surged forth like a ghost. It was Gao Ning. He intuitively timed his run to stay onside, and facing the advancing goalkeeper, calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. The ball went in. The entire stadium fell silent for half a second, then erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. This goal perfectly illustrated what a decisive strike after control looks like. 10. "I knew that ball was going in," the commentator said with some pride. "You could tell it was coming the moment Lee Wei made that pass." Reading United managed to maintain this score until the final whistle. The statistics showed that Reading United's possession rate reached 67. They successfully completed the first task required by the system. More importantly, they seemed to have begun to touch upon a higher level of football philosophy. A few days later, Reading United hosted their second match at home. This time, however, there was a different anticipation. After the previous matches somewhat struggling, yet ultimately successful controlling the game debut, the fans awaited the team's return with a connoisseur's curiosity. Their wait was rewarded beyond expectations. This time, Reading United's opponent was the formidable Portsmouth. However, from the very first minute, the match completely fell into the rhythm of the home team. The ball flowed smoothly under the feet of Reading United's players as if it had come to life. Starting from goalkeeper Zhang Hao through the defense and into the midfield triangle of Bellingham, Lee Wei, and Davis, the ball was passed around them lightly, as if performing an elegant and precise waltz. Portsmouth's players pressed hard, but they often found themselves chasing the shadow of the ball, exhausted. Reading United's players consistently managed to transfer the ball to another open area with 1 or 2 quick passes before the encirclement formed, fully utilizing the width of the pitch and repeatedly stretching the opponent's defense. The possession rate steadily climbed, ultimately settling at an astonishing 71. The team's passing success rate reached an impressive 86. The entire match flowed seamlessly, pleasing to the eye, filled with an astonishing sense of tactical beauty. Portsmouth's players were bewildered, discovering that they couldn't touch the ball. Similarly, goalkeeper Zhang Hao felt somewhat bored. He simply sat in front of the goal, fiddling with some grass, staring blankly at his teammates, who kept passing the ball. The climax of the match occurred in the 38th minute of the first half. This attack began with a throw-in from Zhang Hao, and the ball underwent over 20 consecutive passes among Reading United's players, lasting more than 2 minutes. During this time, there was not a single forced shot, nor a single blind long pass. The goal was to draw the opponent out and find space. The ball moved from the left flank to the right, then back to the center, before suddenly switching to the left flank's gap. Portsmouth's defenders were completely led by the nose, and the formation finally showed signs of weakness through constant lateral movement. At that moment, Lee Wei, positioned on the right side of the midfield, keenly detected the fleeting gap. He did not stop the ball, but delivered a light, yet deadly through pass with the outside of his foot. The ball skimmed along the grass, passing through the junction between the opponent's midfield and defensive lines. Just as the ball was played, a figure surged forward from Reading United's midfield at high speed. It was Bellingham. His timing was impeccable, as if he and Lee Wei were in sync. He perfectly timed his run to stay onside, entered the penalty area comfortably, received Lee Weiss' pass, and calmly slotted the ball into the far corner against the advancing goalkeeper. The ball went in. 10. The entire stadium erupted in an instant. This was a perfect combination of team football possession tactics and individual player insight. It ignited the passion of all the spectators and crushed Portsmouth's fighting spirit. In the end, Reading United triumphed 30, achieving a textbook victory through control. After this match, the team moved up to second place in the League One standings.